Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Full Metal Demon Muramasa. We're starting today with the heavy stuff. Kageaki is asking our good friend Ichijo, why didn't you kill me? Well, let's hear it, Ichijo. What's your explanation? After all, Kageaki is completely unable to resist Muramasa when Muramasa says kill someone. How is Ichijo able to resist? Again, only silence answers. I turn back to the window. High above, the moon smiles softly, and the trees on the road sway in the breeze. It's gonna be a cold night. Joe's just sitting there silently staring at him. The next morning, I see Ichijo off and remain behind to await Chief Iwata. We'll be operating separately today. Oh, I can't imagine that goes well at all. Alright. On any given day at Fudaraku Castle, several thousand messages pass between departments. Some of these must be delivered in person. Which duty, and when the material is not too sensitive, falls to the junior scribes at the Bureau of Fiefs. It's a perfect cover, Chief Iwata assured us. Such couriers have essentially free run of the fortress. We should encounter no trouble as we search for what we need. And what we need, of course, is information. Not the sort that can be gleaned from schedules or maps, but the living, breathing pulse of this castle, and only with that most intimate knowledge can we determine where best to strike. It won't be easy to find an opening. Yusa Doshin appears unflappable, like a statue of Akala. If we're to topple him, we'll need more than a ball-peen hammer. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to look. Ichijo continues to radiate black heat like a 500-watt flood lamp. And though this might be explained as a reaction to the stress of castle life, we can't assume that our cover will hold out for much longer. I don't know what they were thinking, putting someone like Ichijo in an infiltration mission. Oh, best figure something out fast.
あの方には武官として潜入していただいた方が良かったかもしれません。
Perhaps we should have passed her off as a soldier instead. Perhaps. Chief Iwata arrives, looking over her shoulder. She must have encountered Ichijo on her way here.
あまり怪しまれないよう、私の方から手は打っておきますが。
I'll do what I can on my end to deflect suspicion. No promises if it works.
お願いします。自分も少し考えておきましょう。
I'd appreciate that. Perhaps there's something I can do as well. Tell me.
生活雑貨などを取り扱っている店舗はありますか?
Is there a place I can go to buy sundries?
南三の丸に出入りの業者が詰めておりますが。
Shops are located in the third south quarter. Not close, but not too far to walk. Perhaps I can stop by later today. With that decided, I changed the topic.
昨日、岡部の姫に出会いました。
We encountered Lady Sakuraku yesterday.
そうですか。
京極家にお預けの身と伺いましたが、率直な話、現在の立場はどのようなものでしょうか?
You told us she'd been placed in Lord Kyogoku's keeping, but I was hoping you might shed some more light on that matter. What exactly is her position here?
言ってしまえば厄介者です。
She's the person everyone wishes didn't exist. Why is she still alive? They literally killed like an entire province. Why is random lady 1234 alive? Blunt, but blunt is what I was hoping for.
抱え込んでおいても役には立ちません。が、野放しにしてしまえば、反幕勢力を糾合する旗頭にもなりかねず。
We have no use for her. Not even as a pawn, but in rebel hands she could easily become a threat.
なるほど。
I see. No Yamatoan has ever credibly threatened the shogunate's power, save one, Okabe Yoritsuna. His daughter would make the ideal figurehead for those who dream of overthrowing Rokuhara.
そのような動きが姫の周辺に?
Have there been attempts to secure her?
笹川では見られた模様です。それもあって、より守りの固い不堕落へ。
Sasagawa reported some activity, that's why we had her moved here instead. Sensible. Fudaraku is the heart of Rokuhara. Even if there are rebels plotting to free her, they won't reach her here. Or will they? I mean, rebels have infiltrated this castle. Case in point, myself. There might easily be others. In which case, I know how her story will end. Quietly, perhaps a year from now, when her name has faded from the minds of the people.
利用するおつもりですか？
Do you plan to make use of her?
まだそこまでは。
It's too early to say.
私どもにとってはいささか危険な駒です。もしあの姫を使われる場合には、先だってご相談いただけると、無用の齟齬を生まずに済みま
I
し
would
ょう。
appreciate your consulting me first. She represents a problem for us as well, and we should like to avoid any misunderstandings.
心得ております。
Of course. Ichijo is not going to be that cooperative, is she? It was not a request. But it is an easy way to inject volatility into the situation, right? You have a political prisoner, and you could probably work some magic to create a distraction or a mess with her if you were very creative. Today is my first real opportunity to observe life at Fudaraku. The first thing I notice is the tension in the air. The soldiers I pass are bristling with it, their eyes bloodshot. They sweep for threats. Even the servants and functionaries, as they go about their duties, stop every now and then to stare into the distance and shiver. The death of Shogun Ashikaga Moriyuji still hangs like a cloud in the sky. A storm cloud sending frigid rain to leach the warmth from his castle. And while it presents a mental health issue for the men and women of Rokuhara, it's not one that works in our favor. We'll need to be even more careful to avoid standing out in this atmosphere. Passing through the main keep's central courtyard, I came upon a curious sight. Those are some really high-ass walls down. A boy of perhaps 12 is there, as well as a number of ladies in fine dress. They appear to be his attendants. And from time to time, they ooh and ah at whatever he's doing. This group alone would be striking enough, but what truly draws the eye are the dragoons, a full company guarding the party, with 3 keeping watch from the sky. It's no ordinary gathering, and given the ample evidence, I need but a moment to arrive at the answer. This is probably the prince? Or not the prince, but like the new shogun?
あれが足利四郎国内。
Ashikaga Shiro Kuniuji. Grandchild and heir to Ashikaga Moriyuji, the man who brought Yamato to heel. Formerly known by his child named Tokyo Maru, he's since his coming of age collected ranks and titles to rival an imperial prince, and soon he'll be shogun. He collects ranks like candy, but he's unworthy of any of them? Alright. At present, the future ruler of Yamato, one who goes nowhere without a small army to attend him, is playing ball. The ball is the size of a grown man's head, with alternating patches of white and black, a soccer ball, the most popular sport in the West. Soccer also has a growing fan base in Yamato. The boy's not actually playing soccer, as for that you need 2 teams of 11 players each. Instead, he's practicing the technique known as juggling, where you attempt to keep the ball in the air by bouncing it off your feet. It's an essential skill in a sport that prohibits the use of hands, and the young lord is, alas, rather poor at it. In the Tokai region of Yamato, where soccer is religion, it's not rare to see boys his age who can go 200 bounces or more. Yet it seems he has trouble managing 10, and I believe that I know why. It's not a matter of aptitude. He has the coordination. He just needs a little advice. But he won't get it. His ladies-in-waiting have nothing to offer but praise, even for his failures, and the Musha are silent and cold. Yes, cold, but not merely focused on their duty. A vague aura of resentment rises from their armor. Though I can't see their faces, I know what they're thinking. How much easier their jobs would be if their charge just stayed inside.
あれでは楽しくなかろうな。
Must be stifling. There's no joy on young Kuniuji's face. He knows the praise is empty and that his guards only see him as a burden. Nevertheless, he struggles to forget. This time must be most precious to him. No doubt he spends most of his life behind walls, protected from any view of the sky. In a sense, that's how it should be. He's Shogun apparent, key to the future of Yamato. This is what his position and duties demand. But at the same time, he's just a boy, and while thousands like him play with their friends, he's here alone, surrounded by those who only care for the title he bears. there is a little tragedy in this, I suppose. Although my personal perspective is that, well, considering his entire organization doesn't give a flying fuck about the people of Yamato or good governance, then it's not really a tragedy that he's goofing off. If anything, it just demonstrates the fact that he doesn't care to learn his role either. At least as far as first impressions go. He'd rather be playing soccer when his role is to govern the entire country. And he's in this role now. Come on, man. Surprised he's not busy learning shit. The man's literally living like countless thousands of people's fantasy. Like, imagine anyone in politics. Now be aware that every single one of them has the potential to be leader of the country they're in. So you're literally living the dream of every single one of those people. And several more people who aren't in politics. And then just squandering it by playing soccer. Is anyone in this world happy? Not to suggest that the boys I grew up with were any more fortunate than he. I look up to see his shoe flying through the air. He must have overextended while trying to regain control of the ball. The shoe lands a few paces from my feet. One of the ladies laughs. It's barely a snort and it doesn't spread, but I can tell the boy is wounded. All the more so because no one bothers to chasten the offender. He brusquely waves away the woman who steps forward to retrieve his lost shoe, and stomps toward me himself, his fists clenched and his face bright red. I drop to my knees, pick up the shoe, and wait for the young lord to approach. The shoe is in perfect condition, spotless, like a doll's shoe. Like him.
Arigato.
My thanks, he mutters, presenting his foot. He must want me to put it on for him. The gesture is second nature to him, and carries no hint of scorn. The top of my head begins to itch, and without looking I know that one of the airborne dragoons has trained its 7.7mm cannon upon me. One wrong move and I'll end up smeared all over the young lord's fine clothing. By your leave. I have no desire to end up as pig fodder. So slowly, carefully, I slide the shoe on and tie up the laces one by one. It occurs to me in all likelihood this young man doesn't know how to tie his own shoes. Who would have taught him?
少しきつい。
It's a little tight. I apologize. It shouldn't be, I consider my opinion. The obvious choice is to loosen his laces and step back before my shadow's trigger finger slips and reduces me to paste. That would certainly be the safest course. However, your grace. My mouth, it seems, doesn't feel like waiting. Instantly the temperature drops and every dragoon, not just the ones in the air, is on high alert. I'm nothing but a lowly scribe, as is clear from my manner of dress. Under no conceivable circumstances is it my place to address the shogun's heir. Too loose, and you won't be able to control the ball. There's also the risk of injury. The boy's mouth falls open and he gapes at me, blinking. Understandable, I doubt any bureaucrat ever dared to offer him advice. Perhaps no one has, at least not like this. Insolence, this is Lord. Stop. With a shout, he silences the woman, and now that shock has receded, there's curiosity in his eyes. I'm Toki, or, Shiro Kuniuchi. Your grace?
やはり承知の上か。そなたのようなものは初めてだ。
So you did know, that's hard to believe.
名は何という?
What's your name?
新と申します。
Arata, your grace?
では、新た。今申したことは確かか?
Arata, is it true what you said? It is.
靴が緩いのがいけなかったのか。
So that's why I can't get it right.
他にもございます。
There are other factors.
教えてくれ。
Tell me.
殿下は弾をお蹴りになるとき、つま先を立てたまま蹴っておられます。
I notice you tend to keep your foot bent when you go to kick the ball. I don't do any soccer, I don't know this show.
それでは弾がうまくつかまりません。
That's why you lose
そのた
control,
め
you need your foot to
すぐ
grab
に
the
落
ball.
としてしまうのです。
このケロ。9人ごときのみで殿下のなさりようにな癖をつけるとは。戦場にも程があろうぞ。
This is like the generic random person new to the castle becomes the prince's advisor in 5 minutes scene. It's executed fine, but it's very much a scene you've seen before. You vermin, how dare you presume to find fault with his grace? You'll answer for this, peasant!
うるさい、良いと言うておる。
Leave him be. The woman sputters and steps back, red-faced. Honestly, I sympathize. I'm without a doubt the anomaly here.
あなた続けよ。
Continue, Arata.
は。蹴るときに足首をお伸ばしください。
By your grace.
足の甲を
By your
快
leave.
楽にし
Next
て
time, your grace, try
そこで蹴る
straightening
の
your
です。
toes and use the flat part of your foot to kick.
足首を伸ばして。
The flat part? Lord Kuniichi seems confused, and I gather he understands my meaning, but not quite how to apply
殿
it.
下、
May I?
うん。
Yes. He hands me the ball, and to my relief, it's perfectly standard leather, not some fancy material that might be harder to handle. Now to see if I still have it.
うわ
My muscle memory is apparently better than I thought. After 4 bounces on my instep, the ball angles towards my chest, so I catch it on my knee. Bounce it 3 times and let it drop back to my instep for 2 more bounces. On the third, high into the air. 1 bounce off my head, another to my instep, another. From there, I send it over my shoulder, pivot and catch it against my thigh.
すごいすごい。チャチャ姉様と同じくらいうまい。
Wow, the boy exclaims, joy lighting his face. You're as good as Cha-Cha. And just like that, the Lord is gone. This must be his true face when all the titles and responsibilities fall away. He's flexing on a kid. He's trying to give him advice. And then demonstrating proficiency, as his explanation was unclear.
それ僕にもできるか？
You think I can do that?
はい。殿下にもすぐにできます。
Absolutely, Your Grace. Juggling requires only technique and practice. As long as he has the theory and the bare minimum of coordination, he should have no trouble mastering it.
足首を伸ばすのです。膝も曲がっていてはいけません。
Straighten your toes, I remind him, returning the ball, and be careful not to bend your knee. Okay. I'm trying my best not to stand out, so
やった。
I'll just show off to the new shogun. Not standing out, guys. I did it.
おめでとうございます。
Well done, Your Grace. As it turns out, the boy has a knack for it. It took him less than half an hour to stabilize at 10 bounces. Less than that to break 20. I'm honestly quite impressed.
すごい。全然違う。こうやればよかったのか。
I can't believe what a difference it makes.
ありがとうあなた。お前の教えのおかげだ。
Thank you, Arata. You're a great coach.
もったいなきお言葉にござい
Oh,
ま
I'm,
す。
I'm honored, Your Grace. If my response is slightly delayed, it's due to my surprise. To think the shogun, apparent heir to Ashikaga, would have the grace to show gratitude to one so much his inferior. It is, considering the environment in which he grew up, something of a miracle.
この少年がこのまま成長するなら、
If this boy comes into his own, perhaps the future will be brighter than I thought. At least there's cause to
あ
hope.
なたはどうしてそんなに詳しいの？
How do you know so much about soccer?
学生の頃、中級部に属しておりましたゆえ
Oh, I played for my school team. Not a
ポ
lie.
ジションはどこ？
What position?
センターバックです。
Center back.
守りの要だね。
So you protected your goal?
時折フォワードに起用されることもありました。
I was asked to play forward as well on occasion. Largely thanks to my height, which allowed me to use heading effectively on offense.
いいな。僕もフォワードをやりたい。ライトウィングがいい。
Ooh, that's what I want to play. Right wing.
松永選手のように、
Ah, like
ですか。
Matsunaga.
そうそう。
Yeah, yeah.
殿下なら
I'm sure you'll have your chance. I stop myself from finishing. The boy says nothing, but I see a flicker of pain at the corner of his eyes. He knows the soccer field isn't a place for Ashikaga Kuniuchi. Talent or no, he can never hope to share in the sweat and the glory. Not even if it's his dream.
そのまま30階に届きます。
You're almost there.
膝が曲がってきています。お気をつけて。
Bent knee, Your Grace, be careful. The stairs no longer bother me. Whether the naked anger of the young lord's attendants or the bored watchfulness of his guards, I focus on the boy, dispensing advice as necessary. Just then he nearly fumbles, but manages to catch the ball on his foot, bringing it to his inner thigh and bouncing it once more into the air.
30
30.
よし。
I can keep. This time his enthusiasm gets the better of him. The ball arcs high into the air. Several meters away, it hits the ground, bounces a few more times, and rolls to a stop. And there, it's scooped up by soft, pale hands. Lady Sakurako. She must have been summoned to the keep. A number of men stand to either side. As soon as they notice us, or rather, Lord Kuniyuji, the men all drop to their knees. The one leading the procession is familiar to me. I've seen his face in the papers. It's Kyogoku Yoshikado, Minister of Retainers, the lady's present custodian. The lady is staring at Lord Kuniyuji, the ball in her hands. It's impossible to describe the look in her eyes. Ashikaga Shiro Kuniyuji, heir to the shogunate that killed her father. Though he himself played no part in her misfortune, one could argue it doesn't matter. Rokuhara is his, and therefore so are its deeds. Her hate for Rokuhara cannot have vanished, however, well she keeps it contained, and so no power in creation can demand she treat this young lordling as anything but an enemy. And yet she sees it as well as I. This is only a boy, his mind empty, as I helped to make it, of anything but play. He doesn't have the steel to defend against her hate. If she makes her heart a blade and strikes, it'll pierce his very soul. Yeah, he'll be sad for like 2 days. She closes her eyes and exhales softly, carrying the echo of resignation. She then bows an apology to Lord Kyogoku and approaches.
お上手ですのね。
Most impressive, my lord. Her smile is genuine. The boy, meanwhile, has lost his tongue.
サッカーですか？
Is this soccer?
はい。
Yes.
私は詳しくありませんが、西洋の蹴鞠のようなものなのでしょうか？
I'm afraid I know nothing of the game. Is it like Kamari?
いえ、違います。
No, that was just
今
practice.
は練習で、本当はチームを組んで点を取り合うスポーツです。
It's a sport. You make teams, you get points. Lord Kuniyuji's explanation leaves much to be desired. I suspect he didn't rush the attempt so much as experience a sudden case of forgetfulness. But if Lady Sakurako is confused, she doesn't show it. She merely deepens her smile a fraction.
お怪我をなさらないでくださいましね。
Do be careful, Your Grace.
さ、
Here you are. Oh,
あ
thank
りがと
you.
う。
He slowly reaches for the ball. The trader's daughter and ruler-to-be. For a moment their fingers seem to touch. Then she bows and turns to leave. Only I notice the lopsided smile she casts me as she does. I answer the unspoken question with a matching smile. Yes, what am I doing? Arata?
あらだ。
Your Grace? The boy doesn't answer. He's gazing at the lady's back. When she reaches her escort, the men stand and lead her off. It looks like they're bound for central administration, where Yusadoshin and the other military commanders are located. Their pace is slow, perhaps to match her
あれ
stride.
が誰か知っているか？
Do you know who that is?
は
Yes, Your Grace. The question takes me by surprise. She clearly knew who he was, but only for a moment. There's no reason they would have introduced her to him.
あれなるは壇上院十三味岡部頼綱が一女桜子殿にございます。
That was Lady Sakurako, daughter of the late Danjoin Jusanmi Lorakabe Yoritsuna.
岡部の
Okabe's daughter?
娘。
Yes, she whose clan his armies destroyed. Lady Sakurako departs at an angle that affords me a glimpse. Her aspect is calm, but not perfectly so. There's a stiffness in her bearing. I don't blame her. She's been summoned by the shogunate's chief of staff, and I expect to tell them what she knows. I expect to tell them what she knows about rebel plans to free her. While I don't believe they would torture her, it's likely to be an unpleasant experience. She is friendless, alone, a flower in the desert. And beside me, the boy presses 2 fingers to his cheek, as if to safeguard the warmth that remains. As Lord Kuniyuji no longer seems inclined to practice, I perform my obeisances and return to my mission. First, I reconnoiter the south of the castle, and from there proceed to the west. Here there are no facilities of note, just fields and warehouses, miscellaneous workshops and the like. It gives the west block a more relaxed air. I need not stop every 10 paces to satisfy another overzealous patrol. Of course, this also makes it less likely there will be any useful intelligence. I resolve to pass through quickly and continue in the north where the Musha hangars and support facilities are located. Time, as they say, is unpolished gold, oft mistaken for brass.
起縁か祝宴か
Was that serendipity? Or fate, I wonder while walking. The encounter still has a hold of my thoughts. They have the victor and the vanquished, the oppressor and the oppressed. There should be nothing but hate between them. But they're also a young man and woman who each have far too much to bear. There's nothing I can do. It was a freak coincidence that placed me at the site of their meeting. I am not truly part of their world, but at the same time I can't help but wonder, how will their meeting change them? Will it lead them somehow to a measure of peace? I find myself, though it is not my place, hoping that it does. At the top of a hill overlooking a field, I pause. Ahead are a group of ladies picking flowers from the grass. Their laughter carries across the distance. But while they are what draws my attention, what holds it is another figure standing at some remove. I was not expecting to find her here. Ichijo stands there like a statue watching the women. Only a person who knows her well would read anything but quiet disinterest in her cool, quiet gaze. It occurs to me I'm such a person. Strange, considering how little time we've actually spent together. I suppose that says something about how fraught the time has been. I've had ample opportunity to take a measure of her character. Oh, good evening, my friend. She's unlike anyone I've ever met. She is in a very real sense not human, but rather something else that was made with a human face. I don't mean to say she resembles a doll. I've encountered people who do, and they're empty, their souls shriveled, far smaller than the vessel that contains them. It is this void that defines them. A doll is like a husk. Ichijo is not a husk. She's precisely the opposite. There is no space inside her. Make no mistake, her soul is small. Her drive toward justice is insular, stagnant, and yet it fills her entirely. That's what she was built to contain. She was made to carry out one purpose, to embody one way, to obey one command. Such a being cannot be called human, nor can it be called a doll. Such a being is a tool. Should I perhaps pity her? Though the question has occurred to me before, it's the first time I've put it to words. Is it right to pity a tool? A doll, I'm certain, deserves my pity. It will always be less than the human in whose image it was made. But a tool fulfilling its purpose, is that something to be pitied? I can't say. I can say this though, no matter where its path leads, a tool will never stop. It will keep going until it breaks.
Minato-san.
He turns at the sound of my footsteps. Officer Minato. I decide to let the slip go. Nobody is listening. The ladies are engrossed in their chatter. Have you finished with the east block?
いえ、まだ途中です。
No, still looking around. She says that as if it should be obvious. This is, of course, the west block, clear across the castle. But once again, I hold my tongue. When I sent her out alone this morning, I predicted that something like this would happen.
港さんの方はどうですか?
How is it going with you? He's like, let me guess. He told her to scout the east block, then proceeded to actually scout the east block, knowing she'd at best search the west block. I may have some useful intel. We'll discuss it later.
はい。
Oh, cool. Even her smile doesn't change how I perceive her. If anything, proximity strengthened the impression. Is everyone in this castle blind? If anyone had eyes to look, they'd see her for what she is. Perhaps that's overstating it, I chide myself. The situation is hardly so dire. Still, I watch the women in the field. They're the picture of life without care, giggling as they weave circlets of grass. Only 10 meters separate Ichijo from the nearest, but how wide, I wonder, is the space between their hearts? When I return my gaze to Ichijo, she's watching them too.
どう思いますか?
How would you describe it, she asks. The women?
この光景で
This
す。
scene.
平和かつ幸福
Peaceful. Happy. If she means this place, then at this moment in time, then those two words encompass the whole of it.
私もそう思います。
Yep, you read my mind. A scornful sound strikes my ears. After a moment, I realize that Ichijo has spit. At her feet, a flower I cannot name shakes its petals at her like an angry fist.
観察しないでください。
Don't stare.
あまり役人らしくはないな。
Not exactly how a public servant should behave.
すいません。
Sorry.
不愉快か。平和と幸福は。
You don't think there should be peace? Happiness?
はい。あ
No.
の平和と幸福は
Not for them. Her eyes narrow as she's found her enemy.
羨むのか。
Do you
あ
envy
の
them?
光景を。
The question has the form of a challenge. Another person might easily mistake my intent.
羨む。
Envy?
そうですね。
Yes.
あれは人に羨まれる暮らしです。
They have what people envy. As expected, Ichijo takes no offense. There's anger in her voice, but it's not meant for me.
ただそれだけなら別にいい。世間には貧富の差があるってだけの話です。
Just having isn't
そ
a
れは
crime.
そういうものだとしか思いませ
Some
ん。
people have more, that's how it works.
私はプレハーノフじゃありませんから。
I'm not trying to be Plekhanov or anything. Plekhanov was a leader of the communist movement which rose in Europe half a century ago. Isn't it the 40s? So that would be like... That would be like the 1800s? That would be like 1890, right? The communists tried to create a society based on total equality for all, and in the end, the philosophy proved too much at odds with reality. Outlawed by his government and shunned by the people he purported to save, Plekhanov went to his hanging with these final words. As long as the crux and the cross rule the earth, mankind shall never know peace.
でも、その豊かな人間が強盗なら別です。人の財産を腕ずくで踏んだくって恵まれた生活を送る。
But taking,
そん
that's
なのは
different.
悪に決まってます。
If they took what they have, if they stole it, that makes them evil?
しかも、
Worse. He thrusts one finger at the woman. In another world, they might have grown up as friends, and in this one, she's their
あ
judge.
いつらはその悪を知りもしない。この城の平和と幸福が何を代償にしているのか考えもしないで、
Even worse, they don't know they're
浸
evil.
りきっている。
They take their peace and happiness for granted and never wonder who's paying the price.
不愉快です。
They make me sick. Well, if we're fortunate, we'll get to kill everyone in the castle, okay? Or at least a sizable chunk of them, okay? I listen as she declares her verdict, and as I listen, I feel... what? I feel that I should feel something. The search leads me down a well-trodden path.
それはどこの国でも同じことだ。どんな社会でも。
But Ichijo, I say, there are people like them everywhere, in every society.
資本主義自体が収奪を効率的に行うシステムに過ぎない。
In essence, capitalism is a system designed to enable those at the top to harvest wealth more efficiently. Kageaki's not wrong. Let's see. Is there a defense for capitalism here? I wonder if that's what they're gonna pose. What's Ichijo say?
ええ、
I know. Yep.
強い者が弱い者から搾取するのはおそらく自然なことではあるのだ。自然界の法則そのものがそうである以
And
上
you know that this is only natural. The strong feed on the weak. It's nature's
あ
law.
らゆる動物が弱者を捕食している。そし
Animals
て
do not ask if it's wrong to eat their
いち
prey.
いち食べた相手のことなど顧みてはいない。そう考えれば誰もがあの娘たちと同じだ。
In that sense, these young women are like everyone else.
はい。それでも奪うことは悪で、悪に無自覚なら、それは恥知らずです。
Yes, but taking is still evil, and people who do evil should pay.
違いますか？
Am I wrong? She looks straight at me with eyes such as only she can. How am I supposed to feel? I answer,
違わない。
no. Evil is evil, and nothing can justify it.
お前の言う通りだ。一条。
You're right, Ichijo.
はい。
Yes. And then her smile blossoms, and its beauty strikes me dumb. She's never looked more like a woman than in this moment. But this. This is what makes her smile so. Not words or visions of love. How should I feel? Should I feel nothing? Should I tell myself a tool is what she's meant to be? Perhaps I should, and exercise this thing in my chest, this nameless force that crushes my heart. Perhaps... I have no answer, but I can act, so I do. I reach into my pocket and extract a small paper bundle.
一条。お前は一振りの刀だ。
You're a sword, Ichijo. Yeah.
はい。
Her confusion lasts only a moment, and then she smiles once again. There's no higher praise, that smile says. The grip on my heart grows tighter.
だがその印象は時に人をおののかせる。現状においては望ましくない。
But a naked blade will frighten people. We don't want that here.
そうですね。
What can I
で
do?
もどうしたら。
刀には目抜きがある。縁がある。それが彩りとなって
Is he
狂気の
gonna
色
give
を
her
和らげる。
like a hair ornament or something? Warriors have always decorated their swords. It helps them forget that a sword is a weapon.
お前にも
I think what you need
少し
is a touch of
花
color.
を添えてみようか。
Makeup? I unwrap the bundle and present it to her. Ah, it is a hairpin.
これ
Is that
かんざしだ。
a hairpin? Classic. As if she can't see that for herself.
これ私に。
Is it for me?
ああ、
Yes.
気
You don't
に
like
入ら
it?
んか。
After demonstrating symptoms of acute cardiopulmonary distress, Ichijo goes as stiff as a board, and I take that as my cue to worry. The piece I chose is a simple design, not cheap, but not fancy either. I chose it specifically because it was plain. Perhaps that was a mistake? Should I have let her choose?
違います。これ
I don't not
ミ
like
ナト
it.
さんが選んで。
Did you pick it yourself?
ああ、
Yes,
私のために。
そうなる。
of course. Oh no.
何言えばいいんだろう。私男の人にこんなことしてもらったの
I
初
don't know
め
what
て
to
で。
say. A man's never given me a present like this before.
ありがとうございます。
She drops her head. I can't tell if it's meant to be a bow or an evasion. Either way, I can only see the tops of her ears. They resemble nothing more than two ripe cherries. Now I'm getting uncomfortable. She likes it, and that's what matters. I lean forward. It's a cute hairpin. It goes well with her. She holds perfectly still while I position the piece. Once it's done, I arrange her hair and step back to admire my handiwork. And there I realize what I've done. She stands there, eyes cast up demurely, awaiting my opinion with bated breath. I chose well. She's lovely. A maiden, the equal of any in the field below. But she's not Ayane Ichijo. Her beauty is gone.
どうですか。
How is it?
ああ、
I smile.
よく似合う。
It suits you. This time, when she looks down, she also closes her eyes tightly as if to contain some mighty flood. Well, if it doesn't look as hard as Ichijo normally looks, hardcore as Ichijo normally looks, then I call that a success. Or at least disguising her personality, even if it's just visually. And so she doesn't see my eyes or glimpse what's reflected therein. After a few more days, we have our course. So what's the plan?
じゃあ足利国氏を。
Ashikaga Kuniyuchi.
うん。
Yep. It's the best move I can come up with.
首を取りますか。
You want me to kill him?
いや、
No. I hastily shake my head. A moment's pause, even in jest, and I fear she might run off to do just that.
それはやりすぎだ。毎度の宮殿下の構想を裏切る結果になる。
That would be going too far. His Highness doesn't want that.
は
Oh, so what's the plan then? Even if it weren't the case, there's no chance we could accomplish such a mission on our own. Not even if we are willing to die for it. Why not? Ginsego could probably take on an entire company of dragoons. Surely the other Muramasa could do that. That'd just mean you'd have to kill like 10 of your friends. So probably not a good ending for him.
なるだけ派手に襲撃をかけるだけでいい。 ある程度は警備網も突破し、
We need to make it
国
look
氏
good.
の神明をそ
We
れ
need to
な
get
りに
past some of
脅
his
か
guards, present a credible
す。そ
threat
の
to
あ
his
たりが
person.
最良だ。
That's all.
それでいいんですか？
And that's enough.
それで十分、遊佐同心の責任は問われる。宿老筆頭からの転落は免れないだろう。
Enough that Yusa Doshin will have to answer for it. He'll lose his position at the head of the pack.
その分、今川来長が牽制を伸長させる。
Imagawa Raicho's
彼と
influence will
結ぶ
rise
宮殿下の
accordingly,
政治影響力も強まる。
as will that of his highness, whose help will have been pivotal.
なるほど。
Okay. Her face says she's far from okay with it. Unsurprising given her character. She's woefully unsuited to politics. She's like, I just want to smite evil. Can I not just smite? Knowing this, I refrain from further explanation.
あとは具体的な計画だ。まず、日時だが、
Now we just need to iron out the particulars. First, the
聞
date.
けば明日の夕刻、能舞台があるという。
It seems there'll be a no performance tomorrow evening.
の？
No? No?
ああ、遊佐同心の主催でな。本丸の能楽堂を使うそうだ。
Yusa Doshin arranged it. They'll be using the theater in the main keep.
あのでっかいとこですか？
Yeah, the place of the big stage. That's
し
right.
かし外部の客は招かず、あくまで内輪の催しらしい。とな
It
ると、
sounds like they're keeping it an
城
internal
内か
affair.
ら相当数の人間が招かれ
That
る
means
の
a
だ
good
ろう。
portion of the castle is likely to be in attendance.
じゃあその隙に？
So while everyone's
と
there,
行ければ楽だろうが、国氏が招かれないはずもないな。
not exactly.
無論、能舞台を襲うのは下策だ。
Lord Kuniyuji will certainly
六
be
原
there
の
too.
要人が集う以上、
With so many
警
important
備は
persons
厳重に
attending,
決まってい
security's
る。
bound to be tight.
むしろ狙うのは、終わった後、
If we wait until after the performance
警備
ends,
の
there
人
should be a
間が
gap
気を
in
抜く瞬間。
どうしました？
I slap a hand over her mouth.
足音がする。誰かが近づいている。
Footsteps. Someone's coming. My voice is not even a whisper. I hope Ichijo can read lips.
あの密偵女じゃないんですか？
Probably that spy lady, right?
足音は二人分だ。
There are two of them.
うかつに口を聞くな。
Let me do the talking. She nods and I let her go and rise. Perhaps I can get a look?
新た
Arata? A woman's voice puts paid to that motion. That was Chief Iwata, and she used the name of my cover. An outsider is with her. I go to the foyer, leaving Ichijo behind, and there I find Chief Iwata with a young lady clearly of high birth. Have I seen her before?
これは、岩田様。
Chief Iwata? She accepts my bow with an appropriately perfunctory nod, then cedes her place to the lady behind her.
この者が新たでございます。
This is Arata, my lady. I bow again, this time much lower. The lady studies me as if I were a particularly disgusting insect.
そなた新参のものであったそうじゃの。
I'm told you are new to this castle.
は、
Yes, my lady.
先日の振る舞いはそのせいか。
Hardly excuses
それ
your
に
conduct,
しても
but so be it.
と思うが。まあよい。岩田、部下はよく教育しておけ。
Iwata, keep a closer eye on your people.
はい
Yes, my lady. Now I remember where I saw her before. She was one of the women attending Kuniyuchi. Did she track me down just to deliver a reprimand? It seems a poor use of her time.
先日はご無礼いたしました。今後は慎みますゆえ、
I beg your pardon,
何
my
卒
lady. It
ご
won't
勘定
happen
の
again.
ほどを。
国内殿下が許すと仰せられたものを私が許さぬとは言えまいの。
His Grace has seen fit to forgive your trespass. I suppose I must do the same. I'd rather have your head, her tone says. But in any case, she seems to have finished her business, though I can't see it, bent forward as I am. I sense she's turned her face aside. Now to wait for her feet to leave my sight.
新たとやら
Arata?
は、
Yes, my lady.
ついてまいれ。
Come, His
殿
Grace
下がそ
expects
な
you.
たをお呼びです。
は、
Pardon? See? Told you we've seen this scene before. Though I remain in the dark as to the purpose of the summons, I have no choice but to follow my scowling guide into the depths of the castle. My one attempt to obtain an explanation was rebuffed curtly. She claims not to know. Eventually, she ushers me into a room and then slides the door shut behind me with an accusatory clack. They're all like paper
よく
doors,
来てくれ
right?
た。
Hata, you came.
は、
As you commanded, your grace. Lord Kyunyuji's bright smile does little to ease my confusion. In any case, protocol comes first. I kneel and press my head to the man.
殿下におかれてはご機嫌麗しく
I'm honored, Your Grace, to receive
い
your...
やよいよい
Oh, stop,
そ
stop.
ん
I
な
didn't
堅
like
苦
that.
しい話でそなたを呼んだのではないのだ
Oh, we weren't called for that. We're called to practice soccer,
は
Your Grace. True, if protocol were a concern, he would not have summoned me, a lowly scribe, in the first place. That leaves the question of why he did. His private chambers are hardly the place to practice soccer. His Grace has said nothing since bidding me to rise, and he seems hesitant. I'll have to wait until he...
実はな
Arata?
は
Your Grace? We're gonna keep going. Arata, Your Grace? Arata, Your Grace? Arata, Your Grace? The silence lasts a full 10 seconds.
要は
I have...
は
Your Grace? This time the silence lasts long enough to run a 400-meter dash.
花
Flowers?
は
Your Grace?
女性はやはり花を好むであろうか
Women like flowers, don't they?
花
Flowers, Your Grace?
うんいや花でなくても良いのだが
I mean, it doesn't have to be flowers. Alright, so now we have 4 subjects. His Grace, myself, women, and flowers, but no clue whatsoever as to how these things connect. With no other option, I present the answer the question as presented.
通念としてはそれに相違ありませぬかと
This is the generally accepted belief.
通年
Belief?
男に置き換えるなら男は野球を好んで見る
Like the belief that all men enjoy baseball or prefer meat to other foods?
と言わ
うんだが実際には野球も肉も好まぬ男は多い
There are men who don't like either,
良い
as you said.
女性も花が好きとは限らない
So not all women like flowers?
人によりけりでございましょう花より団子とも申します
I believe it varies by the individual. There's a saying, better dumplings than flowers.
花より
Dumplings?
団子か
What a weird turn of phrase, but now you're... Not because it's a weird saying, but because you're putting him on a weird path.
は
Yes.
団子の方が良いのだろうか
Should I give her dumplings?
は
Perhaps.
いやあなたお前本当にそう思うかヤニマに女性に対して団子を送るというのは男女間の礼節にかなっているのか
You seriously mean to suggest I said dumplings to a woman I only just met?
いえそれはなかなかにアバンギャルドな挑戦となりますが
That would be a rather avant-garde proposition. Panic appears to have restored him to sanity, although this remains a difficult conversation to parse.
しかし女性の中には我が妹のように男性から恋文と共に花を贈られるや一口かじってまずいと怒り
Still,
蹴り飛ばして全治3ヶ月の重傷を負わせる者もおり
there are women such as my sister who will look at a flower, take a bite out of it, and kick the unfortunate young man who thought to court her through a wall for not presenting a tastier gift.
そんな奇人変人のことは聞いてないよそうじゃなくて
I'm not talking about some freak of nature. She's...
は
Yes.
あの人は
She's more...
こ
more...
う
Yeah.
だと思うし
Yeah.
あは
I see. Is His Grace under the impression I'm some sort of mind reader?
でも僕の勝手な思い込みかもしれないし
Maybe it's all in my head.
は
Your Grace?
だからお前を呼んだんだよどう思う
And that's why I called for you. Tell me what you think.
は
Of course, but first...
その前に
うん
不詳この新た今一つお話が飲み込めませず
I must beg your indulgence. Might
恥
I
を忍んで
request
お願い申し上げ
a
ます
more
が
detailed explanation? Right.
すまない
An
悩み
explanation.
が先に立って事の順序を忘れてたその桜子殿のことだ
It's about Lady Sakuraka. I mean, you saw this coming, right? Everyone saw this coming.
岡部の
Okabe, Sakuraka?
うん足利と岡部の家とは
Yes, there's
いろい
been
ろとあったが
strife between our houses.
全てはもう過去のことだ水に流したいいや
That's
これは
past now.
勝手な言い
I
草
want
か
to
も
put
し
it
れない
behind
け
us,
ど
or perhaps that's arrogance talking. I'm just sitting here like, you had her entire family and everyone in her city killed. And you're like, ah, that's the past. It's like, It was literally like a month ago. It's like, it's the past. She'll get over it. And I'm like, if I have a Kageaki here, I'm just like, is this kid fucking serious? Is this kid fucking serious? Like, mate, like, it's like, oh yeah, it's like, yeah. She's like literally a hostage in your castle after you killed her whole family and everyone she knows and loves, and he's just like, it's the past is past. It's like, it was last week. It's the past. She'll get over it. And I'm like, dude, like, the general is literally like the next building over. Yeah, and like even worse, right, is since she's literally a hostage, if he tries to court her, she's obligated to respond positively and do whatever he wants, so he doesn't execute her. Like he did the rest of her family. It seems like a bad idea. But hey, maybe, I don't know how ambitious Sakurako is, though. Like, maybe Sakurako's like, fuck my whole family. If I can get power over the shogunate, fuck it. They'll say it's a win. Like, maybe that's how she plays, right? Yeah, we've seen how these things play on dramas, of course. The only way it immediately goes well if Sakurako's just like, fuck my family. I'm here for the power. That's the only way it goes well, and that just means Sakurako is not the person he thinks she is. The only person who gets over it this easy is the super ambitious type, which we haven't seen evidence of. Although she does seem to have a considerable amount of restraint.
でも、桜子殿がいつまでも
I
肩身の
don't want
狭い
her to feel
思い
like
を
she
する
has
ことは
nowhere
な
left
い
to
と思
turn.
う。
Alright. I wonder how Kageaki's gonna respond, because sometimes he's really blunt, right? Like, sometimes Kageaki's responses are just like the equivalent of hitting someone in the face with a sledgehammer. It doesn't work at all and breeds resentment, of course. That's why I said the only way it works is if she's like 100% willing to just say like, fuck my family if I can have power. If she's the kind of person who would be okay with killing her whole family, to be like the wife of the shogun, then she'd probably be okay with it. That would be like the best. That would be like the best case for him. Or it could be like some fairy tale story where she magically forgives him when he gives her flowers or some bullshit. But those don't seem like, that doesn't seem like the story this author would write, and it doesn't seem remotely realistic. You don't want her to feel like she has nowhere left to turn. Alright, buddy. If the young lord sounds uncertain that his wishes are valid, it's only because he understands. In many ways, a victor in a conflict has even less right than the vanquished to seek reconciliation. Perhaps I can help set his mind at ease.
僭越ながら自分もさように存じます。
If I might be so bold, your grace, I feel the same.
そうか。
You do? Of course
お
you'd
前なら
understand.
きっと賛成してくれると思った。
It appears that brief encounter in the courtyard was enough to earn me the Lord's trust. When I consider that in light of my true purpose, I feel a stab of shame.
して、
What do you intend?
この間、お前も桜子殿を見ただろう。
You saw her too, didn't you?
は、
I did.
あの時の
Back there, she seemed...
桜子殿は。
He pauses, recalling the memory. This time, the silence lasts long enough to finish a bowl of ramen. That's a long-ass silence. Actually, I don't know how fast Japanese people eat a bowl of ramen.
殿下。
Your Grace.
はあ、ごめん。
Forgive me, where
ど
else?
こまで話したっけ？
あの時の桜子殿は
You're speaking of how she
まででご
seemed.
ざいます。
I almost feel guilty for shaking him from his reverie.
ああ、
Right, she seemed...
あの時
Yeah, that time, how'd she seem?
僕にはとても辛そうに見えた。
Like she was struggling with something. I
Huh.
see. And he's just like, wow, no kidding. No kidding. Obligated to act politely to to him. Yeah. Seems good. I recall she seemed perfectly calm, at least on the surface. Once again, I'm reminded this boy is no fool.
綺麗だったけど
She was still pretty.
は
Pardon?
なんでもない
Nothing.
そ
Anyway,
こ
that got me
で
thinking.
だ岡部との戦いからまだ日も浅い桜子殿に心痛が多いのは仕方がないが
Well, I'm sure she has
少
many
しでも
burdens.
苦しみを和らげて差し上げる方法はないかと思って
Even a little?
なるほど。それで、
And that's
Hold
where the flowers come in.
うん
Yes. That solves one part of the puzzle, now the next.
しかし殿下、
If I might
何
ask
故
your grace,
そのお悩みを自分などに、
why bring this to me?
お前しか思いつかなかったんだ
No one else I can ask.
そのような
Surely there... And no, I think back to the scene in the courtyard. The young lord surrounded by guards and courtiers, yet still so alone. Perhaps there truly isn't anyone, not who will answer him honestly.
ご信頼をいただいておりましたとは、身に余る光栄と存じます。
It's an honor far above my station, your grace. I'll strive to prove worthy of your trust. Now, what do you attempt to tell him here? Kageaki's in a tough spot. Good.
そう言ってくれると僕も嬉しいそれでどうだ
Now,
ろ
what do you think
は
about...
良い花を選んで送れば桜子殿は喜んでくれるだろうかそれとも他のものがいいのか
Or should I send something else?
さて、
You have a bad feeling, you don't say. This is a tough one. A difficult question to answer precisely. The lady and I have hardly spoken, much less reached some deep understanding. I cannot know her mind. But there's one thing I do know.
新た
Arata?
思いますに、花ならば花でよろしゅうございましょう。
I believe, your grace, if you wish to send flowers, then flowers are what you should send.
どういうことだ他のものでもいいというように聞こえるぞ
What does that mean? You make it sound like something else would do just as well.
はい、
Yes. Like
団
dumplings.
子とか
よろしゅうございましょう。
Absolutely. This guy and his dumplings.
新たちゃんと真剣に考えてる
Are you taking this seriously?
無論にございます。
Of course. I smile
他ならぬ国
reassuringly.
氏殿下のご家紋をどうしてないがしろにいたしましょう。
Yeah, smile reassuringly. Do your best. I'm certain she'll appreciate whatever your grace chooses.
でも
But still,
殿下、
your grace. I assume a more solemn expression.
桜子姫に殿下がお送りしたきものは、もの、それ自体ではございますまい。
I don't believe what you desire is to give the lady a gift.
贈り物にこと寄せて、姫をいたわられる殿下のお心をこそ、
What
届け
you
たいのでご
desire
ざいま
is
し
to
ょう。
show, by way of a gift, that you care for her well-being.
うん
Right.
されば、物自体は何でも構わぬと存じます。殿下のお気持ちを伝えるに足るものであればよ
That
し。
being the case, the precise nature of the gift matters little provided you yourself feel that it serves its purpose.
姫の望まれる品がわかるなら格別。それは今はご本人しかわからぬ以上、寛容なのはその一時につきます。
Absent
どうか
intimate knowledge of the
お
lady's
心のま
preferences,
まにお選びください。
those feelings alone are important. I humbly submit that you trust them.
つまらぬものをよこされて桜子殿が嫌がるようなことはないだろうか
I mean, this is a good way to phrase it. He's just give her what you think is best and he'll communicate your intentions. Cause it's like, shit, man, I don't know. Shit, man, I don't know if she likes these. But man, she's probably not gonna take it well no matter what. You won't be super happy about it. Alright. You don't think she'll be put off if I choose poorly?
ご懸念無用と存じます。自
I
分ごとき凡
I
具に
don't believe you need to
尊
worry
き方の
yourself
ご
on
器
that
量な
account,
ど
your
測れ
grace.
るもので
Yeah,
はご
no
ざいませ
kidding.
んが、
Though it's hardly my place to judge the character of lords and ladies.
かの姫君であれば、必ずや、贈り物とともに、殿下のご厚情をも受け取
From
ら
what
れる
I've
ことで
seen
あ
of
り
Lady
ましょう。
Sakurako, I'm certain she'll accept not only your gift, but also the feelings it represents.
そうか
Stay abstract. Good plan, Kageaki.
そうだなありがとうあなた
Thank you, Arata.
なんだか迷いが晴れた
You've been a great help.
は
Your Grace. I bow deeply. His gratitude again makes me uncomfortable, but I do my best to set the feeling aside. What matters is that I've managed to ease this gentle lord's burden. My task done, we'll call this a charming diversion and get back to the real mission.
よし決めたやっぱり
Decided.
花にしておく
Flowers it is.
結構かと。
A fine choice.
では頼むぞ、新
It's
た
up。to you now, Arata.
は
Your Grace. Wait,
桜子殿のもとへしかと届けてくれ。
you'll see my gift to the lady, won't you?
殿下。そういったものは、ご自身でお渡しになられた方がよろしいかと存じます。
These things are best done in person, Your Grace.
それ
That
は
may be.
そうなのだろうが。
He's like, oh no, it's awkward.
ここで臆されてはなりません。
This is the time for courage.
いや、
But. He seems hesitant, but not for lack of nerve.
殿下。
Your Grace.
そうしたいのは山々だけど、僕が世がそれをすれば大事になる。
I want to. I do, but I'm the Lord of Rokuhara. It would be unwise. True. I suppose I have no choice. In for a penny, as they say.
かしこまりました。死者の
Understood, Your
身、
Grace.
謹んで受けたまわります。
I shan't fail you.
やってくれるか。
You'll do it?
はして、贈り物は、
Of course. Shall I return once you've
ひ
chosen
と
the
ま
gift?
ず出直して参った方がよろしくありましょうか。
いや、
Actually,
実は一つ
I
もう
already have.
選んであるんだ。
He's already chosen his gift. Scene end. When I arrive at the Kyogoku Manor and announce myself a servant of Lord Kuniyuji, here for Lady Sakurako, the woman at the gate is predictably shocked, and I impress upon her the Lord's desire for discretion, knowing as I do it will not be honored. Of course not. Of course not. If you talk to if anyone sees you other than Lady Sakurako, the gossip will get out. It always does. Yes, this was the only logical choice, but while it's certainly better than the Shogun apparent arriving himself with all his retinue in tow, to say nothing of attempting a secret rendezvous, I have little doubt that young Lord Kuniyuji will soon be asked a number of uncomfortable questions. Of course, he knew this would happen and sent me all the same. After a few minutes, I'm shown into a well-appointed room toward the rear of the estate. Lady Sakurako is already there, prostrate, and the place of honor is open. At present, I'm technically Lord Kuniyuji's representative, and it's only natural I be received in this matter. That knowledge does not make me feel any less like a man wearing someone else's skin.
姫、
Hi, lady, I call softly as soon as the door closes. She looks up confused and our eyes meet. Oh my.
どうも。
Our paths seem destined to cross.
本当に。
They do, but why?
ご不審は当然と存じます。
You must find this quite strange. So do I.
簡単に説明させていただきますと、
I should start from the beginning. So back in 1920, when I was just a young lad.
とりあえずお茶でも入れましょうか。
I think I'll put on some tea.
どうぞお続けください。
Do continue.
お構いなく。
Thank you. As it turns out, while the lady works, I briefly relate the story of how I came to be in that courtyard with the heir to Rokuhara. It's a thoroughly fantastic tale, one that I would not for a moment expect her to believe had she not seen the young lord at play. I also take the opportunity to assess the room. Given Lady Sakurako's apparent familiarity with its amenities, it's likely one of her assigned chambers, though probably not the one where she sleeps. And yet the room is perfectly ordinary. No bars on the doors, no soldiers in the garden. It would appear she's kept rather comfortable. She even has some freedom to wander the castle, if our first encounter is any indication. Perhaps such leniency should be surprising, and yet something tells me that Rokuhara does not at all have her comfort in mind. I mean, she can't leave the castle. What was it that Chief Iwata said? They brought her here to keep her out of rebel hands? It may be true, but I suspect they also want those rebels to make the attempt to free her. After all, what better way to expose them? Rokuhara's logic is simple. They don't need to keep her under guard. Either way, there's no escaping this castle. Save the expense then. Make her bait instead, and when the time comes, catch them all. A cunning lot. Damnably so.
そうですか。
I see, so that's why...
はい。我ながら、
Yes, believe me,
出過ぎた振る舞いをしたものです。
I'm well aware I overstepped my bounds. The exhaustion behind her answering smile tells me that she wholeheartedly agrees. I sip my tea. The bitter taste spreads into my tongue. Pleasant and tinged with melancholy.
ともあれ、その件で殿下の知遇を賜り、こたびこうして死者の役目を与えられたという次第です。
Be that as it may, I continue, setting the bowl down, I seem to have earned Lord Kuniuji's esteem, enough at least for him to trust me with a message.
死者
A message? She looks at the object beside me for the first time, though she must have noticed it before. A cluster of flowers arranged in a vase. I pick it up and set it between us.
国氏殿下より姫へ
From His Grace Lord Kuniuji, by his will, a token of... I stop. There is protocol for these matters, but protocol is not what will transmit His Grace's intent. After a moment, I settle on a simpler description.
贈り物でございます。
A gift, my lady.
これを
You picked these?
は
Yes. The purple flowers resemble smear violets, until one notices the difference in the shape of petal and stem. This breed is not well known in Yamato, and I lean forward, thinking to explain, but the lady preempts me with a curious tilt of her head.
アラセイト
Mathiola?
ご明察。
I'm impressed.
写真でしか見たことがありませんでした。本物はこんな色をしていますのね。
I've only seen photographs. I had no idea they were purple.
赤や白の種もあると聞き及びます。
I'm also told they come in red and white.
そう
A species native to the south of Europe, Mathiola, also known as stock, was prized in antiquity for its medicinal qualities. I don't actually know what Mathiola is. Like many medicinal plants, it has a strong smell, not suffocating, but heady if inhaled too deeply.
この花が咲くのは春先ではありませんでし
As
た。
I recall, these only bloom in early spring?
はい。これは城内の職人が育てた早咲きです。
Correct, these are a special strain grown in the castle.
そんなものが
Why these?
国氏殿下の大母君、楊徳院様がこの花を痛く好まれているとか。
It appears Lord Kuniuji's grandmother, the lady of Yotoku Temple, has a particular fondness for this species. A question flickers in her eyes.
殿下が好まれて育てさせたものではないのですね。
Then these aren't from His Grace's own garden?
は姫にお送りするため、楊徳院様に買うてもらい受けてこられたようです。
No, he convinced the Grand Matron to part with them for this occasion.
わざわざ
He wanted these flowers?
この花を選んで
These ones in particular. It would seem so, doesn't it? She falls silent, her gaze brushing the petals. I sense she's searching her memories. I wait quietly, she doesn't need my assistance.
確かアラセイトの花言葉は
Mathiola are said to symbolize...
永遠の美しさ、愛着、
eternal beauty, attachment, and happiness.
他に、未来へ進む力、思いやり、
Correct, as well as
No,
compassion
gozaimasu
and hope
taka.
for the future. Flowers vary in their significance by culture. In modern times, this has led to individual flowers having a wide range of possible meanings.
未来へ進む力、
Hope for the future and compassion?
それが殿下から私への下さり物。
A message sent by his own hand.
は、
Yes?
厚かましいと、お
Do you
思い
think
にな
him
られますか。
presumptuous? Her almond eyes widen. The question is frightfully indelicate, but the surprise only lasts for a moment and then fades. Perhaps she has recalled Ichijo's display.
ええ、
I do.
至極当然のことと存じます。
I can't fault that.
勝者は頭を下げて和を願い、幾ばくかの矜持を失っても残るものはまだ多くありましょう。
For the victor, it's easy to seek reconciliation. He loses his pride, but still has his victory. But we
戦った。
we only have our pride, and
矜持
without
以
it,
外
we're
に何も
nothing.
ないのです。
理解できます。
I understand. Truly, it's the warrior's
なら
way. Then you understand, I cannot.
殿下もそれは
So
ご
does
承
his
知の
grace.
上です。
殿下が
Then why?
憂慮しておられました。これは自分の勝手ではないかと。
He was terribly afraid, milady. Afraid it was arrogance which drove him.
それでも殿下は自分を使わすご決断を下されました。そのご心中を
And still, he chose to
忖
send
度
me
す
to
ること
you.
が許されるのであれ
If
ば、
I might offer my most humble estimation,
おそらく殿下は勝者たる足利一門の家長としてではなく、姫と同じところにあるものとして この花をお送りしたかったのでは
I'd
ない
like
か
to
と
submit that he did
愚行
so
いたします。
not as Lord of Ashikaga, but as a person living beneath the same sky.
同じところ。
Same sky.
アラセイトウの花言葉には同
Flower
情
has
も
one
ござ
more
いま
meaning.
す。
Sympathy.
聞きようによっては耳障りのよろしくない言葉ですが、殿下は口座から手を差し伸べているのではなく、姫の隣に立っているのだと。
It's not a word that is
どうかご
always
理解いただけ
pleasing
ま
to
せん
the
か。
ear. Wherever I ask, you try to see him not reaching down from his throne, but walking toward you to stand by your side. It's a tall order, to say the least. Nothing I say can change the fact there exists a vast gulf of power between them. The lady does not dismiss me out of hand. She gazes at the flowers, thinking. Is she remembering what she saw in the courtyard that day? For an instant, I seem to glimpse a boy's flushed cheeks reflected in her eyes.
新田
If
さ
I
ん、
may.
は
Of course.
国吉殿下はどのようなお方でしょうか。
What's he like, His Grace?
自分もあれこれと語るほどには存じ上げません。先日、姫も居合わされましたあの折と、
Well,
今
you
日
know
こちらへ
him a
参
little
り
better
ます
than
前にお会いしたのとが、
I
面識
do.
のすべてでありますゆえ、
Aside from the encounter in the courtyard, which you witnessed, we've only spoken once, and that was this morning.
そうですか。
Oh.
ただ、そればかりの縁故しかない自分を、姫への使者として立てられた。
Even though he hardly knows me, he gave me this task. Like, Kageaki's obviously trying to impress that basically the king, the shogun doesn't have anyone around him.
立てねばならなかった。
Yeah, there we go. He lays it out directly.
そういうお立場の方で
There
は
was
ご
no
ざ
one
いま
else
す。
he could ask. I've said all that is proper, the facts and nothing more. There is more that could be said, of course. I have my own thoughts regarding the boy, his present and potential. They have no place here. My purpose is not to win her over. She must reach the truth herself for it to have any meaning. And it doesn't take long.
寂しい方なのでしょうか。
You think he's lonely?
玉座は一人で出すものなれば、傍らに人がおらぬは道理かと。
A throne may only seat one, my lady. There's no space beside him for another.
思いやり、同情、
Compassion, sympathy,
未来へ進む
and
力。
hope for the future.
孤独で肌寒い道のりなら、せめて友を得て歩もうと。
Roads we walk are cold and
そう
dark.
望みなのか
Let's
しら。
at least walk them together. Is that what His Grace desires? I bow my head in solemn reply. To walk together won't be easy. The powers that be will surely punish them for this. But if they choose to join hands, even so, at least they'll not be alone, and the world will be just a little less cold. I can't see the lady's thoughts. Perhaps she still thinks of him as her enemy. If so, there's nothing I can do. But is it so? She saw him there in the courtyard. She touched for a moment the part of his soul, and surely...
新田さん、
Do you take His Grace a message?
は
Of course.
受けたまわります。
It seems I'm destined to be a go-between. So be it. At least they're not having a fight.
不堕落の日々は岩の上で休む心地。
It is cold here like sleeping atop a flat stone.
私の身を思いやってくださるのなら、どうか
If you wish
苔
to
の
warm
衣をお貸しくださ
I
い。
would welcome a robe of moss. Without a mirror, I have no way of knowing the expression that seizes my face at that moment. I can only guess from the lady's muffled giggle it's a very amusing indeed. A robe of moss is a euphemism for the sort of threadbare clothing an itinerant monk might wear. In this case, however, the phrase calls to
よ
mind,
ろしくて。
word for word, if you please.
姫、
My
殿
lady,
下はまだ、
His
その、
Grace is still quite
Walk.
young.
このくらいはしても、罰は当たりませんでしょ
I can't be blamed for having a little fun, can I?
は
I suppose not. I feel a stab of pity for the boy. The lady, as it turns out, has an impish streak. Alright. We're playing messenger. From Ono no Komachi to the priest Henjo. How cold it is to rest upon this stone. Lend me your robe of moss, I pray.
五千和歌集にございます。
It's from Gosen Wakashu, Your Grace.
う。あ
He needs no further explanation. Every noble in Yamato, from the time they can read, learns the classic anthologies of poetry as a matter of course. I wait 3 seconds.
あ。は
And then catch the Lord of Yamato when he falls. Henjo's reply. I have but one robe to shield me from sin. Should you desire its warmth, let us lie down together. Well, isn't that lewd? How lewd. Now we're delivering romantic poetry.
とまあ、うまく収まったような気がする。
It went as well as could be hoped,
何
though
や
I
らあの
suspect
少年、
the boy may
別
have
の
bitten
苦労
off
を背
more
負い
than he
込む
can
ことに
chew.
なりそうだが。
そう。
Oh. Muramasa's response is perfunctory. She sounds like she couldn't care less. Probably doesn't. I somewhat expected that. Still, the cold vibrations in my skull seem to carry an undercurrent of fatigue.
そちらはどうだ？
How's the search?
一通りは見回り完了。苦労したけどね。蜘蛛の巣みたいな警備網に引っかからないように。
I've been just about everywhere. Had to work for it, though. They've got security like a spider's web out here. It must have been tight if a spider had trouble getting through. I'm not surprised. This is Futaraku.
それで、
What did you find?
反応なし。この城に銀星号はいない。卵もね。
Ginsego isn't here, and neither are any of their eggs.
そうか。
I see. The result is disappointing to say the least. Aoi's last words, which pointed us towards Rokuhara, are the first concrete lead we've had since our hunt for Ginsego began. But Futaraku, enormous though it may be, is not the whole of Rokuhara. There are shogunate facilities all across Yamato, the 4 Kanto district headquarters foremost among them. We crossed one possibility off the map, and in that sense I tell myself, well, it's a good start. You just have to search the whole country, you know, like you were already doing.
ならばあとは、親王殿下の命を果たすだ
All
け
that's
だ。
left is to finish our mission. Muramasa vanishes without a word, though I hear plenty in her silence. Tomorrow, after the performance, will bring this to an end. Like, perfect timing, Muramasa, let's get out of here.
我々も
We've been invited?
ええ
Yes. She seems almost as surprised by this as I.
交換の方々だけではなく万所と門中所に勤務の者は全て参加を許されると
The general has announced
日
everyone
頃
in
の苦
Thief
労をねぎらいたいと
And
同心入道様が仰せであるとか
has permission to attend, a reward for our faithful service.
参加を許される。
Permission to attend?
事実上の命令です
It's an order,
やはり
of course. Such is the life of a bureaucrat.
理由を用意して辞退することも無理で
It
はあり
might be
ません
possible
が
to arrange an excuse.
怪しまれるだけでしょ
No, that would invite
う。承知
suspicion.
しました。
We'll be there.
構わないな。
Are you alright with that, Ichijo?
はい。
Yep. We plan to use the time to complete our preparations, but no matter. We're not actually trying to kill Lord Kuniyuji. As long as we have our escape route, we'll be fine.
服装はこのままでよろしいのでしょうか。
Should we attend as we are?
まあそれが無難かと同心様は私服でも苦しからずと仰せですが
That would be the safest choice, though the general did say that casual dress would be permitted.
舞台が長時間にわたるようなら、確かに私服の方が楽ではあります。
It might be wise to take him up on that if it's going to be a long program. A traditional no program, that is, one that includes a play from each of the 5 categories, is a highly substantial affair. It generally runs from morning to night and tests the stamina of the audience as well as the actors. So, like, a 16-hour play? Damn. Well, I guess it's 5 plays, so... 5, like, 3 or 5 3-hour plays. Alright, seems reasonable. But as that would mean shutting down the castle for a day, it's unlikely to be what we're in store for here.
番組はどのような？
What's the program?
能2番合間に狂言1番のようです
2 plays of No with a Kyogen interlude?
それなら5時間
So
程度で
5
しょう。
hours, give or take?
5時間。
5 hours? Ichijo sounds nonplussed by the prospect, and I'm not surprised. Unlike me, I'd rather prefer sitting. This girl needs a constant outlet for her energy. The thought of 5 hours spent idle in one spot seems to have already sapped her spirit.
私服にしておくか。
Maybe you should
い
change.
くらかは楽になる。
You'll be more comfortable.
あ、いえ、
No, I'm
大
fine.
丈夫です。
無理はするな。
You don't need to prove
そこ
anything.
で体力を消耗されて
Save
も
your
困る。
strength for later. For us, the main event comes after.
平気です。幕府の催しに私服で参加するのってなんか嫌ですし。
I'll be fine, really. He lowers her voice to a whisper. And it wouldn't feel right dressing like normal for some Rokuhara bullshit.
そうか。
As always, Ichijo is a slave to her convictions. But so be it. If that obstinance will see her through the performance, I have no cause to criticize her.
して、曲目は
What will be performed?
それが発表されていないのです
They haven't
2番
said.
目ものと4番目ものの2番立てであるとしか
All we
知
know
ら
is
され
that
て
they'll
い
be
ま
from
せ
the
ん
second and fourth categories.
修羅物と雑能ですか。しかし、曲目を明かさないというのはまた。
A warrior
No
play
sé.
followed by a madness play. But why would they keep it a secret?
さあ他でもない古賀中将様のことです何かまた奇抜なことを考えていらっしゃるのかも
Haven't a clue. This is General Yusa we're talking about. He must have something up his sleeve. From the way she shrugs her shoulders, it must be true what they say about the general. Despite his priestly attire having a penchant for the unorthodox, not that his inviting a few hundred petty bureaucrats was not indication enough. No wonder they call him a Basara.
ではお支度を開演までそれほど間がありません
Now please get ready. There's not much time before it starts.
了解しました。
Understood. Alright. 5-hour play where he's gonna pull something, right? We're seated along with the other scribes in the middle seating area. These are, as befits our station, the worst seats in the house. As the Mitsuke Bashira gazing pillar obstructs a full view of the stage. I see. The better seats are all still empty, save for a rather large man who I take to be Yusa Doshin. Strange, the audience traditionally enters in ascending order of rank. Perhaps he felt as host he should be first. I take a moment to assess his wardrobe. In addition to a hitatare of stylish cut, he's wearing a deep blue headdress. That largely conceals his face. I have to wonder what it's for. Isn't this suspicious?
あ、
You see
姫
that?
様。
何
Who?
影明さん、あれ
There. I look to where the honored guests have begun their entrance. A young woman dressed plainly walks in their midst. Okabe Sakurako. The general invited her too?
この間より
She looks
少し元気そうです。
better.
うん。
She does. Though I have a good guess as to why and keep it to myself. Instead, taking in the lady's appearance, a splash of color has caught my eye. And there, set against her hair, is a single purple flower.
そうか。
I see.
何か
See what?
いや、
Nothing, nothing. Once the lords, ladies, and officers are seated, one area remains empty directly fronting the stage. There's only one party for whom it can be. Soon a third procession enters the theater and marches towards the open space. This one is even more grandiose than the last, largely due to the ladies and guards attending the boy who preceded them. The future ruler of Yamato appears to take no pleasure in his station. He leads his retinue down the aisle one somber step at a time. And then he seems to sense something, perhaps a stare that's different from the others. He turns, and there he sees her. His eyes go wide, and he, like everyone else, was not expecting her to be there. He blinks in disbelief and looks again closer. In a moment, his surprise vanishes and his face lights up with joy. He saw it too. The splash of purple accentuating or accenting her beauty. A piece of the gift he gave her. She meets his gaze and smiles softly. A single thread seems to join the two across the faceless throng.
ん
The program begins. First, a play of the second category. In these warrior plays, as they're called, the protagonist is the spirit of a famous hero seeking peace in the afterlife. There are a dozen or so established plays in this category, with Tomonaga and Atsumori being the two most famous. The question is, which will this be? The story begins in the town of Uji. A wandering priest, weary from the road, stops to rest and take in the view.
これは。
This scene.
どうしました
Something wrong? An old man happens upon the priest, and they spend some time discussing the sights. Then he leads the priest to Byodoin Temple. Interesting. It's dialogue, but it's completely silent here. Come, Reverend, come. This is hallowed ground. Byodoin, where dwelleth the Amida Buddha. It starts as a low murmur that ripples outward through the ranks. Nobody speaks above a whisper, but none can contain their surprise. Even the few who stay silent have the question in their eyes. Why? Why this play? Amidst the growing disquiet, General Yusadoshin alone remains calm, an island in a storm-tossed sea. Behold this beauty, truly a sight, and what is this here upon the grass? A patch worn in the likeness of a fan, such strange sights the gods provide. I find my eyes fixed on the lady Sakurako. Her own gaze wanders, seeking purchase first to the lord Kuniyuji and then to Yusadoshin. The former, however, has none to offer, and from the latter there's no reply. Bereft, her eyes return to the stage. This is where that warrior fell. Genzanmi Yorimasa, scion of the Genji, defeated in battle by those he once served. Upon this ground he spread his fan to drink the blood that would flow from his veins.
Yorimasa?
Yorimasa?
Oh,
Yes.
頼政ってあれですか？源頼朝が挙兵する前に以仁王の領事を受けて兵士と戦ったけど負けて死んだっていう。
As in Minamoto no Yorimasa, the guy who fought the Heike and lost, then committed suicide?
そうだ。玄山
Yes.
見頼政。
Also known as Genzanmi Yorimasa.
これは彼を主役とした能だ。しか
Display is
し、
his story,
なぜ
but why would the general choose it?
何かおかしいんですか？
Something wrong?
考えてもみろ。
Think about it.
三味で頼
Sanmi
政だ。
Yorimasa.
誰を連想する？
Who does that remind you of? Exactly. Lady Sakurako's father was Okabe Yoritsuna, and his court title, Danjoin, carried the rank of Yu Sanmi, the same as Yorimasa's. He was also a descendant of the Genji, that is, the Minamoto clan, and again, like Yorimasa, died fighting the rulers of his time. As allegories go, it's the opposite of subtle.
偶然とは思えん。
What is he trying
こ
to
の
do?
久保、何を考えて。
The land remembers he who passed here. It left this mark to recall his deeds. Thus it's known as the Garden of the Fan. The whispers have begun to die down. Inappropriate as it is to the setting, this play was chosen by the general himself, and no one will dare complain. As silence returns to the audience, the majestic chorus grows to fill the space. We stand at the edge of the traveler's rest, at the bound between this world and the next. Here I've waited as years pass me by, guarding this bridge without word nor deed. But you, good reverend, I reveal my name. Know me, the spirit of Yorimasa, and now I depart on the breath of the wind. Now I depart on the breath of the wind.
嫌がらせなんじゃないですか？わざわざ姫様を呼んでこんなの聞かせるなんて。
You think he's having fun, seeing how she'll react?
かもしれんが。
Maybe. Would a man in the general's position arrange this just to play a cruel joke? It seems exceedingly petty. Following a brief intermission, the performance continues. The old man, revealed as Yorimasa's ghost, has vanished, and upon hearing Yorimasa's tale from a local village, the priest prays for the departed warrior's soul. That night as he sleeps, the bloodshed that day rivaled ancient Julu. Red waves washed on our shields as blades sang on bone. To see those waves break on the banks of fair Uji, how sublime the world of man. When the actor playing Yorimasa re-enters the stage, he's wearing the mask that's named for this role. It's the face of a man haunted by grief, by regret for battles and comrades lost. Yorimasa glides to center stage, his presence swelling to fill the space, and then he begins to dance. How strange. A man dressed as a priest, yet armored for war, asking me to speak a prayer. You must be the spirit of Yorimasa, the Lord Genzanmi. Zanmi, am I mistaken? No garden can hide a flower of crimson, you see me true, my soul laid bare. Now please, good reverend, chant your verse.
見事なものだ。
Magnificent. I'm not an expert on no, by any means, but even I can see this actor is a master of his craft. Each step, each gallant sweep of his fan rings with a warrior's power. And his voice, I've heard nothing like it. Other actors have impressed me with their rhythm and tone, but none have ever infused their technique with such pathos. The strains of his sorrow grip my heart as if I were the warrior fated to die. Who is this man who weaves such beauty? If I had to guess, I'd place him a disciple of the Congo school. Riding hard from the border, His Highness, exhausted, fell 6 times before reaching Byoduin. There, Yorimasa set aside a place of rest and ordered the planks removed from the bridge. In their place, he set his banners while the Uji frothed and roiled, white above, white below the foe on approach. The second act of Yorimasa focuses on reenacting the battle which sealed his fate. As such, it does little to directly convey what the warrior felt in the moment. And yet no one in the audience need wonder what drove the man Yorimasa to fight. We can see it, his pain, his hope, his despair. Yorimasa is there right before our eyes. At the apex of his craft, the actor is the man. Soon the brave warriors of Genji and Heike faced each other across the foam. Their cries shook the air and the hiss of their arrows, all joined by the roar of the river, this mighty clamor, the music of war. Lady Sakurako's eyes are open wide, mouth covered by one trembling hand. Does she see her father there upon the stage? And now Yorimasa, as if for her ears alone, launches into a paean to his gallant foe. This general's name was Tawara Tadatsuna. He was a scion of the Ashikaga clan. He lifted his banner and with booming voice cried, "The prize of honor shall be mine!" And with 300 horse charged into the river. They came like goose flocks chased from the water, the thunder of hooves, the beating of wings. At last the waves had met their match. I see him now, the valorous Tadatsuna, clad in his mighty tsurugi. The sky is his rightful domain, and yet he does not take flight. He strides, sword gleaming, into the blood-choked Uji and rallies his men to charge. Well, that would be hilariously one-sided. Okay. Must be rebelling for a very good reason if you're doing a cavalry charge against a tsurugi. Because remember, you can hose a tsurugi with bullets and cannon fire, and they kind of just shrug it off. Unless it's like a fuck ton of bullets. So, yeah, cavalry is gonna be like, because it's gonna bounce off. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. Shit, alright. It's been said that no is magic, then, on this stage. If their art is worthy, men have the power to create worlds out of empty air. I just gotta say, you know, the worse your odds are, especially if you're fighting tsurugi in this setting, if you ever rebel and you don't have tsurugi, you gotta be in a really bad spot. Or have a crazy courage to think you can win, or that it's worth trying. Alright, I'm now bearing witness to the pinnacle of art, to a battle that took place 7 centuries ago, 100 leagues from here. Or perhaps to a battle that took place just last spring, over Inawashiro in Aizu. To his men, Tadatsuna commanded, "Look to where the water whirls, there lie the rocks to bar our passage. Stand our stoutest horse upstream to shield their brethren from the river's wrath. Let those who fall take hold of your bows, and together we'll bridge this flood." And without a single man lost, the Heike forded the Uji. Yorimasa's last defense had failed, the enemy's ranks surged like the tide. One by one his men go to their deaths, and among them are 2 of his own sons. At last the old warrior stands alone. And here it ends. And here it ends. He spreads his fan upon the grass, and doffs his armor, draws his sword, and kneeling speaks his parting verse. The buried tree will never blossom, yet still it reaches towards the light. There was never any hope, he says, yet nor was there a choice beyond to fight and die. The dream ends. Yorimasa is gone. And as the actors leave the stage, only the sound of a bereaved daughter's weeping echoes in the silence. On the stage, the Kyogen interlude has begun. The piece is Fusenai Kyo, in which a bumbling priest goes to great lengths trying to collect a donation for the funeral he performed. Like a cup of tea following a rich meal, these light-hearted antics form a perfect contrast with the powerful displays we witnessed, giving us time to reflect and digest. Isn't that
Yorimasa ではないか。
Yorimasa? Sensing a disturbance in the crowd, we turn to look. The master thespian who just defined the role of Yorimasa for a generation has appeared in the audience, still in full costume. What's he doing? Nobody seems to have expected this. Several guards rush to take his measure. Before he lays a hand on him, the guards suddenly freeze and then back away as if having encountered an actual ghost. The actor continues his procession unimpeded, gliding forward with the same majestic grace he displayed to such effect on the stage. His destination soon becomes clear, and he's headed for Lady Sakurako. 2 officers from Lord Kyogoku's party rise, but these, like the guards, are shortly cowed. They release their swords and, bowing deeply, part to let the man pass. At last, Yorimasa stands before the lady. With slow, deliberate motions, he sheds his robe, doffs his headdress, and lifts a hand to his mask. Yusatoshin? Impossible. He's sitting right... Of course not. He's wearing a mask. Who is that? The guests near the bizarrely dressed man all shrink back in disbelief, but no one demands he account his presence. They recognize him. A man known in this castle, but not to the public. Who could he be? In any case, the general must have enlisted him as his double. It was him sitting there all along. Obviously, we never even saw the guy's sprite. Come on. We didn't see his face, we didn't see his sprite. We saw a man in an outfit sitting in his spot. That was pretty obvious. I was assuming he wasn't there and, like, it might be a trap or some shit.
いやいや、驚かせてしまったか。
My apologies, lady. I hope I didn't shock you too badly.
すまんの桜子殿。いかぬいかぬと分かってはおるのだが、わしは元来こういう真似が好きでな。
I tried to stop myself, truly I did, but mischief is engraved in these bones, you see.
この少年、この年になってはもういかんともならぬわ
Do say you'll forgive an old man
年
his
寄りの
foibles.
戯れと思うて、どうか水に流してくだされ。
So, based on their impressions and the fact that he's playing him, this is like him being as insulting as possible, I take it. As he not only is he playing the play, choosing the play as basically an insult to Lady Sakurako, but he also played her father, the person he killed. It's like double insulting, right? He's like, look, I'm gonna be this dramatic person. That seems to be the impression I'm supposed to get. I think that's the impression I'm supposed to get, right? The lady has still not recovered from her surprise, which she shares, to one degree or another, with every member of the audience. Who could have imagined the governor of Koga would take the stage himself?
能楽も武家のたしなみとはいえ。
No has traditionally been a pastime of warriors.
どこまでふざけてんだ
I told you.
あの坊
He
主
gets off on fucking with people. Ichijo's voice is quite a bit louder than I'd like, though no one within earshot seems to mind. They likely agree with her appraisal of the general.
同心入道様
Reverend Dushin on the stage.
あな
That
た
was you.
があの頼政を
It was.
そんな
But why?
どうして
拙い芸で頼綱公の誉れまで怪我してしまったかの。
Has my poor talent dishonored your Lord Father's memory?
そのようなこ
Not
と
at
は
all. It
ご
was
ざい
a
ません
magnificent performance.
おお、
Wonderful.
他ならぬ桜子殿にお
I could
褒め
hope
い
for
た
no
だけ
higher
るとは
praise.
なんと嬉しや。
The warrior priest claps his hands with joy, but the lady's bewilderment only deepens. And no wonder, yes, the performance was magnificent, as close to perfection as any I've witnessed. What neither the lady nor I can fathom is how Yusadoshin accomplished this. His skill is no surprise, the general's known for his artistic talents. But the emotion in his performance, the authenticity of it, where did that come from? How can a man who's crushed countless foes, who stands at the apex of power in Yamato, speak so poignantly about how it feels to die amid defeat?
おお、
By
桜
my
子殿。
lady.
聞けば、閣老らのたびたびの諮問に何も答えられぬとか。
I'm told you've been less
こと
than
に先
cooperative
の
with
戦
my
に関する
officers.
話となると、
When it comes to
貝のよう
particulars
な
about the
だん
war.
まりぶり。
In particular, you never say a word.
それは
Reverend I.
いや、お気持ちはわかり申すぞ。敗者は口を閉ざすもの。
Oh, I understand, I do. The tongue wishes to speak of the fallen, of who they were and what they aspired to accomplish.
口を開けば己の断りがこぼれ出る。だが戦い敗れた後で断りを語って何になろう。負け犬の遠吠えよ。潔からぬことよと笑われ。
So is this
かえ
his,
って
is this
断り
his
を汚す
attempt?
ばかりではない
Is
か。
this his attempt to get her to provide him with information? That could be what this whole setup was for. In defeat, what are such words but the whine of a beaten dog? What will they earn you but pity and scorn? True to your heart as they may be, to give them voice would diminish all that your comrades fought for.
それではメイドの同
And how will
胞
you
に
face
申し
them
訳
then?
が立たぬ。
No?
であろう、姫。
Lady Sakurako stares up at him, stunned. Every word was as if she herself spoke them to us mere days ago. And suddenly the general looks up and takes in the room.
聞いておったか、ご一同。桜子姫が領袖の身に甘んじ、口を閉ざして生きながらえておられるわ。
Did you hear that,
負
all of
け
you?
を恥じるからでも、世を拗ねているからでもない。
You've wondered at her silence. Is it shame, you ask? Has she turned her back on the world? It would be a petty gesture
黙
indeed.
して生きることこそが、敗れ死んだ者の名誉を守る道であるからじゃ。
Well, I'm here to tell you you're
Wakaranaka.
wrong.
た
She
と
holds
え
her
命
silence
妙がな女よと世
because
のあざけりを買おうとも
It's the only way to preserve the honor of the fallen. Do you see each time you look at her and say shameless? She should have had the good grace to die.
それは反面潔く果てし者どもへの称賛となる恥を忘れた風に振る舞う女の姿を見るたび人々は岡部の高き者の負を思い出すであろう
You are by definition praising those who did die. The sight of her, brazen cling to life, forces each and every one of you to remember Yoritsuna and his brave few.
姫は岡部の名を汚さず後世へ残すため己を捨て石とされておる
And thus she, in essence, sacrificed herself that the deeds of her clan may never be forgotten. Is it true? Is that the lady's intent? It must be. It makes perfect sense. That's the truth of her resolve. She kept it hidden all this time, beneath a mask that not even Ichijo could tear away. That no one could, save for you, Sadoshin. What perception, what insight, no matter. No wonder the man is so feared.
あの父にしてこの娘ありさすがは天下に知られた頼綱公じゃ子女への薫陶はしからずキリンからドバは生まれぬもの
A great man, Lord Yoritsuna. How do we know? Look at his daughter. See his greatness reflected in her. He raised her with care, and now she repays him by honoring his legacy.
我らも核あらねばならぬ
You see where
よ
these?
いか皆の衆
We must all strive to follow his example.
岡部を手本として一族を訓育せい部門の清水など所詮は時の運我が六原の映画もいつかは終わりを迎えようその折に見苦しき振る舞いがあってはならぬ
Ask yourselves as you lead your houses into the future how Okabe would conduct himself, and let us remember the truth that was spoken, that all who rise must fall, and one day Rokuhara's time will come. When it does, I expect each and every one of you to acquit yourselves magnificently.
散る時は花と散ろうぞたとえそれが埋もれ木の幻の花であってもの
It's how warriors die, yeah?
散
And
った
though our
後に
seeds may die,
実がなることもあろうて
may lie buried deep, perhaps one day they will blossom as his did. I assume we're waiting for the second phase of the play to start. Reverend Doshin. As one, the audience bows to the floor and looses a shout of assent. I join them, and so does Ichijo when I remember to grab her.
目立つだろ
We're trying not to stand out, remember?
すみません
I understand how she feels. I too would not bow if it weren't essential to our disguise. Though at the same time, it's hard to deny the general's words have struck a chord in my heart. Now he turns to the one person in the stadium who hasn't lowered his head.
不吉なことを申し上げましたかな
Give me
殿
your
下
grace.
お許しあれ
I shouldn't speak so lightly of defeat.
いや謝るには及ばぬ
Reverend, don't apologize. The young lord's face is flushed, not from anger, but the opposite.
よくぞ申した同心坊この城闇夜に灯明を得た心地である
Your words are a light in the darkness, thank you.
過分なるお言葉
You're
妙
much
利
too
につき
kind.
申す
The governor bows deeply to his lord and returns his attention to Lady Sakurako. A light in the darkness, I have no doubt those words were spoken truly. It's a treacherous path the boy has chosen to walk hand in hand with the trader's daughter, but perhaps with an ally like Yusa Doshin, it will not be impossible after all.
桜子殿お覚悟のほどは誠に立派と存ずる我ら六原決して姫の邪魔立てはいたさぬ
My lady, know I have the utmost respect for your resolve, and know that Rokuhara shall respect it as well.
黙して生き続け父君の誇りを守られるがよろしかろ
Live on, keep your silence, and honor your father's memory.
はい
I will.
うだがの我らは岡部を語りたい
Know that also that we wish to honor him too.
かような傑物がおったと我らとはついに道を違え弓引き合う間柄とはなりしも
Because your father
決
was
し
a
て
great
邪念
man.
はなく私欲もなく
And though our differences ended sadly on the field of battle, there was never any hatred between us.
ただ己の正道を貫かんがため勝てぬと知った戦いにあえて臨み見事に散っていった
He fought for what
そ
he
んな
believed
英
was
雄
right.
がおったのだと
Even knowing that he could not win, he died like a warrior, like a hero.
子々孫々に語り伝えたいのよ今日この鈍牛目が不出来な舞を見せたのもそのた
The
め
world should know he was here, hence my bumbling performance this eve.
桜子殿はご存知かなわし
Did
と
you know that
頼
your
綱
father and I
公が
served
肩を
together?
並べて共に戦ったこともあったと
No idea.
あれはもう35年も前になろう
Oh
か
yes, we fought the Russians
ロシ
together.
ア相手の大戦の折
Something like 35 years ago now it was?
わしらは かの乃木将軍の陣中におった。
He served under General
亡き
Nogi.
殿もおられたぞ。
My late Lord Moriyuji was there too.
3人とも
Of course,
当
back
時は
then,
新米の陸軍士官に過ぎなかったがの、
we were just freshly commissioned lieutenants who didn't know our asses from our elbows.
今でも夢に見るわ。
Poor
難
Arthur.
攻不落の龍春要塞。
I still see it in my dreams.
玄関の中、ラッパを合図に兵が突撃してゆくたび、一面の凍土が血肉で煮える。
Men charging through the biting cold, torn to pieces by enemy guns, limbs scattered across the
積
tundra.
み重なるのは友軍のムクロばかり。戦火は一かけらも手にできず、
Every day, hundreds more of our comrades dead, and not a scratch on those blasted walls to show for it.
竜騎兵の爆撃も効果はなく、かえって撃墜され、弾薬を地上の味方へとばらまく始末。
Even our dragoons and their bombs did little. The Russians kept cutting them down, scattering their payloads over our lines
地
instead.
獄であったのう。三人で
Yes,
そ
it
の
was
地獄を眺めたわ。
And the three of us were mired in it.
わしは泣いた。無人にあるまじきことだが、命の儚さ、
I wept, you know,
戦
to my
の無情
everlasting
さが
shame.
胸に染みて、
The
涙
fragility
が
of life,
止まらな
the
かった。
horrors of battle. It was more than I could bear.
重太郎、おう、殿のことだがの、あの頃はそう呼んでおった。重太郎はそんなわしを殴った。
Jutaro, that's
兵
what we
の死
called
に
Lord
涙するなら、
Moriyuji
坊
back
主に
then.
でもなってしまえと。
Jutaro was having none of it. If you want to weep for the fallen, he said, while striking me across the face, you should have become a priest.
頼綱公は何も言わなんだ
And。your father, he said nothing.
黙って眺めておった。
Nothing at all.
あの203高地を。兵が突撃を繰り返し、繰り返しただけ死骸を積み重ねていく丘をただ
As our men threw themselves at the 203-meter hill, as the bodies piled higher and higher, he watched and never turned away.
唇を固く噛みしめ、血をにじませていた。噛み切っておったのだろうな。
I still remember the look on his face, lips pulled back, jaw clenched tight, and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth from where he'd bitten through. Hill 203. Hill 203 is the Japanese-Russian war prior to World War I, right? I assume that's what they're talking about. The fictitious version of that.
だがその後、司令部へ戻り、頼綱公が何を上申したか。
That's right.
桜子殿、わかるかな？
That's the verse, yeah. At that night, he went to the general's tent, and do you know what he said? No?
203高地は観測と砲撃に絶好の場所。これさえ取れば、隙を見てはこちらの制空権を脅かしに来る老城軍の頭へ蓋をしてやることもできる。
He said that
戦
hill
の
is the
流
key
れ
to
が
the
変
city.
わる。
With our spotters and howitzers planted on its summit, we can ground the enemy's dragoons for good. And how goes the air, goes the battle.
故
Okay.
に、今こそあの丘を砲撃するべしと。敵のみならず、友軍もひしめいておるとこ
And
ろ
then he
だ。
recommended a full bombardment of the hill, knowing our own men were still fighting on its flanks.
そんな。
乃木将軍は無論一元のもとに拒絶した。帝の石士を我が方で討てようかと。しかし頼綱公は引き下がらなかった。
General Nogi, of
思えば
course,
強
rejected the
情の太刀は
proposal.
あの頃からであったわ。
I'll not turn my guns on His Majesty's own subjects. But your father, Yoritsuna, he wouldn't take no for an answer. He always was as stubborn as they come.
陛下の石士を無意に死なせてきたわ。今日これまでの閣下である。今日これよりは陛下の石士にウイの死をお与えあれ。
As we speak, His Majesty's subjects are dying for nothing by your order. I submit that you do what is necessary to give their deaths purpose.
将軍に向かって言い放ちおったわ。名族の出とはいえ、
Can you imagine?
一介の将校に過ぎぬ身で
I
な。
born or new, speaking so
呆
to a
れた
general.
胆力よ。
But that was your father.
だがその心情が乃木閣下を動かし、砲撃を決行させ、我が軍勢をしてついに203高地を奪取せしめた。
And General Nogi saw this.
勝負の趨勢は一夜にして覆った。
He gave the order to commence bombardment, and within a day we had taken the hill.
頼綱公はまこと人の生かし方、その本当のところを知っている御人であった。
Even back then, your father knew how to make the most out of a man's sacrifice.
頼綱公
He
は
never told you that?
はい。
No, he never
戦の
spoke of the
話は
wars.
めったにしてくれま
So
せ
as
ん
a
でし
little
た。
girl, I often begged him.
さもあろうさもあろう。要塞陥落の手柄は疑いもなく頼綱公のものであったが、
No.
ご
No,
本
he
人
wouldn't
は
have.
一度たりと誇ることがなかっ
He won the siege for us, you know. But he would have refused the honors if he
た。
could.
むしろ生涯の恥としておった
He hated himself for that, for his
味
role in the
方を
slaughter
討
of
つ
our
がご
men.
ときを将軍に進めたことを悔いてはおらなんだ。
He never regretted it, but he was
しかし
ashamed of it.
恥じておった。そんな御人であったよ。
That's the sort of
姫
man
の
he
父
was.
君は。
父上。
Oh, fuck.
わしはの桜子殿。そんな頼綱公の自責の数々を
I don't want his
埋もれ
story to
さ
be
せてしま
forgotten.
いとうはない。後の世にあの男の生涯を正しく伝え残したい。彼と同じ時代を生きたからにはその責任があると思うの
I
よ。
believe as one who fought both beside and against him, it's my responsibility to ensure that his truth lives on.
構わぬかな、桜子殿。
Will it trouble you, my lady, if we speak
我
where
ら
you
が
cannot?
頼綱公を語っても。
はい。
No, Reverend. Before my eyes, that mighty wall of ice in her heart seems to crack. Will Rokuhara truly take up her burden and give voice to what honor demands she not? A foolish question. The general's already done that with a dance more eloquent than any words could be.
どうぞお好
If
き
it
に。
pleases you? The
どう
warrior
し
priest
にどう
nods
ぞ。
solemnly.
うん、そうか、
Thank you for your
そう
understanding.
か。礼を申す、姫。
No, in truth.
ただ
In truth.
聞くのはつろうございます。今のように私の知らなかった父の姿を
How
聞
to
かさ
hear
れ、
of him like that? A part of his life I never knew.
もう一度父に会いたく。
Makes me wish I could talk to him one more time.
おお、そうであろうの。
Of course, how foolish of me.
すまぬ。泣かせてしもうたな。
I should have been more considerate.
Yoshikyo.
Huh.
My lord. The general, flustered, motions to his page, who's standing behind him. The boy, how long has he been there? Immediately produces a cup and jug.
このような時は酒に限る。桜子殿。
A cup of sake, I think, to take the edge off. Give me a
見
minute
苦しい
myself.
ところ申し訳ございません。
父を思い娘が涙するに何の不思議があろう。何の罪があろう。何も恥じるには及ばぬ。
Daughters
So-
wait for their fathers. It's the way of the world. Your cup? Please drink this alcohol. Become more intoxicated. You can make worse decisions.
はい。
Thank you. Takes the cup. It's larger than average and waits as Doshin fills it from the jug. She lifts it to her lips and tilts it back. The audience watches, holding its breath as Okabe's daughter drains the cup dry. From the lowest scribe to Lord Kuniuji himself, no one can fail to recognize what this is. A symbol, but of what only time will tell.
どうしたものかな。
And now I'm forced to ask, what does this mean for my mission? As a rule, a soldier must never deviate from his orders as long as adherence is possible, but could this be an exception? There's a chance by abandoning my task I might serve the prince better than by completing it? While searching for an answer, I glance at Ichijo. What's wrong?
気分が悪そうだ
You
ぞ。
look ill.
はい。なんか胃のあたり
Yes,
が
there's like
ム
this-
ズムズして。
Churning in my gut.
変なものを
What did
食
you
った
eat?
わけでもあるまい。
そうなんです
Nothing.
け
I don't
ど
know. It's like,
こういう時って
curious, but huddling together like this will only attract attention. I force myself to turn back to the drama unfolding. And as I do, that strange figure catches my eye. Was he looking at us?
行く川の流れは絶えぬ。流れた水は二度と戻らぬ。
The river flows on, never stopping, always leaving something behind.
過ぎ去りし者はいくら惜しんでも帰ってきてはくれぬ。
Sad
世の
truth of our
定めと
world.
は申せ、寂しいことよ。
Though
だ
we
が、
grieve, the departed never
面
return.
影を忍ぶくらいはできようて
But。we can remember them.
それが美しきものであれば、川の流れを正しき方へ向けるしるべと
And
も
if
な
we're
ろ
guided
う。
by those memories, by the beautiful and good, then perhaps we can steer the river on a happier course.
はい。
That guy's the head of their special forces, right? If I recall correctly.
桜子殿、
My lady, I give this
こ
to
れを
you.
受け取られるがよい。
Unless they're reusing the sprite. I thought that's what it was. He returns the jug to his page, and from his sleeve he pulls out the mask, the one he wore on stage.
この頼政面、亡き頼綱公をもってわしが彫った。
I carved this myself in memory of your father.
同心様がお手柄。
You carved it?
うん。拙い手の内ではあるが、
Yes, not a
頼
master's
綱
work
公
by
と
any
の思い
measure.
出の草草を彫
But
り
I
込
like
め
to
た
think
つ
I
もり
put
じ
my
ゃ。
heart into it.
迷惑であれば重ねて
I mean,
進め
you'd
は
do
す
me a
る
great honor
が、
by accepting it as a gift.
姫の手元に置いてくれぬかな。
Of course. Of course I will.
喜んで
Thank you, Reverend.
頂戴いたします。
She seems entranced by the mask. Her fingers glide softly up the curve of its cheek. It does resemble him.
本当に父上のお顔のよ
そう思
Does
わ
it
れるか。
truly?
う。はい。
それは当然
Well,
の
it
こ
should.
と。なぜならその面、
After all,
頼綱の死骸から剥ぎ取った骨で作ったものだから
I
の。
carved it from his bones. I was waiting for that.
なんと
I'm sorry.
なんとおっしゃら
I
れ
don't
ま
think
し
I
た。
heard you. Her voice is brittle like a thin sheet of ice, and in the tiny part of my brain still functioning, I find myself thinking, how ugly she is with the corpse of a smile still clinging to her face. Has the sight of another person ever revolted me so? And I look at him, that smile, that infinite joy, you can see that he has love for all things. His beauty is that of the Buddha itself.
骨じゃ。
I carved it from his bones.
骨。
His...
お主の父君の顔面をな、こ
First I took his face like so. The priest lifts his hands and mimes holding an
う、
object.
ノコギリでギーコギーコと
Then I took a saw and started cutting.
上から下まで切り割って
Right
な
up the center, then I
肉を
peeled
削
off
い
the
で
skin.
それからのみを打つコツ
I got
コ
to work
ツ
with my
コ
chisel.
ツコツと眉間のシワを刻むのに苦労したの舞台に出る折は頭巾に隠れてしまうところだがそういうところこそ手を抜かず仕上げねば全てがダメになってしまうで
The
な
hardest part was the brow, if you can believe it. Now that's hidden on stage by the headdress, so you might ask, why bother? But of course, it's the little details that bring the work together.
あとはいくらか肉付けをし5分と煮皮を塗り重ね彩色をして完成じゃ
And then I rounded out the
い
cheeks
や
of
ー
it,
な
glued
か
the
な
thing
か
together,
骨であったわい
painted on the finishing touches, and voila, a bone-breaking task, let me tell you.
それに比べるとワンの方は楽であったな
The cup was much easier.
こっちは頭蓋の皿を切り取って上に漆を塗っただけだからの
For that, I just
こ
lopped
れも
off the
削
top
っ
of the
て
skull and
整えね
lacquered
ば
it
ならんか
over.
と思っていたが
I
綺
didn't
麗
need
な
any of
形
my
をしていて
polishing
くれて
tools.
助かったわ
It's the perfect natural shape. The cup? You, my father?
父上の
See, I almost thought he was just trying to get information out of her here. They almost got me. They turned her family member into into a mask and cups. At least he's not wasteful. But he clearly didn't do that to preserve materials, and he's more doing that to insult her. Not surprising, though. Heinz approves. True, true.
いやこちらはお主の同服の兄
Oh no, that's your older brother? Oh, there we go. Of course not. They're to rub salt in the wound. Yeah, we knew that. I was thinking like, you know, obviously this story was wanting you to think at the start that he put on the play to like insult her, and then he started being nice, so I revised my opinion, right? I was thinking, okay, he's not trying to insult her, he's trying to mentally break her down so that he can get her into an emotional state where he can get information out of her. Don't think we're going there anymore, though. We went back to the insulting part. Alright. I was thinking he was just going to be manipulative, but I guess at this point he's probably just not looking for information. Alright. We all know never to trust bald people in a high... never trust priests who we don't know their backstory of? Yeah. He's the fake priest. He's the creepy fake priest. They're just trying to be mean and evil? Of course. Of course. The twist for the viewer and presumably Ichijo is like they're trying, like the viewer, that is like us, presumably the reader, and like Kageaki and Ichijo is like they think he might not actually be that bad because they don't know what genre they're in, right? And you, the viewer, might might actually get lured in for a minute. Depends on how suspicious you are of the Rokuhara and how good your memory is for the previous scenes. Because it seems unusual, right, from my perspective, which is why I thought he was trying to get information from her. It seems very suspicious that the people who are like, hey, there was like some rebel guy from your town, we're gonna kill your whole town, okay? Seems like that group of people wouldn't be like sympathetic to defeated enemies. So getting information seems useful. I guess just like rubbing her face in it works too. I guess. Let's see what the madness plays like. We do have another half of the play to go. Assuming it doesn't just say, oh, and it's another insult and ends the scene. We'll see. Say hello to dear Jubei.
No, Sakurako dono.
Speaking of which, that was quite the drink you took.
先ほどはこの碗に口をつけて酒を召されたな。いかがであった？
How'd it taste? A bit like love,
血を
perhaps?
分けた兄の骨髄の味は。
Now then. Once he's finished laughing, though the theater still rings with it, he grabs Lady Sakurako by the hand, and with that grin of diabolical pleasure hoists her limp body onto the stage. The actors in the Kyogen have all vanished, leaving the priest and the lady alone in the space.
4番目は雑能と申すも。神髄は共助者にあり。
Ladies and gentlemen, a play in the fourth. A madness play, and as we all know, no one does madness better than a woman.
いざ見事に待ってくだされ、桜子殿。
Come, lady, dance. Show us true beauty.
どうした？ほーれ、父が参ったぞ。そなたの父が参ったぞ。
Oh, what's wrong? Daddy's here. Don't you miss me?
もっと良い声を聞かせよ。そら、こちらはそなたの兄じゃ。
No.
も
Oh,
う
you can
一
do
度
better
接
than that. Look,
吻をくれてやれ。
it's your brother. Come give us another kiss.
それよ、その声よ。
He looks like the Futoshi Shimano from Yakuza. You kind of expect that. I just assume he's the shitty priest, because every priest is shitty if you don't know if you don't have the complete backstory of the priest and know exactly how they're shitty, you know they're shitty. And I think it was this guy's first interaction with people that he was like an asshole. And then it was the second one where he's kind of like neutral. It was the first scene with all the generals that they were introduced to. Motherfucker! I seize Ichijo's arm and hold her still.
港さん
Sir?
動くな。
Not here.
どうして
Why not?
よく見ろ。
Look,
今動けば誰も
if
助
we
けられ
act
ん。
now, we won't be saving anybody.
Doshin
Doshin?
Doshin
Doshin?
もやめよう
What are you doing? Have you gone mad? Stop.
さ
Well
て、
now.
今何か
Can't you see for
申されましたかな、殿下。
何
あいにくとそれがし、今は舞の最中でござる。
I'm performing
芸
here.
人は
And
親
as
の
you
死
may well
に目と
know,
聞いても舞台を去っては
an
なら
actor
ぬ
may
な
not leave the stage, not even to attend his own mother's deathbed until the performance is done.
ご用事はこれが終わった後で受けたまわるゆえ、今はどうかお許しあれ。
Please wait until I'm finished. Then I shall be at your disposal.
たわけそれをやめようと
No,
申している
I
のか
command you to stop.
さてさて、風がをげさぬ困った若殿じゃ。
That I would be tasked to serve a lord who cannot appreciate the arts.
どうしてもとあらば、誰ぞに命じてみてはいかがでござる？
If you wish this performance to stop, Your Grace, perhaps you should try commanding them.
なんだと。
この古学坊
Your
遊
guards,
佐の同心入道を
the ones who serve you so loyally,
あの舞台より引きずり下ろせと
command them to drag me off
ボ
the
ケライ衆
stage.
に命じられよ。
行け。
Go!
何をしておる。世の命令が聞けぬか。
I gave you an order.
同心棒を止めよ。
Stop him. Captain,
そうなったら。
我ら奉公衆は
our duty is to
殿
protect
下
you,
を
Your
守護
Grace.
し奉るが務め
古賀中将様に立てつくはかなわぬ試技にございま
The
す。
general presents no threat to your person.
誰でもよい。同心を止めよ。
Someone stop him.
誰ぞ。同心を止めよ。
All of you, I command it.
なぜ誰も答えぬ。
Why won't anyone?
誰か。
見苦しいわい小わっぱ
Silence, pup. Enough of your mewling.
がなぜ誰も己の命令を聞かぬか
Why won't anyone listen to
決ま
you?
っておる。
Why do you think,
そんな
foolish
ことも
child?
わからんのは己だけだわ。
Oh, is this guy voiced by Nappa? Nappa? Oh boy. Foolish child.
飾りみこしが急に喋り出したところで誰がそれに従う
No one will
か
obey the figurine of a
うっ
god,
と
no
うし
matter
い
how
と思うだけよ。
prettily carved.
みこしならみこしらしく黙って鎮座しておれ。担いでやっているこちらの邪魔にならぬようにの。
Now back into your palanquin, Your Grace, and stay there while the rest of us carry you.
偉そうな口は誰も頼まず己の手で同心棒めを引き捕らえられる力が身についてからにせ。
If you have anything more to say, do so once you have the strength to tear me down yourself. I apologize for the interruption, my lady.
待たせたの桜子殿。改めて参るぞ。
Now shall we dance?
古賀。
You should, though.
ゆず。同心。
I sense a change in that too.
何やら音色が変わってきたの。ならばこちらも合わせようか。のう桜子殿。
Let me to answer in
先ほ
kind.
ど
Yes, just now
六
we
原の
agreed.
口を持って岡部を語る許しをいただいた
Rokuhara
な
will。speak the truth of your clan.
姫の口から岡部は語られぬ。しからば姫は我ら六原を語られませい。
I say the reverse should also hold. You cannot speak your truth, so instead you'll speak ours.
岡部の姫よ、六原を語れ。
Speak, child of Okabe. How name you Rokuhara? Scum!
いかにも。
Yes. Monster?
いかにも。
Yes.
悪魔。地獄の底から来たやつばら。
Fiends from the lowest spawn of hell.
いかにも。
Yes. He howls their epithets one by one, and he roars his approval to each. In that moment, it feels as though we're indeed watching some ghastly performance. We make our move at 4 in the morning at the hour of deepest sleep. We've already plotted a route past the guards, we know where the tower's blind spots overlap, and from shadow to shadow we slip unseen. I have new concerns regarding our chances. Likely nothing, but I still have to wonder. What was the point of that grisly display? How much was the message? How much just a whim? And then there was that chilling moment when I thought that man was looking at me. My apprehension swells. It doesn't matter, I remind myself. Wait and see is not an option. Ichijo's rage has reached the limit of my ability to control, and if I wait another day, another hour to prepare, she'll take matters into her own hands. And she'll fail. She knows only how to charge at the enemy. Relentless though that drive may be, it won't carry her to her target. A mountain of bodies is all there will be in the end, with hers upon its peak. Meaningless. I am here, precisely only to prevent such an outcome. At least I've managed to talk her into following the original plan. She was adamant at first that we stage an actual assassination against the general. Of course. But as I spent the last several hours explaining, the attempt would be tantamount to suicide. Even if it weren't, it would go against the prince's wishes, though after what we saw, I can't say for certain. I would have stopped her if there had been any hope of success. He's like, if it
お待ち
succeeds,
し
I
てお
guess
りま
let...
した
I was worried you wouldn't come.
遅れましたか。
Are we late?
時間通りです
You're on time. Where are your
ところ
weapons?
で獲物は
こちらに。
Right here.
失礼を こんな近くにいたとは気づかず。
Sorry, I had no idea they were nearby.
潜伏させておいたので、こちらこそ失礼。
They were hiding. Allow
不
me
意
to
に見せ
apologize.
るべきではありませんでした
I。should have warned you. As always, Muramasa's stealth capabilities are exemplary. Even Masamune, given darkness and sufficient cover, has proven capable of staying out of sight. I absolutely should have warned her if she'd reacted with anything lighter than a gasp. That would have been the end of our mission.
よくない
Not
な。
great. We barely started and we're already making mistakes. I realize that Chief Iwata is staring at our
こ
Tsurugi.
の剣真打ちですか？
To Shinuchi? She sounds incredulous.
ええ、
Yep. She knew to expect Tsurugi, of course, just not the rarer and more powerful kind. We kept this a secret for one reason: politics. Revealing our true strength now like this carries greater impact, and will enhance His Highness's influence in dealings with Imagawa Raicho.
では参りま
Alright,
しょう。
follow me.
私の次に綾音様、
Miss Ayane,
港
at my
様は
back if you would.
最後尾をお願いします。
Officer Minato, please watch our rear.
心得ました。
Understood.
どうする気だ？
How are you getting us in
あんたが
anyway?
手引きしてくれるとは聞いてるけど。
奥女中が用いる裏口から本丸へ入ります。
There's the back entrance used by
本
the
来
maids.
なら夜間は錠が下ろされているのですが、
It's usually
今
locked
夜
at
は
night.
開いたままにな
I
るの
arranged for it to be
で
left
は
open.
中に入ってしま
Once
えば
inside, the rest
あ
is
とは
simple.
難しくありません。
I assume we're being followed by the mysterious guy, right?
そうかよ。
Good. When do we see it up?
港さん、走行はいつ？
潜入行動から襲撃行
When we're
動
in
に
position to
移り
strike?
走行した瞬間、少なくとも本丸の警備任務についている武者は
As soon as we
前
armor
期の
every
こ
moose
ちら
in
の
the
存
keep,
在
we'll
に
know
気
we're
づき
here.
殺
We'll need
到して
every
くる。
second we can get.
了解です。
Got it. Though Tsurugi's radar is useless indoors, we still have thermal sensors to contend with. They're only effective at short ranges, but I can't imagine they'll miss two Musha-sized heat blooms appearing in the middle of the keep. Plus, I've heard some rather incredible things about the sensors on the latest ground combat dragoons.
この作戦は迅速さが命。目的を十分に達したと判断したら、
Make your
すぐ
escape
に
as soon as
撤
you
退
feel
し
the
てくださ
objective
い。
has been met.
周辺空域を封鎖されてしまえば終わりです。何としてでも、そ
To
の
give
前
them
に場
time to
外へ
seal
脱
off the
出を。
airspace, you won't be getting out.
承知しております。
Thanks, we're aware.
あんたはどうする？
What about you?
国氏様を狙った襲撃が行われ、同時に万所の新人が姿を消したとなれば、事態は明
Two
白。
scribes from the fiefs go missing the
その
morning
新
after his
人を
brace was
紹介し
attacked.
た私も追及は免れませんから。
They'll know that I, the one who recommended them, was
あ
responsible.
なた方の案内が済みましたら、そ
worries.
の足で脱出します。
I'll make my escape as soon as you're
ご心配なく。
where you need to be.
別に心配はしてねえ。てめえの面倒まで見るのはごめんだって思っただけだ。
I
ロ
don't
ク
give a
ハ
fuck
ラ。
about you, Rokuhara. I'm just making sure you weren't going to be baggage.
おや、そうですか。
Oh, you needn't worry about that, Chief Iwata answers brusquely. While this exchange is going on, I reach out to Muramasa.
村正、
What do you see?
周囲状況は
異常なし。平穏無事ってわ
Nothing
け
out of
で
the
はな
ordinary.
い
It
けど
wasn't.
ね。
In case it wasn't obvious, it doesn't mean smooth sailing.
警備体制はいつも通り厳重よ。
Security's as tight as ever. Still, with our
内
help,
部
we
に詳
should
しい
make
人
it
間の
through.
手引きがあるなら、かいくぐれるでしょう。そこのカミキリムシが足を引っ張らなければだけど。
As long as our beetle friend over there doesn't walk right past a guard or something.
好きに言え雲がウヌのような無道の輩と違い闇に潜むを増えてとするは我にとって何の恥でもない。
Keep your insults, Spider. Hiding is for villains in Varlays. There's no shame in being ill-suited to that task.
あら、そう。性能の欠陥に恥辱を覚えないなん
And
て。
here I thought Tsurugi was
それ
supposed
で
to
も
be
ず
useful.
るい。
Guess it's different when you need
さす
just need to
が
look
天
pretty.
下一名物ともなると器が違うのね。
Not good at all. Not good at all.
この辺りが限界で
This
す
is
ね
it.。After climbing the 3 flights of stairs, we enter a large room, likely some sort of meeting space.
ここから先は警備に隙間がなくなります。
Security's
や
at
り
its
過ご
tightest
す
from
のは
here.
難しいで
You
し
won't
ょう。
make it past unnoticed.
わかりました。
Understood.
こ
How
の
do we
先
reach
の
his
道
grace?
順は
突き当たりの階段をこの2つ上の階まで登ってください。
Take the first
最上
staircase
階で
2
はあり
flights
ません
up.
からご
There's
注
more
意に。
floors above it. Don't go too far.
そこからまっすぐに廊下を行き、3つ目の枝道で曲がり、進んだ先が目的の場所です。
From there, head straight down the hall until you reach the 3rd intersection. Turn right, and that'll take you there.
微妙に遠い。
Further than I hoped. Up 2 flights of stairs, 3 intersections forward. That means much greater risk. Right? 3 intersections forward, turn right, and go straight. It means much greater risk, but it's the best you
お
got.
い見て、その部屋はここから見てどっちだ？
Hey Spy, which way is this room from right here?
方角ですか？
You mean from which
多
direction?
分ほぼ真上になるかと思いま
It
す。
should be directly overhead.
港さん、突き破りましょう。
Right, she turns to me. I say we punch through the ceiling. I like it. She's just like, dude, it's just a ceiling.
その手があったか。
Good idea.
本気ですか？
Are you serious?
最も合理的です。最短距離であり、
It's practical.
かつ派手
The
な騒
shortest
ぎを起こ
route
すという
and the one
方
which will
針
do the
の
most
差。
damage.
はあ、
If you're certain.
決められたのなら止めはしませんが。
あとは我々の両軍。
Leave the rest to us.
あなたはどうぞお戻りく
Get
だ
out
さ
of here while you still can.
わかりました。
Very well.
じゃあ行きましょう、港さん。
Let's get going. We can
こ
armor
こ
up
で
now,
走
right?
行して構いませんね。港さん、
Sir? Spy?
おい、いつまで突っ立ってんだあんた。
What are you doing?
さっさと逃
You
げ。
said get out of...
い。一度廊下へ戻れ。
Back to the corridor now. Too late. We're already surrounded by dragoons of a type I've never encountered. There's nowhere to run. What the...
そんな、
Where did they come from?
ステルスというものが大英連邦の独占物であると、全く前例のない新技術であると。
Many believe that true stealth is a modern invention. They forget that since the dawn of time, there's been no greater
誰でも
advantage in
欲しが
war.
りそうな技術がとんでもありません。我々は古くからと
For
ても
centuries,
とても古
We
く
of the
から
shadows have sought ways to deceive even
同じ
Amusha's
武者の
senses,
感覚さえ
all to hide our
幻惑
sins
する
in
力
gentle
を
darkness.
追求してき
And
ま
this
した
guy
と
speaks
も
very slowly
あなたたちに
and bring you the gentle death.
優しい死を与えるために。
この男。
That's the guy who was looking at us, who was obviously following us. I was not surprised in the slightest. He's like, that guy was looking at us. And I'm like, yeah, that's suspicious. The head of their special forces is here. Not surprised. Only surprised they didn't armor up and attempt to make a move before they got caught. But we'll see how it goes. All right. That's the man I saw in the theater. Yep.
無論それが大英連邦の現技術ほどの水準にあったとは。
I won't claim ours is as effective as what the British developed, but it has its strengths as long as we remain perfectly still. Even our heat is
剣
undetectable.
の熱源探査すら。
そういえば合算火事の一派がさような隠遁の技を極めていると
Work of Gassan Smith,
地に
perhaps.
伺ったこと
My
があ
master
った
spoke of their affinity for such tricks.
先に言いなさいよ、脳なし。
Maybe you could have, I don't know, said something?
人のことは言えんぞ。
We're in no
俺たち
position
も
to complain. Yeah, but how would you predict that? You could have predicted that around any corner, honestly.
忘れておった
I'd forgotten. Such
我には興
chicanery
味のないことなのだ
doesn't
が
interest me.
宣告もそう言うたであろうが
I said as much a moment ago. Weren't you listening? True, he said stealth is for bitches and I don't care about being bad at it. He did say that. At least he's being consistent. He's like, I don't give a fuck.
忘れました。興味ないから。
Must have filtered it out. Hard to keep tabs on a bunch of hot air.
しかし驚いたの。いや、
Must say I'm
あ
surprised.
るいは核もあらんと
Well, I
思え
considered it
ばこ
possible.
そ
That's why Shoan's
上
man
腕
are
の手まで
here.
煩わせて布陣を整えたのだが、まさか本当に剣を持つものであろうと
I didn't
は。
actually expect you to have Tsurugi.
坊主。
古学部。
General. Yusha Doshin, the warrior priest, stands there too. His presence as commanding as that of a king, which, after that display on stage, is in all but name. And now you're looking for one thing. Alright, okay, so what's the plan here? You have to pray the prince or the shogun randomly shows up and body blocks for you. That would be your YOLO strat to get out of here alive, right? They can't kill the shogun? Or they pretend that you killed him, I guess, so you're still screwed, right? If he tries to protect you?
なぜ
Should I ask
と
what gave
尋
us
ねた
away?
方がよろしいか。
You guys aren't exactly subtle. He probably knew from this. I'm gonna guess he knew from the first encounter while he was asking questions of Ichijo.
聞いてくれると、
That would be in
こ
keeping
ちら
with
は
form.
なぜ
What gave us away? Why everything?
お主らは隠密などに向いておらんということよ。
Yeah, I
なんと
suspected
も
as
耳
much.
に痛い限り。
Kageaki is not good for stealth, and neither is Ichijo. It's still painful to hear.
お主らを責めるのは酷かな。お主らを動かした者の問題が大であろう。
Not that you're to blame for your shortcomings. Some people just make awful spies.
ライチョウ殿にも困ったものじゃて。
Really, Raicho should have known better. He shifts his gaze a fraction, and as if on cue, Chief Iwata's body topples to the floor, a knife embedded in the base of her skull.
今動くというのはあまりに正直すぎよう。計りごとには
But
向かぬ
subterfuge
御
has
陣
never
じ
been
ゃ
his。strength. Of course, he would make his move now.
お主らの裏を読めれば何をするか読むのも安
And
い
of。course, young Kunyuji would be the target. Who
国
else?
氏殿下を狙うのが妥当よな。
True. I mean, what's his name? Raicho? Yeah, Raicho. Raicho isn't exactly like the most subtle or cunning person. So, any plan he can think of, everyone else already thought of. I'm not surprised that this guy was like keeping an extra eye on that. Okay.
殿下を襲われ傷一つでも負わされたが最後幕閣にわしの立場はノーなる。夕べのような説教なら獅子殿もうるさく言うまいがことがそうなっては
As if I'd let you harm so much the hair on the boy's head, the others would have had my balls for breakfast. Oh, I'm sure Shishiku will have a few things to say about my little demonstration earlier, but allowing rebels to reach his grace, and different matter entirely.
では殿下が狙われるとしていつ来るか。そいつはやはり
That
皆
left the
の気
question
が
of when
抜
you
け
would
てい
strike.
る折
Most likely when
大きな
security was the
催
last
しのあっ
thing
た直後ではないかな。
anyone wanted to think about, such as, for example, after a big party. Yup, pretty straightforward. Okay. That's why you have security be tight the night of the party. Good
と
plan.
まあこんなところよ。
And well, there you have
い
it.
や偉そうに語った後でなんだが
Honestly, I
あま
shouldn't
り
be
大
this
し
proud of
た
myself.
種明かしでは
It
なかった
really wasn't
の
much of a challenge. I'm more surprised. I'm actually thinking, like, why didn't they just... I mean, I guess they can't kill anyone, right? That's their restriction. I was just gonna say, if they know he likes to play soccer, why not go after him when he's, like... When he's, like, out playing soccer or some shit, just to mess with him. Or, like, learn his route and find a weakness there instead of this, but... it is what it is. It's the usual plan, right? Right after, or... Well, more specifically, Drain, ideally. The event is when you always do those stealth missions, right? It's always the stealth mission the night of the big event. Not much of a challenge. Oh no, the general has genre savviness. As the general throws back his head and laughs, I sigh in resignation.
ダメだこれは。
This was the mistake. From the beginning, the task was beyond me.
しかし
I do have
わ
one
から
question.
んこともある。不思議そうな顔を作らずともよいぞ。何が
Oh, I
わか
know.
らんの
I'm
かは
not
承
stupid.
知であろ
I know you're
う。
not stupid. You know what I mean.
お主らはどこの
Do you
者じ
serve?
ゃ。立場上答えられる質問ではない。し
I
かし
swear,
たった今
Kageaki should just
あなた
respond.
自らが推測を語られたようだ。
Kageaki should just respond. I will. This is the easiest fucking solution. He says, I serve whoever will let me kill Ginsego. That's the easiest shit. He's like, so you serve him? And he's like, I will serve whoever will enable me to hunt Ginsego. That's all he needs to say. And the reason he phrases it that way is because it makes it clear he's basically just doing this so that he gets support to hunt Ginsego. Because Kageaki, we don't even know if he actually cares to pull off this mission. His motivation is basically doing what Ichijo wants to support. And this mission is clearly fucked. That would probably put him slightly less on Doshin's shit list. And he's like, oh, so Raicho's supporting you if you, isn't it letting you hunt it? You know, maybe I'll do it. But I assume he assumes we don't work for that and we work for the prince or something already.
お弓久保の手かと申すか。
You serve Oyumi?
答えられる立場にない。
We are not at liberty to say.
違うの。
I think not.
お弓の寄り気にお主らのようなものはおらん。その二両の剣にも見覚えはない。
Oyumi has no soldiers who fit your description, and I'm certain I've never seen your Tsurugi before.
それ以上に 六腹に神戸を垂れるような玉ではなかろ
Besides,
主
I
らは
suspect you both would rather die than bend the knee to Rokuhara.
いかに
Am I wrong? Ichijo has no subtlety. I don't know why she went to meet this guy in the first
答え
place.
られる立場にない
We're not at liberty to say.
であろうの
Of course, we'll have to change that
なら
then,
ばさ
won't we?
て答えられる立場にしてやらねばならぬが
I guess we will.
攻め問いを受ける領袖というものはいかなる秘密も口にして良いことになっており
Beneath the
ます
general, beneath the
Koba
torturer's knife, a man may
Chujo-sama.
reveal whatever secrets he chooses.
お
Oh,
お
truly?
さようであったか村正
Muramasa,
何
got a plan?
この付近で最も強力な磁場のありかを探れ
Find the strongest magnetic field nearby. Okay.
了解。
過分にして知らなんだわ悪くない
I must admit I was unaware. Very good.
特にそちらの娘子は良いの秘密の聞き出しがいが
I
あ
shall
る
enjoy plumbing your secrets, especially yours, madam.
ドブみたいな目で見るんじゃねえよ豚坊主が
Keep looking at me like that, and I'm gonna eat your fucking eyeballs.
それがたまらんそれがたまらん
Better and better.
よこしまなものへの憤り正しき憎悪というやつは実に良い実に美しく実にうまい
Righteous
昨
anger,
夕もし
hatred
こ
of
たま
evil,
味わったばかりであるが
There's nothing quite so beautiful
全く飽きるということは
or
な
that
い
melts on
の
the tongue. And here I thought I'd eaten my fill for the night. It's gonna be lots of fun. Raiden could escape this? Absolutely. This is like your average ambush in Metal Gear Rising. What's this, like a half dozen men in power armor? Raiden takes on complete cyborgs. Raiden also unironically suplexes a Metal Gear in the first level while he's still mostly human. So, I think Raiden could win. Raiden could actually win. Can we put the priest into a Tsurugi without a helmet, then we get Sundowner at home? Don't disrespect Sundowner like that. Sundowner's freaking hilarious. He's a psychopath, but he's hilarious. This guy isn't funny. He's got a little bit of that philosophical BS, but he's just your regular old asshole. Sundowner's fucking funny. All of his dialogue is great. It's like they just told it's like, I don't know if it's more serious in Japanese, but in English, it's like they told the guy to just meme the shit out of his own dialogue. Sundowner's a man-child, a funny man-child. It's great. I like his lines, because it's so funny when he's just like, it'll be just like the good old days after 9/11. You're like, yeah, that's a meme. There's no way someone put that in the dialogue, unironically. They were like, this is going to be meme. Kids can be cruel, Jack. Or what else does he have? I'm fucking invincible! Like, he's got so many lines. Yeah, Sundowner's great. But yes, maybe we'll get in fact a Tsurugi without a helmet for this guy. Although this guy already has like the eye patch thing going on, who knows? But yes, Raiden could certainly carve his way out of this. I don't even know if these guys would count as elite mooks or regular ass mooks. If they're mass-produced power armor, they're probably just gonna be regular armored dudes. Regular ass armored dudes. You have to at least be the height of a building, or have like the most bananas abilities. Well, actually that's not true, because Sam is actually just a regular person with a power sword. That said, the fact that he can even have a contest of strength against someone who can suplex a Metal Gear is ridiculous. You need to be a senator or a Brazilian samurai. Yes, I keep forgetting Sam's Brazilian, but he's great. I'm just thinking, I'm like, wait a minute, you can blade lock with Sam, right? Like, you can unironically have a contest of strength against Sam, and he can win it. Or at least match you. How strong is Sam as a regular person? Like, the first level, before you get your upgrades to get even stronger, you, like, unironically catch the blade of something that's, like, 50 meters long and just flip it. With, like, how strong do you have to be to lock blades with someone like that and not get blown away when they try to push you? Yeah, I actually don't think, I think Raiden could actually beat most Tsurugi. And he's actually, other than other than in speed for flight, he's pretty fucking hard to kill. He has the strength, he does have power armor, it's smaller power armor. And he's actually faster with a sword because he can deflect bullets. As the most basic thing you learn as Raiden is that when you're sprinting, you can auto-parry machine gun fire. As many guns as possible, too. It's not like you can be overwhelmed. Yeah, he has a mechanical hand. True. He could also just rip limbs off of people to restore his health. He isn't average, he has a mechanical hand. Oh, I see, he's not human. Alright. Well, let's see how this goes. Is that what she was, a fucking snack? Well, it's what you're gonna be if you don't have a plan. Ichijo is like, I got 5 cards in my deck, but I've only seen 3 of them and they're all red. Just realizing that his sword is a Muramasa. That snarl becomes you, girl. If only you'd unleashed your fury on the stage, we could have saved a bit of time. That's a trap. You really are a slimy cocksucker, right? No, that was in the works. Well before you two arrived. I did hope it would provoke a reaction. Believe me, rebels or no, I was gonna have my fun. Well, I found it. Will your threads reach? Yes. Do it. You want me to break it? No, feed it. Understood. Glad you enjoyed yourself, asshole, because I'm gonna... Ichijo? Get out of here. Huh? Two things happen nearly at once. First, every light bulb in the room bursts, plunging us into darkness. Darkness is no impediment to a Musha. Given a moment, the enemy will adapt. But in that moment, something far below us explodes. The room leaps as if struck by a Titan's fist, and everything erupts into chaos. I mean, we did hit their generator, right? I assume that's what we hit. We just blew out their generator by giving it a ton of juice. As usually, a lot of ways of generating power are like based on magnets, right? Or magnets, or like it's like turbine moves a magnet generating power. I think there's a few ways to do that. So if you were to sense a magnetic coil, you could probably mess something up. All right. So create an explosion seems fun. And what do we have? What happened? You overloaded the generator? The what? She'll figure it out. Though she may not know the words or the science, the concept's certainly one she understands. Meanwhile, I have more pressing concerns. The keep will have more than one generator, and though the explosion was larger than expected, and I hear the sounds of collapse in the distance, it seems like too much to hope the entire structure might come down. My trick bought us, at most, a few precious seconds. I must make the best use of them as I can. The explosion disoriented our enemies, and sensing a gap in their encirclement, I grab Ichijo and shove her towards it. Minato-san! Wait. No time to see if she follows directions. No time to even pray that she does. Mido? Yuku. Come. Were there demons, I slay them. Where there are saints, I slay them. Mine's the way of the sword. As soon as my armor closes around me, I drop my head and charge, aiming for where the enemy is thickest. Yusatoshin's already gone, having recovered from the explosion with, frankly, astonishing speed. I don't have the option, as an outnumbered soldier might wish, of taking the enemy general's head, nor can I spare the time to hunt him down. Even so, I ignite my Gatari, not enough to fly, as that would end with my brains on a wall, but enough for a short boost of speed. In the enclosed space, even a moment's thrust produces a deafening roar. All eyes in the room go to me, and I feel them on my skin. Good. Now, if she moves quickly and exercises sound judgment, Ichijo might escape. I know I needn't worry about the former. As for the latter, I'll just hope speed is enough. I have to worry about myself now. I barrel through the enemy's center, scattering them with Muramasa's superior weight. I doubt it's enough to put any out of commission, but now I have a road, and the door is just ahead. I burst through to the hallway. My guide is dead, and I have no idea where to go, so I pick a direction and run. No stops. If I keep to one heading, it should get me out. Escape is now the only thing on my mind, even if I were willing to sacrifice my life for the mission, which sacrifice at this point would certainly be assured. There's no guarantee the target's here. The general had every reason to move Lord Kuniuji to another location. The mission has failed, and I'll just need everything I have just to make it out alive. 5 more. Might be 6 more. I gotta say, these guys, unlike the previous generation of Power Armor, these guys actually look pretty cool. I think like the generic, what are they, like type 80s, type 90s, are kind of mid looking. Where like the concept is cool, but like the Power Armor itself isn't that cool, and the 3D render isn't as good. These ones are actually pretty cool. Just isolating them individually, I do like the way that they were, the way the light was set up on them. I assume they're still 3D models, so I'm gonna say I like their lighting conditions they were photographed in, or captured in, digitally, because it looks better on screen. And even that may not be enough. I whip my sword free to deflect the attack from above and force the attacker stumbling back. Immediately a second takes his place. No time to preempt. I prepare to receive his strike. By the time I realize no strike is coming, it's too late. He disrupted my timing for the split second the first attacker needed to recover. There's only time to parry one of the strikes, and even then, just barely. I turn and take the other on my shoulder. I wonder if Ichijo's gonna kill anyone here. I know we're not following Ichijo, but I'm more curious about what Ichijo's doing. I mean, we got plot armor, and Ichijo might too. But our character's probably not gonna kill anyone. Or maybe just one person. Like, he's not gonna kill a bunch of them, he's gonna just beat them up and leave. Like, we kind of know what he does, right? We know what our main character's MO is, so I'm curious what Ichijo's doing, right? Okay, you take the other on your shoulder. As expected, Muramasa's armor holds, but the force of the blow scrambles my vision. Damn. They're stronger than I feared. If I'm not mistaken, both Musha are of the Rokuhara Shinkage Ryu, with skill to rival the Shinkage Ryu practitioner I faced some 2 years back. In addition, they're clearly trained to fight together. All of which points me to one possibility. Of course. While my mind reflects, my body leaps into action. The enemy who struck me first failed to press his advantage, seeming surprised likely by Muramasa's monstrous durability. This is my chance. This time I control the flow, presenting a threat to the stricken enemy, inviting his partner to attack me from the side. When the second warrior does, I send him flying with a heavy blow and rebound to face my original target. He takes no longer to recover from his second shock of the fight than it does for a single grain of sand to pass through an hourglass, but that's more than enough. The blunt edge of my blade strikes the side of his helmet, snuffing out whatever consciousness resides there. I don't want to watch him sink to the floor, and upon confirming his partner is also incapacitated, I immediately resume my flight. There. Although I've been thinking of my enemies as men, in fact, I have no clue as to their sex, and not one has spoken, nor loosed so much as a gasp, not even at the edge of my blade. The realization only strengthens my suspicion. Are they fully mechanical? The Umayushu. Umayushu is a secretive group of warriors that serve the Ashikaga clan since before the shogunate, both as personal bodyguards and in other less savory duties. I cannot be certain that is what I'm facing. Little is known about them beyond that they exist. But who else could it be? Their speed, their silence, their skill, their coordination, the way they appeared from nowhere like wraiths. If they aren't the Umayushu, who is? The question smacks of wishful thinking. The thought that there might be more units like this is too disheartening to entertain. I need to believe that I'm almost through. Okay, this time they come in greater number, but two spread out to support each other. Realizing this, I decide to run past them, rather than attempt to disable each one. Their strikes come swift and strong. Each near miss turns my blood to ice, but once I'm free, they have to turn to follow while I have no momentum lost from my charge.
Use.
Go through. The hallway before me is clear if I just gain some distance. They jumped? No, that couldn't have carried them so far. Has to be a dream. I run my tongue over the roof of my mouth, which is suddenly bone dry. Just now I heard the roar and smelled the smoke of Guittari. There's only one explanation. They can fly in here. I managed to slip under a thrust like dodging a bolt of lightning and deliver an upward counter to the attacker's abdomen. It lacks the power to penetrate his arm, but the force, aided by his charge, sends him stumbling back down the hallway. Fortunately, no one takes his place, and I dash along the smooth wooden floor, regaining my lost momentum. I can't believe that happened. They're a trick gun. They got super jumps. Okay, okay. Maneuverable guys. We fought a few guys that are unnaturally maneuverable. A bitter taste fills my mouth. This whole endeavor was an exercise in hubris. Sneak into the castle, attack Lord Kuniuji, and make a clean getaway with all these warriors standing on guard? What delusion convinced me I could pull off such a miracle? I don't belong here meddling in politics and war. I was never meant to play a part in history. That's for great men, princes, and heroes, not the likes of Minato Kageyaki. Coming to a staircase, I make a snap decision. I collapse the flight with one sweep of my blade and race to the floor below. He's going down. Okay. Let them think I went up to His Grace's chambers. As long as they don't check their thermal sensors too closely, it should buy me some time. For the present, I'm out of visual contact. I take a moment to catch my breath and reassert my heading. A shrewd decision made quickly under pressure. I could use a man like you. Perhaps that was not the wisest move. I was certain they'd surrender. Impressive, great. Those two. Oh well. I suppose I'll wait here until Joan's finished. Fuck that, you're going straight over that railing. Oh? You wanna watch? You can do it in hell. I'm not giving you another day on this earth. Well, if it isn't the young Madame Arata. It's Ayane Ichijo. That order. Get it right. Your real name, I take it? Not that it makes any difference to you, dead man. Does Ichijo kill him? Does Ichijo kill him here? I want to say no, but it would be fun if she did. I mean, she's been whiffing on killing evil people all day. Surely Masamune's got to be fed up with her last exercise being a failure to kill the evil guys. And her and Masamune are in 100% agreement with, like, no reason to say no to this one, right? Let's see. Does she fail again? Something tells me you didn't come all this way looking for an escape route. I chased you, dumbass. Did you know? It was easy. Your head shines like a fucking spotlight. Yeah, but how are you going to beat him? He's probably got bodyguards like the... Those are like paper walls. Like, these are paper doors. The enemy can literally just walk through it. Like, a real person could push someone through that door. Something. I take great pains to keep it polished. Well, when I'm done with you, I'll mount it on top of the castle. Help you save on electricity. Such naked mouths. Do you hate me so? You got no idea. You've come to punish me? Hell yeah? How? And grind him to powder? I'm gonna rip at your guts and stuff him down your throat. And then I'll cut your fucking balls off and feed them to the crows. And that's before I kill you. Just cut him in half, Ichijo, and be done with it. You're wasting your time.
それは痛快だのう。しかし何故に
That sounds like quite the experience. Still, I have to wonder why.
何故
Why?
この不堕落には何でもあるな。金も宝も武器も最新の機械も。
Ichijo, why are you listening to this guy? Just cut him down, man. Just sword out, blade drawn, off with his head. If he was in danger, this would be him stalling for time. I thought about this place. You've been detected and there's guards after you. Like, what are you doing? I thought this place had just been everything. Guns, gold, the latest toys.
だってのに
You forgot to buy a
鏡は
fucking
一枚
mirror?
もないらしい。
Not a bad line.
ミド
Tsurugi, Nito.
何
The fuck? Obviously.
こいつ
Shit. I mean, he was stalling. What do you expect? Ichijo's fucking stupid. Alright, well.
来派か
A right work of Rice Smith?
いや
No.
援助
Enju?
いやー恥ずかしい恥ずかしい
Yeah, wounds me, Adam.
確かに
I
こ
do
の
like
ユ
a
サ
mirror
ニ
for my heart, you
ュ
see.
ーと心に鏡は据え置いておらんな
It's the turtle, Tsurugi. Here he comes. It's unironically the turtle he needed to stall for. How was the play? Play was alright. Play was alright. I at least never bought that he was a nice guy at any point. I'm sure plenty of readers might have considered that. So I literally said to Ichijo, what the fuck are you doing? He's clearly stalling for time if he's in danger. And then exactly what I said would happen happened. Feels bad, man. Although, to be honest, since people who are stalling for time, the people they're waiting for arrive at the speed of plot, it doesn't really matter if she immediately attacked. If she immediately attacked, it would have shown up and parried for him, and then the fight would have started anyway. Your jab wounds me, ma'am. I do like a mirror for my heart, you
い
see.
ちいち過去を顧みながら生きてはおらんなそんないとまもないほど日々を楽しんでおるからの
There's no time for reflecting on the past, not when there's so much more fun to be had. Why'd you do it?
どうしてあんな真似をした
Why are we still talking? Why'd you do it?
はて
It?
てめえが
On the
岡部の
stage?
姫様にやったことだ
Why'd you do that to her?
あ
Oh,
あ
that.
あれかやりたかったんで
'Cause I
の
felt like it. And before that?
じゃあその前の能楽は何だ
Emotional manipulation. It's called emotional priming, where you put someone in a state where they're open to their emotions. This is commonly done with art, music in particular. That's why you always start a church service with music first, so people are emotionally primed and open to your message. More, you know.
あの頼政は
That your
あ
Muramasa
れ
you
も
played?
全部
It was all to
姫
get
を引っ
inside
掛
her
ける
head?
ためだったってのか
Yeah, and you're playing along nicely, Ichijo. I think this guy's a bad match for you, unless you're gonna, like, blast him apart. He's able to very easily get inside your head, and he's fucking with you all day.
いやあれはあれでやりたかったのよ
Not at all, I meant
良
everything I
い
said to
な
the
こ
girl.
とは敵味方の立場を超
Her
えて
father was one of my oldest
長年
friends.
の友であった
His tragic death
その
affected
非
me
業の死
deeply.
を思うと我が胸に突き上げるものがある
Yes, priests and Viennes are usually evil.
心のざわ
or
めきの
drunk.
赴
Was he
く
drunk?
のまま
Nope,
ってみ
evil.
た
I don't usually say
い
they're
かが
drunk
であ
though.
ったかな
What is a drunk what is a drunk Vienne priest? I felt like performing in his honor, so I did. Did it move you?
な
Your
ら
friend, huh?
その長年の友の骨で能面を作ったってのはなんでだ
You turn all your friends into masks?
やりたかったんでの
No, that
面
was the
白
first.
かろうと思うて
I felt like the idea had a lot of potential.
てめえはやりたいこ
So
と
what,
は
you just
何
do
でも
whatever
や
the
るの
fuck you
か
feel like? No, that's what happens when you're the leader of a leader of a military junta. I don't know what you expect, Ichijo. Clearly they weren't teaching her a lot of history. in class. Either that or she wasn't paying attention. I know she said she's like acing her classes at bare minimum. Because she thought that's the least she should do. So I guess she's I guess she just doesn't believe that people in real life act like that. If you want to imagine how Tsurugi attacked, just imagine Yagyu's attack animations for those who use Shinkage Ryu. That makes sense. Yes. You think you can get away with that? Yes! Who will stop me?
司法かな？いや残念。人の法律は力で勝る相手を罰せられぬようにできておる。
The laws of men do not apply to the powerful.
では神仏かな？天の方が許さぬか？よしかし。
The laws of heaven then?
同心亡命は事故にも合わず、
No, I've
病
come
に
this
も
far.
かからず、
No
剣
God.
林弾雨もくぐり抜け、こうして生き続けておるが
I've come
な。
this far, and no God arranged for disease or misfortune to end my wicked ways.
さ
So what does
て、
that leave?
誰？
私だ。
Me. Indeed.
法律や神仏がどうだろうと知るか。私がお前を許さない。
I don't give a fuck how gods or laws work. Now that I'm here, you're done. End of story?
一条と申したな。
Dude, this guy has like 50 bodyguards. He's either intentionally telling him to stay away because he's gonna beat your ass, or you're wasting time. Does she not it's like, I know it's people move at the speed of plot stories, but it's utterly baffling that sometimes when people are just sitting here having a screaming match while there's people actively trying to kill them, and like nobody shows up. Like, if this was real life, she'd start screaming at him 5 seconds later. 5 seconds later, 10 bodyguards would have shot her or run her through, and she'd be fucking dead. Instead, she's just like sitting there yelling about things she already knows, which is kind of funny because she's not even like, where's the prince? I'm gonna save him from your evil clutches or something like that, where at least it's like she's trying to do something. It's like she's just yelling at him because she's mad. Can she actually kill him though? I guess that I'm interested to find out. Does Ichijo actually have it in her to try and kill someone for real this time? She's got lots of anger, but she's failed before, and Masamune didn't exactly look like a top tier Tsurugi. So facing another custom Tsurugi, I'm like, is there a chance for Ichijo? It's more interesting than Muramasa's fights because we know Muramasa can win, and is usually holding back.
お主、
Who ordered you to
誰
kill
の
me?
命を受けて動いておる。
命令なんか誰からも受けてねえ。
No one. I don't take orders.
わしの首を取ると
What
ど
will
う
I
な
head
る
by you?
のか
Well,
の？
power?
金になるか、それとも地位でももらえるかな？
バカが。てめえみたいなクズの命に以
Your
下
head?
一問でも払おうなんて
Your
やつが
head
いる
ain't
かよ。
worth shit. I like how she's like, bitch, I ain't doing this for money. I'm doing this because it needs to be done.
ではお主は
So hate is all you
本
have?
当にその怒りだけなのか？義憤一つでわしを殺そうってか？
You'll take my life out of righteous indignation alone?
そうだよ。
That's
そ
right.
れだけだよ。てめえが許せねえから殺す。こ
Masamune
の
and I.
私と
That's all the reason we
政宗
need.
が。他に理由なんかねえ。いらねえよ。
You're evil, so you die. Simple as that.
そうか、そうか、そうか。
Masamune, you say.
純真無垢な娘ごと政宗、宗州五郎入道政宗。
A maiden of pure heart, wielding Masamune of Shoshu?
いつか
At last, I knew
い
you'd
つか
come.
現れるとは思うておった。お主らのごとき者がのう。
何？
Say what?
バサラの真髄はただ木をてらうにあらず、心の求めるままに振る舞う、迷わず恥じず考えず。
A Basara is not some eccentric flaunting his idiosyncrasies. He's a creature of passion, a slave to his heart, heedless, shameless, and utterly remorseless.
よく一年を貫いてこそバサラ。そのような生き様が人に許されるのか。
I follow my desires no matter where they lead, but do I expect people to let me?
いいな。
Don't be
許
foolish.
されてはならぬ。
Where's the fun in
許さ
that?
れては面白くもなんともないわ。
Start the fight.
否定せよ。 取るに足らぬ有象無象ども、その意志と力を結集して我が道を塞げ。
Fight me. Show some spine, you cowards. Join your feeble strength and present a worthy foe.
聖堂の英雄を差し向けるがいいわ。
Yes, a hero. Send a noble warrior to bring Reverend Doshin to heal.
苦難を越えずして何の道か、聖堂と対決せずして何のバサラか。
What glory is there in following away without obstacles to counter? What pride is there in being a Basara with no one to challenge your deeds?
覇者の将校、五郎正宗、お主が来るのを待っておったぞ。
Blessed Masamune, vanquisher of evil, I've waited so long for this day.
覚悟はできてるってのか。
Guess you're ready to die then.
何を聞いておっ
Hardly.
た。
Weren't you listening?
覚悟なぞあるかい。わしはお主を踏み潰す。そうして我が生涯を完成させようぞ。
I intend to crush you, girl, and in doing so, realize my ideal.
何者も顧みず、我欲のままに生き、罰も受けず満ち足りて命を終えた。世にもふざけた男として。
Behold, men will say, the greatest scoundrel who ever lived. He held nothing sacred, used the world for his pleasure, and in the end died fulfilled, having never paid the price. I mean, the guy's already like 60, so it's basically pointless to punish him because he's had his way with he's fucked the world for more than he'd ever live, even if you killed him now.
させねえ
Not
よ
happening.
政宗
Masamune!
世に鬼あれば鬼を断つ
Where there are demons, I
世
slay
に
them.
悪あれば悪を断つ
Where there's evil, I smite it.
剣の断りここにあり
Mine is the way of the sword.
天に冥府、地に魔道、踏まえし道は修
What
羅
a
の
face.
道。
Hold up, hold up. Look at this guy's face. Look at this guy's face. That's quite the face, old man, with the giant ass ears. This guy's also super fit. Look at those forearms. Damn, all right. Also, I don't know why, but I thought that for a second I was seeing like the most exotic dual desk I've ever seen. But it was only for a split second. Hell in the heavens, chaos on earth. Beneath my feet a road paved with blood. Here I come, you son of a bitch. I hope you know some good prayers.
そんなもん、とうに忘れてしもうたわ。
I forgot them long ago. Turtle mode, he's the stall boss. What's this? What's this? Am I starring in a film? I keep expecting the director to yell cut and then tell us to make it look more realistic. I'd have to agree, for this scene is the sort that can only be found in the most fantastic tales, where an unarmored swordsman fights a Musha on equal terms or better. Oh, an unarmored human can actually fight a Musha. Oh boy. Oh boy. Jetstream Sam intensifies.
実はあなたたち、二人でグルになって私をからかってたりしない？
Tell me you two planned this just to drive me up a wall.
同じことを俺も聞こうと思っていたのだが。
I had the same suspicion regarding you, actually. What other explanation is there? I could more easily believe I slipped into a dream than what I am experiencing is real.
さほどに奇妙なことではないのです。
It's no great mystery. Man speaks suddenly as if responding to our banter. More likely he sensed my distress.
ここは狭い。武者の最大の利点である飛行能力が全く活かせません。
Your greatest advantage, flight, is negated by this
翼を
confined
奪われ
space.
た鷹がネズミに手間取るはむしろ道理というも
Even a
の
hawk
でしょ
denied
う。
the use of his wings must struggle to catch a mouse.
それでも鷹にはくちばしがある。ネズミの牙と渡り合って互角以下では
Yet still the
や
hawk
は
has
り
its
不甲
beak
斐な
and
いかと
talons.
思われるが。
Is it presumptuous to assume these should suffice to overcome the mouse's teeth?
他にも事情はあります。私はここ
Other factors.
で
I don't need to
無
defeat
理
you to
に
win.
勝ちを取る必
It's
要は
enough
な
merely to
い。
delay you.
しかしあなたは違う。一刻も早く私を倒さねばならない。
For you, the opposite's true. You
こう
must
して
defeat
い
me
る
with all
間に
haste.
も私の部下たちが駆けつけてくるかもし
The
れ
longer
な
you
いの
take,
だ
the
か
greater the chance my men find us here.
時を味方とする者はゆとりを得、敵とする者は焦りを得る。
The man with time on his side gains options.
私とあなた、
His opponent gains only fear. Thus,
体
while
は
you
あ
have
なた
advantage in
が
body,
大きく勝るでしょう。
I have advantage in
し
mind.
かし、真は私が優位にあります。ここまでは五分。
We
残
assume
る
these
は
are equal. It leaves only the question of skill.
それが比較にならぬという
So
わ
he's
け
just
か。
that much superior. That's what he's projecting.
おこて一本。
I believe I'm up an arm. Pain flares along my wrist. It's still attached, but that's a small comfort. Just now he danced past two of my strikes, then slipped one of his own through the lightly armored joint. But far worse than the shock of having taken a blow is the shame of my continued inability to land one of my own, or even to make contact with my enemy's sword. This man has not needed a single parry. Alas, the man is playing Dark Souls. He's played Dark Souls 2. He's fought enough dudes in armor that it's just Tuesday for him. I mean, who parries in Dark Souls, right? I tried my damnedest to draw one out, knowing that my augmented strength would overcome him. It should have been a simple task. A swordsman can't read his enemy so well as to cleanly evade his every attack, not unless his skill is vastly superior. And of course, that's the answer.
技量に
The difference is
それ
that
だけの
great.
差がある。
Even my father who taught me Yoshino Onryu never handled me with such ease. Compared to this man, I might as well be a child, a novice who never held a sword in his life. Who is he?
いいえ、やや浅い。
No. The cut was
とっ
shallow.
さ
Your
に力を抜いて、
Your body reacted to my
打
counter?
ち戦慣れした反応だけでは説明できない。
That suggests experience,
あ
and of
な
a
た
specific
は知
nature.
っているようですね。
You've faced Rokuhara Shinkage Ryu
我
before?
一度、
Once.
その者の名は
What was this swordsman's name?
一顔水日。
Ichigao Mizuhi.
あの娘
Ah, Ichigao.
道理で
That explains it.
あれと剣を交えていたのなら納得もいく。
Hers was indeed the Shinkage Ryu.
あの方をご存知か。
Ah, you knew her.
つまらぬ汚職事件に巻き込まれたりしなければ今頃は私の手元に引き上げていたかもしれない
Might well have been one of those facing you today, if not for that black market foolishness.
もし
What a waste.
私が直に手ほどきをしたのはほんの数度です。
May I
ま
ask what became of her?
あ確かに天品と呼べるものがありました。
She was a gifted pupil, though I only instructed her myself on a
彼
few
女
brief
は
occasions.
今
This guy gives you Ghost in the Shell vibes. It's the goggles, right? It's the fact that he's Japanese and wearing the goggles. It's 100% the goggles. Japan plus the goggles is like super Ghost in the Shell. Right? He's even wearing like he's even wearing a kimono to make it extra Japanese. I totally get that vibe too.
2年前、己の矜持に準じられた。他に語るべきことはない。
Years ago, she died for honor. There's nothing more to be said.
そうですか。
I see.
あなたは彼女の死か。
You her sword master?
そう言っても差し支えはないでしょうね。よろしい。これも人の絵にし。
I had that distinction. A strange conflux, but these connections are what make us human. So be it.
あの者に伝えきれなかった王妃をあなたにお教えしましょう。
I could not pass to her all of
か
my
かって
secrets,
おいでなさい。
so instead I'll pass one to you. Come as you will. Thus said, he assumes Musha Jodan, blade held above his right shoulder. This is the first time he's taken a stance, but rather than give me new cause for concern, it seems to diminish the threat he presents. A fixed stance limits his options. I can begin to predict how he'll respond to my attack, and that means I might have the chance to bring my strength to bear? What is he planning? No time to wonder. Not when a swarm of Musha could descend upon me at any moment. I'll have to meet his challenge directly. I assume Jodan, mirroring his, Normally, this is where I'd assess my opponent's breathing, but to vie for timing with this Master of the Sword seems a poor idea indeed. I empty my mind and strike. He answers slow. A split second late, yet his strike is angled to meet mine head on. It can only mean one thing. Kiriotoshi? Made famous by the Ryu is a technique for cutting through your opponent's strike. It's feared and rightly, but to use it here? Madness. No need to disengage, I judge in an instant. This is a contest I can win. It's a contest you're going to somehow lose. Overconfidence? Kageaki, you're throwing here. A Musha facing an unarmored man has an absolute advantage in power. His deflection may be flawless. No doubt it will be, but that won't suffice to shift my course, not even though I've held back my strength so as to not kill him. Most he can hope is to land his own blow, and even then his damage will be greater.
Rokuhara Shinkage Ryu.
Rokuhara Shinkage Ryu? Gashi. A silence falls, I'm left to gape at my severed left hand lying on the floor. He's able to slice through power armor that can... Okay, how much damage, how hard does this guy, that random human hit for? When you can fly, so we've seen like their approximate speeds. This one of them actually had a speedometer when they sped up. They're going at about 300 kilometers an hour. 300 kilometers an hour in a straight line towards each other is like 600 kilometers an hour plus an attack. And he fucking cut that off without instantly breaking his sword? How do you even stop that? Alright, well, whatever. How do you even, like, redirect your blade to do that much damage? Like, a blade redirection that deals that kind of damage? Yeah, like, for an attack to not kill someone when those hit head-on means those are super durable. And he just, like, cut through one on a melee swing. Like, it shouldn't even be possible for that to happen if Kageaki just takes a swing at him and he tries to cut his arm off. That guy's got plot armor out the ass. Like, you know, Batman versus Superman, where you're like, why is... It's like Batman versus Superman. They're both trying to kill each other and Superman's berserk. Somehow Batman survives because reasons instead of instantly dying from, like, you know, eye beams. It's like Batman kicks him in the junk, it hurts for some reason, and Batman runs off, and Superman can't find him because reasons. Like, it's like one of those where you're like, the one of the characters had so much plot armor that it's actually stupid. Alright. What? We. Oh! I mean, you're not winning now, Ichijo. Alright. Not bad at all. You block my thrust well, young lady? Fucking spears, what a pain in the ass. The Mongols use them too. I like the interface. I assume this is Masamune's interface. Gold and blue? Looks kind of good. We're at like, what's this, 3/4, maybe 2/3 power? They outranged our Naginata. They even threw them to savages. Take care, Mito. It won't be easy to get within range. The history of the spear in Yamato began, according to one theory, with the Mongol invasion. There are other theories, but everyone agrees that by the Sengoku period, the spear had risen to dominate the battlefield, replacing the Naginata entirely as the infantry polearm of choice. I could have done without the demonstration of why it did. My enemy's slow. How much like a turtle, much slower than Officer Minato's Muramasa. Even though I'm still new to flight, I've had no trouble taking the high ground. Take the high ground is the first rule of Musha combat for a reason. Altitude gives me speed, speed gives me power. But none of that means anything. If I can't get close enough to land a hit. He keeps forcing me off course. If I block, I lose my chance to attack.
そこが槍の卑劣さ
We're
よ。
closer to half at this
安
point,
全な
I'd
場所
say.
から己のみ攻めて勝ちを盗む。
Spear wielders are all cowards. They strike from safety, expecting victory to fall into their laps. And, well, is it? Sort of. You're struggling, right? I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason spears are a super popular weapon. Not only are they cheap to make relative to swords, you can get people to use them because they're further away from their opponents. Not as close and personal. They work well in formations. There are so many reasons to use a spear over a sword. There's a reason that when people are using guns, they still use halberds, because halberds work really well in formations. You gotta remember that well into the age of firearms, people still had halberds, which are just spears that also can be swung a little bit, and even bayonets. A lot of bayonets are just basically turning your gun into a spear. Spears are an amazing weapon. But you know, not the most honorable sometimes. Okay. No argument there, but complaining won't help. Absolutely. To figure out how to deal with the spear wielder. And a maneuverable one at that. What course, Nito? What course? What course do you think?
もこうもね。
心得た。
Straight through it
そ
is?
れで参ろう。
He's super armored. He's literally a turtle.
どうしたどうした拉致があかん様子ではないか娘ぶどう
What's wrong, hero? You seem at a loss. Is this a good Sichi? Motion blur is obscuring the visuals, but it seems solid. It also doesn't look like Masamune's charging. It actually looks like the turtle's charging Masamune.
もう手詰まりかの大見えを切ってそれでは格好というも
Here,
の
I
が
hope
つく
you'd
ま
have
れ
the
て
strength to match the fire in your heart.
うるせえ。拉致は開ける。あと3手だ。
Keep laughing. 3 moves and I'll shut you up for good.
ほう
3 moves?
ではその3手見せていただこう
Then by all means, show me.
ふんこれで2手
That makes 2. Only 1 move left.
チート手数が足りんのではないかな
Perhaps you should have asked for more.
この槍のケラ首は特別強靭にできておるでの打ち折るのは骨であろ
The spear has an exceptionally strong neck. I believe you'll find cutting through quite the challenge.
うわしがこのまま打たせ続けてやるとも限らぬしのん
And there's no guarantee I'll let you keep trying, is there? We haven't seen a Musha's weapon break yet, have we?
そうか。じゃあ
Oh,
やめだ。
well, okay. Keep your spear.
つうかよ。3手もいらなかったし。
Turns out I didn't need 3 after all. Huh?
ほらよ。
How's this?
どうだ。
How's that?
敵左肩鋼鉄に悲劇
Direct hit left shoulder.
損傷ではない
However, he received less damage than expected.
槍止めの連続による腕力の低下が不都合であった
Blocking his thrust
また
weakened
敵
your
の鋼
arm,
鉄もなかなかに優れてい
and
る
his armor is highly durable. He's literally a turtle. Yeah, you could have guessed that.
亀だけにってか。簡単にはいかねえな。
Guess he's a hard-shelled turtle, huh? Gonna take some work.
まあ、調子くれてた野郎の目を
At least
覚
we
ま
woke-
させてやれたみたいだから。
At least we
いい
woke
と
the
しておく
fucker up,
か。
right? You're at still about half.
確かにの
You
いい
certainly
やつを
did.
もらったわい
Well played, young
や
lady.
ってくれたものよな娘も
別に、槍に勝つなら懐へ入る。な
Not
ん
really.
て常識だろ。
Once you're getting close, it's easy.
その弱点があるから、武者の間で槍は流行らなかったんだろうが。
That's why most Musha don't use spears, basic shit. It's the same reason you almost never see a Musha thrust with his sword in the air. Compared to a slash, which targets a line, a point targeting thrust is much harder to land. Yeah, but it does way more damage. It's way easier to pierce armor with a... It's presumably way easier to pierce that armor with a single point, right? A spear can thrust further than a sword, of course, but this actually makes connecting more difficult. If you miss, that's it. The enemy is inside your range and there's nothing you can do but take the hit.
6回。今の込みなら7回か。全部的を外さなかったてめえの腕は大したもんだ。
That was what, 6 thrusts you made me block?
6回も見りゃ、こっちの目だって慣れるに
Pretty
決
good for
ま
an
って
old
んだろ。
man. But if you show me the same thing 6 times, you'll better believe I'd start to see it coming.
受けないで避ければ体勢も崩れない。てめえを切れる。
And if I see it coming, I don't have to block, and that means I can fuck you up.
トロトロやりすぎたんだよ、坊主。私が慣れるまで時間を汚したてめえがバカだ。
Slow and steady won't work here, asshole. Shouldn't have given me time to catch up.
おごる悪党はそうして自滅するものよ。
Ghost the villain, skeleton and hubris. And with you announcing this, he obviously changes his attack pattern ever so slightly and completely fucks you because of your own hubris. But you know what? Whatever. Whatever. I mean,
いや本当にの。
Hubris is a terrible foe.
だがの、わしも大物ぶって手加減していたわけではなくての、ちっと肩慣らしをしておったのよ。
Still, you should know I wasn't toying with you. I just needed some time to shake off the rust.
お主の一発で目が覚めたことでもある。
That blow of yours helped with
そ
that.
ろそろ
I must say, now shall we begin?
何を
Begin what?
終わり寒流波紋、遊佐同心。これなる剣は胴狸正国。
Use the Doshin expelled from the Owari Kanryu wielding Dotanuki Masakuni.
我らがやり、いざご覧あれ。
Behold the true might of our spear.
ミド、槍に何かを通しよったぞ。
He just ran something up his spear.
何か
巣のような。
Some sort of tube. It's a gun now! Wait, a spear with a tube attachment? Why does that sound familiar?
ミド、
Eyes on the enemy, Mito. Juke? Think later. I know what I said, but the fact is I need all my focus just to evade his thrusts. Worse now is he knows I've got his number. I can expect him to throw in a twist or two. Why'd you announce it then? He's definitely the kind of fuck who keeps a bag full of tricks up his sleeve. Still,
思想。
how about you?
来やがれ。
Bring it.
一をもってこれを貫く。
My way is but a single thrust. He does throw in a twist, literally, but way more than one. Wait, what's happening there? To arms! We're under attack! Is that? Where's the general? Rebels in the keep! Protect his grace! The keep? West quarter, find them! Find General Doshin.
姉上、お迎えに上がりましたぞ。
Sister, we're getting you out of here. Yep. And someone got her out in the chaos. I can't help but wonder, but the incompetence of these two as spies. Why is her energy going down? Her energy shouldn't be going down when she takes damage. That doesn't make sense. And maybe it's a different bar at the bottom now? It used to be the mana bar, if you recall. We predicted that's how What's-His-Face ran out of juice. As he was spamming the shit out of abilities that just ate all his juice until he froze. I'm kind of confused why her bar is going down when she hasn't used any of her specials. Maybe Masamune operates differently. Operates on different logic, interface-wise. I was curious. I wonder if Raicho's or someone's goal was actually to rescue the princess. This whole time. And that they used these two bumblefucks as a distraction to get her out. That's why they had them half-heartedly go against the Shogun. Dorsal armor breached? Curses. I've begun repairs. Don't lose heart, Mito.
当たり前だ。
Who do you think you're talking to? Pain from the hole in my back is insistent. I grit my teeth, shake my head, clear and focus on staying alive. Take my head clear. My wings are sluggish. Some of my energy is being used for repairs, but I managed through brute force to raise my pitch and regain altitude. It was close. If I'd hit the ground, we'd be dead, even if the crash itself didn't kill us. How do you like the taste of my spear? Rather a lot to chew on, no? I'll give you something to chew on. My retort rings hollow, but I can do nothing more. I've put together the pieces at last, but too late. Kanryu. Fuck. What is it, Mido?
普通槍ってやつは左手を口にして右手でつくだろう。
With most spears, you grip with your right hand and slide it through your left? Yep.
左手で持つところに管を通して口の滑りを良くしたのが管槍だ。普通の槍よりも早くつけるし、修練すれば回転を利かせてひねり込めるようにもなる。
Well, someone figured if you slide it through a tube instead, you can thrust faster, withdraw faster, and even make the damn thing spin.
なるほど。しかし、それにしても先のあれは。
I see, though I wouldn't call that mere spinning.
尾張貫流の管槍はもう一工夫あるんだ。ケラ首がやたらとしなる。
That's the thing about the Kanryu. They made their spears extra flexible at the neck.
ムチかなんかみたいにな。そのおかげで手元のひねりが先端へ伝わる頃にはあんな大回転になってるって寸法。
It's like a whip. Every twist of your hand is amplified so that the time it reaches the tip, it's turned into a giant fucking circle. It's a cool trick weapon. I remember Grandma Ichihime telling me about it while knitting a sweater or something, and what sweaters and spears got to do with each other, I don't have an idea. If you think spears are no big deal, she said, that you can just slip past their thrust no problem, try facing the Owari Kanryu. They'll knock that silly notion right out of your head. And she was right. My goal is the same, I just need to get past his thrust, but how am I supposed to get past that?
さて、先ほどありがたい忠告をいただいたばかりであるし、
Now I suppose I should end this
今
quickly.
度は一息に仕留めさせて
Don't
もら
want
う
to
と
choke
しよ
on
う
hubris, do we?
なめんな。
I'm not done yet. Again, the thrust comes in a rapid spiral, impossible to evade, and it's like staring down a maw lined with teeth. But if I can get my sword in there to stop it, maybe... Shit, even that doesn't work.
右肩に刺激。
Right shoulder damage. How about...
案ずるな。肉が少し吹っ飛んで関節が砕けただけだ。
Fear not, the joint is
大
merely
事はな
shattered.
い。
Good, my right arm dangles from the ruin of my shoulder, and the pain's getting annoying. Neither has a purpose, so I put them out of my mind. I'm good.
問題なさそうだ。
問題はないが。
Indeed,
あと
however,
一撃くらいは落ちる。
however, one more hit will knock us from the sky.
対抗手段がねえな。
No way past.
情けないことを言うでない。
Just that
この
resignation,
正宗
Mido.
のしてともあろうものが。
I hadn't believed you so weak.
弱音吐いてんじゃねえ。
Canon, I'm
考え
just
てるん
thinking.
だ。
Think, what did Grandma say? The Kanryu is prized by the Tokugawa of Owari for 200 years. They ensured its secrets never left the clan. Their spearmen became the most feared in Yamato. And once I asked if it was possible to beat Kanryu with a sword, she said, with a sword? Well, let's see. You can't dodge it because it moves too fast, and you can't block it because it smacks you away. I say you're out of luck.
ないのかよ。
That's it? Shit. My past and present selves are united in their exasperation, and in my mind's eye I see her shrug and smile. If all you got's a sword, you want to beat the Kanryu? Maybe bring a gun? Guess that's the only
そ
way.
れしかねえか。
おお、
Are you ready, Mido?
やるのかミド。
やっちまえ。あのクソ坊主をこれ以上図に乗らせるよりは何だってマシ
Do
だ。
it, whatever it takes to bring that fucker down.
心得
As
たい
you。wish.
まだ落ちぬか。粘るの、粘るの。
Still flying? Impressive, impressive indeed.
その粘りが勝機を呼べば
Will
よいが
tenacity be enough?
の。忘れてはおらぬであろうが、ここは六原が主上、不堕落山菜の上空。
I'm afraid our fun is
時間
doomed to be
をかけ
short.
れば邪魔者が退去して侵
This
入
is
してくる。
Fudaraku airspace. In case you've forgotten, it's only a matter of time before...
はて、そういえばゲセンがな。
Actually, why hasn't anyone shown up
何故まだ
yet?
来たりと現れんのか。
That's strange. Confused mutterings are coming from that flying dung heap. Ignoring them, I press my teeth together. Molars first, incisors last, harder until my jaw turns white. Then I exhale once and get ready for the pain.
政宗、
Masamune?
おお、
Aye.
食え。
Take it.
入れよ。
By your leave. Throughout my body, metal shifts, tearing flesh free of bone and viscera beneath. A snapping, crunching fills my ears. The sound of meat and steel being pressed into a ball. I prime it with my heat.
政宗
Third justice
7
of
つの
Koen's
からくりが
chakra.
1つ比嘉鉄砲コエン尺
Spear of dancing flame. He's flying. Can't he just avoid?
くれてやる
Chew on this. What's this?
そ
Let's
う
see.
来るかい。だが
Hmm?
おのれ込みようなやつ
He struck it down
弾を
with
や
his
りで
spear.
撃ち落としやったか
This fiend has a devil's luck. Masamune's frustration resonates with my own. The iron bomb works by expelling thousands of spikes in every direction. You can't dodge or deflect it, and even the strongest armor, even with the strongest armor, some shrapnel's bound to get through the joints. But in this case, the bomb went off at a distance, and when it made contact with the asshole's spear, he might have escaped the brunt of it. Worst case, all we did was surprise him a bit.
自爆兵器だってのにこっちのダメージの方がでかいんじゃねえか
I mean, I did say the weapon's kind of trash. If anything, what you could have done, although it's really hard, is to like detonate it and then hit him while he's like shocked. But it won't work now because you've already shot it once. Shit, when I use myself as ammo, I expect the other guy to take more damage.
それは気にするな
Our damage is irrelevant, Mito.
分かってる
Pain is useless. I don't need to know how many thin metal slivers are stabbing into my gut, so I ignore it. If you ignore the pain of your wounds, it's like they don't exist, more or less. Maybe she blew up his spear. Or broke it. Maybe, if you're lucky. Turn around to face this guy. How's it looking? Where'd he go?
もう一発かますか
Shall we give room another taste?
いや
Yeah, but no more
ち
fucking
まち
around.
まやってても拉致が開かねえ右腕全部潰せ
Use my right arm, all of it? Are you certain?
良いのか
どうせ動かないならいらねえだろうが
If it won't move, we don't need it?
通り
Well said. His spear's still
お
intact.
うお主も意外にゲートしたよの
I nearly soiled myself there.
今のは少しヒヤッとしたわいい
You
や
quite the trick to
こ
yourself,
の
eh?
旋律こそが勝負の
But
醍
these are the
醐
moments
味と
that
いう
give
ものであろう
a battle its spice.
しかしそんな
So I don't think that one will do much.
喜べ
Lucky you.
醍醐味大盤振る舞いだ
Plenty more spice where that came from.
残さずきれいに全部食え
Now let me see you eat it. It's it. Grind my bones to niter, char my flesh to blackened coal, and let my blood be fire to ignite my wrath. Fill it with death, sheathe it in steel. Good. Now teach him the meaning of hate. Another shot. Well, it's a big ass explosion. Did it get him? Please tell me he's gone this time.
柳生上安祭
Yagyu Joansai.
そういなかろうか
Do I guess correctly?
私は裏方の者。敵に名乗る習慣は持ちません。
We of the Shadows are not in the habits of introducing ourselves to our enemies.
が、
However, for you,
あなたは特別です。
I'll make an exception. With a subtle tilt of his head, he acknowledges the name. I was correct. This man is Yagyu Joansai, leader of the Ashikaga's clan bodyguard, the Grand Master of the Rokuhara Shinkage Ryu, and the most feared swordsman in Yamato.
切り落とし
You were expecting
だと
Kiryu
思いましたか。
He points to my left hand, which ends abruptly at the wrist.
一刀流の神髄。切り落としは、相手の剣と対象の一撃をもって勝ちを取る。その秘訣は、
Kiryu is perfected by the Itoryu, is a technique for encountering your opponent by striking into his attack, and in order to accomplish this,
遅れて相手の剣筋を見切った上で
Yagyu.
動き、それを切り落とす明確な意図を持って迎え 刀と刀の打ち合いを制する点にあります。
So,
求められるのは
in order to use this,
運
you allow your
剣
wow,
の
he said.
精密さ。
You allow your opponent to strike first, and then determine his angle of attack, countering in such a way as to both deflect his blade and reach him with your own. This resembles cutting through your opponent's strike, or cutting it down, hence Kiryu Otoshi. It relies on precise control of force.
我らの合詞はこれと似て非なるもの。
Shinkage
相手の
Ryu's
剣
gashi
筋を見極めてから動くと
is
ころま
similar in
では
concept, but differs greatly in
同じ。
execution. It also begins by striking into the opponent's attack.
しかしその先は精密さではなく効率を求めます。
Instead of control, however, we
大
choose
きな
efficiency
円を描く敵の剣筋の内側に
by inscribing a smaller circle inside the larger one you present.
小さな円を描き、結果的に相手よりも早く目標に達し、打ち合わず
To reach our
乗り
destination
込
first.
んで
There's no
切
deflection,
る。
only a meeting. It is there the cut is made. So if you correctly follow through, even with the loss of a limb, you would defeat him, in theory. Pity our character did not do so. Apparently he doesn't have enough strength to wield his sword single-handedly.
これが新影流六原派の合詞です。同じ新影流でも解釈の相違があるので、
From this we derive the name
他の派で
Gashi.
はまた異なる形で伝わっているよ
This is,
う
of
で
course,
すが、
only one technique, or one interpretation of the technique. Other Shinkage Ryu traditions have their own. As the master completes this lesson, I have to wonder if he's satisfied with his pupil. In all honesty, I understood perhaps half of what he said. A technique that lets you recover or use the time lost responding to your opponent's attack. I grasp its nature, but nothing more. I cannot hope to replicate the feat, nor can I imagine a method to counter it.
ミダ
Mito? I do understand one thing all too well, as it seems, does Muramasa. I cannot defeat this man, as it's simply beyond my power. A chill grows in this pit of my stomach, and not, I'm certain, due solely to the blood loss from my severed hand.
全力で
Use my shinogi.
いや、
No. I know what it cost Muramasa to speak those words, to suggest unleashing her full might, up to and including the railgun, against an unarmored opponent, and I feel her shame keenly, for it's my own. But it's not shame that stays my hand. It's the promise I made to Ichijo that no more innocents would die, that the law of balance would lie dormant forever. I'll never kill again, and as a Tsurugi is a weapon, to wield it fully is to accept your enemy will perish. So I cannot use it, not now, not ever. I won't betray my oath. Muramasa's silence has the unmistakable air of surrender. She's resigned herself, not to the outcome of this duel, but to something else. The what will have to wait until we make it out of here alive. If we make it out of here alive.
さて、私は一人、刀一振りを掲げて、あなたの進路に立ちふさがる。手
Now
の
a
内は
question.
この合詞剣。
A man bars your path. He is alone, armed with only a sword, but he wields the technique called gashi.
あなたは武者一騎。仲間はいるが離れている。時間はない。
You are a musha, but your sole
やや
ally
も
is
すれ
distant.
ば
Your enemy has
私
reinforcements
の
on
部下
approach.
がここへ来る。状況。
How do you
以上。
proceed?
では、どうされます？
His gentle tone belies the challenge inherent in the question, and the black device set over his eyes conceals his true intent. Whatever the case, the question's parameters are accurate. We are each alone, but he has allies nearby who are certain to arrive given enough time. And of course, he is a master of Shinkage Ryu, the most famed and fabled of martial traditions, while I am but a middling disciple of a minor school with no renown. My sword is nothing compared to his. Not even the superhuman strength granted by my armor is enough to overcome this disparity. Where does that leave me? What are my options?
進歩は形なく、実法に通関す。
Spirit has no form, but is present in all things.
あなたは、説人島にとどまる器か。それとも、 活人島に届く器か。
You have what it takes to transcend your limits, to become the sword that harnesses life rather than the sword that merely takes it? I have no words, which is to say no response. This duel is already over.
そうか。
Ah. That's the answer. I've lost. How's that?
その一撃が正義の怒り、その一撃が弱者の嘆きと知るがいい。
Feel the power of justice burn in the rage of those you have wronged? I gotta say, if we're talking about hubris, I think Masamune is like at or near the top for hubris. In terms of Tsurugi, he's like so full of himself, and then half the time he's not exactly showing up. Let's see if this is actually a kill.
声だめの底で腐った糞尿より汚らしい血をまき散らして死ねー。
I feel like it would be cinematic if the villain just came out of the explosion laughing but injured. That seems like it would be appropriate, right? Your foul blood is the price for the tears they shed. Drown in it, villain! Drown in your offal! This time my cluster of bombs blanketed the sky with fire. We're still waiting for the smoke to clear, but even if he somehow survived, there's no way he makes it out in one piece. I told you, fucker, today's the day!
ところでミド、別にどうでもよいことだが、今の爆風の余波でなんか右足が吹っ飛んだ。
By the way, Mito, a trifling concern, but you should be aware those explosions blew off most of our right leg.
そうか。
Makes sense. I was wondering why it felt kind of light.
足の鈍りは避けられん。残存熱量を考えると、
Its loss will impact our speed. Also, your heat reserves are low. We won't be flying for much longer.
早めに離脱しないとまずいってわけか。
Guess we'd best get out of here, huh? I'm waiting for it. Is it next click? Futaraka is the last place I want to land. But first...
港さんの無事を確認しないと。どうだ、あっちはもう脱出したか。
We have to hook up with Officer Minato. Did he make it out?
知らん。
How should I know?
サーチしろよ。
You have radar, don't you?
どうでもよかろうが、奴らのこ
What
となど。
difference does it make? Forget them. I
よく
can't.
ない。
なぜだ。
Why not?
あの人は味方だろ。
They're with us.
敵であろう。たまたま手を組んだだけの。奴めがもし下で窮しておるなら、
They're
ちょ
villains,
うど
Mito.
よい。
Our goals...
始末の手間が省けるというも
Our
の。
goals may have aligned for a time, but that's all. Let them die down there if that's their fate. It'll save us the trouble of killing them.
いや、
Oh, of course. I
そ
see
れ
it.
はそれで口惜しい話か。
You wish to end their villainy yourself,
奴
is
ら
that
は
it?
この手で切り捨てたいと、そういうのだな、ミド。それとも何か、奴の罪を許したとでも。
If not that, then what? Do you mean to let them go unpunished? It's said when a smith forges his Tsurugi, he transmutes his soul into steel as well. Thus, most Tsurugi, though they possess independent thought, exhibit little in the way of emotion. Masamune is different, as emotional as any human, and in some ways, even more so, but not now. Now his voice is every bit as hard as the armor which contains it.
許しちゃいない。ただ、罪を償ってほしいって思ってるん
Not
だ。
happening. I want him to atone.
罪を償う方法などない。
There is no way to atone.
それは分かってる。
I know that.
でも、
I still need a...
私にはあの人が必要なんだ。幕府と戦うのに、私だけじゃ力が足りない。お前は否定するんだろうけど。
I need his help to fight Rokuhara. I can't do it alone. I know you don't like hearing it, but it's true.
私と一緒にいれば、あの人だってもう正しい人まで殺したりしなくて済むし。
As long as he's with me, he won't have to kill any more innocents. And
ミド、
listen well.
良いか。悪は悪なのだ。悪鬼は悪鬼なのだ。
Evil is evil. Demons are demons.
奴らと我らは決して相入れぬ。
Our kind and theirs cannot
あの
exist.
男
He'll
はいず
betray
れ
you.
恩義を裏切る。
Count on it. It'll probably happen at some point. We'll have another fight where he's trying to kill us for Muramasa's sake. Decent chance, unless he no longer sees us as a good person. Which would be pretty hard, considering we're following the... We're literally piloting, like, the, Tsurugi of Justice. He
そ
won't.
んなことない。
He understands me. He told me I was right. I know he'll keep supporting me in his own honest to a fault way.
裏切られた時はどうする？
And when he does,
そこまで信じてなお
when he betrays even your
裏切
faith,
られたなら
what then?
その時は許さない。
If it happens,
必ず殺す。
I will kill him. What?
まだ不満があるのか？
二度悪とは実に往生際が悪く
Have the
しぶとい
tenacity
ものだ。
of vermin. Yeah, he finally turned on his radar to see the guy's still alive, right?
そう簡単には殺しきれん。
It takes more than a little fire to kill them.
どんなにしぶとくたって。
Well, whatever it takes. He's telling you something. Whatever it takes, I'll
来るぞ。
stand ready.
何？
It's the turtle blasting off. You're still alive. It's a turtle. You thought to one-shot a turtle? Your attack isn't even as good as like Muramasa's, and you thought it would one-shot someone? Jesus. Barely. Almost gave up the ghost there, I did.
いやいやたまげたわい。
The fight continues.
極楽浄土へ旅立つところであった。
Had to claw my way back from the edge of paradise. Is that...
カメ？
He's a turtle. And yes, she said kame, as in turtle.
亀だ。
A flying turtle. He just says kameda, like it's a turtle. She's like, turtle? Why didn't they just translate that to turtle? Yes, a turtle. He has in fact become a dog. How does that even work?
からくり仕込みに来る鍛
A
冶師は
fascinating concept.
我だけではなかったらしい。
I thought I was the only smith to employ
あ
such
の発
artifice.
想は我にもなかった。ふは
He's faster than you too.
無傷だってのか？
He made it
あ
without
れ
a
食らっ
scratch?
といて。
甲羅に閉じこもった亀が相手ではな。鉄砲の矢尻も貫けぬ。
His shell is proof against our bombs. This is what it's like to lay siege to a fortress.
怒りを通り越して。
Vexing, but more than anger or awe, I feel
関心も通過して。
an uncontrollable urge.
今はただ無性に叩き潰し
The
てい
urge to smash it into rubble? Aren't we missing like multiple limbs? Funny, I feel exactly the same.
この野郎！
Alright, asshole, you ready for more?
おっともう手妻の時間はやらぬぞ。
No, I think we've learned our
遊びが
lesson.
命取りになることよーく分かったでな。
No more games.
落とさせていただこう。
This ends now.
政宗、鉄砲はまだ撃てる
Can we get
か？
off another shot? If I get close, take a hit, maybe I can shoot one past his...
いや無理だ。
We need all our remaining armor to fly.
消費すると飛べなくなる。
くそ！
Shit. All I got's my sword, and with only my left hand to wield it.
はあ
I can't even put up a fight.
畜生が！
Fuck!
怒るミド。
Danger, Mito?
政宗！
What?
炎砕かれた。
Lift dropping? He's got our wings? Shit, half my wings are missing. There's no way I can fly. Can I send heat to repair them? No, there's no time. The remaining half is enough to glide on, so at least we don't have to worry about crashing. But that doesn't mean much when he'll just pick us apart once we land. They say a Musha in the air has at least a 3-to-1 advantage over a Musha stuck on the ground. Some experts even say 10-to-1. The point is we can't win from down there.
それでも、くそ！
We'll have to do
や
it
るし
anyway.
かねえか！
But how?
悠長な考えはそれまで生き延びてからもてあそべ。ミド。
Save for later, Mito. We still have to make it that far.
何？
What?
敵。乾から猪神。
Enemy
落攻
descending
せ。
from our 11 o'clock. So, like, right above and, like, to the left of us? Slightly to the left of us, then?
地面まで生かしとく気はないってか。
Huh. Not even gonna let me crash?
もう時間はやらぬ。そう言うたの。
When I said now, I meant it, girl. Damn, this guy's a piece of shit, but when he's right, he's right. Right now, we can barely maneuver while he can choose to strike from any angle he chooses. It's his best chance to finish us. We don't have a prayer, do we?
政宗！
Masamune?
おう、
Mito?
私らはここまでか！
Are we done?
断じていいな。
Our work is never done.
私はあいつを倒せるか！
Can we win?
政宗は正義を行うにあたり。
Justice always wins.
どうすればいい？
How?
我に命じよ。
Command me. Do it?
承知。
Aye.
お命ちょうだい。
Your head is
て
mine.
めえがよこせ。
Come and get it. A split second before impact, I roll and present my belly to the foe.
政宗、
The fourth
7つ
justice.
のからくりが1つ。
恩剣6本こそ。
Onking claws of piercing bones. Damn, alright then. Don't have any arms? May as well grow my rib cage into fucking spines. Again, I'm like sitting here thinking, is this gonna pierce armor? Alright, we'll see.
なんじゃ。
Wait, he says nanja in Japanese, and then in English, it's Parvati's tits. Alright. Bones burst from my chest, 3 to a side, long and curved like the claws of a beast. Ichijo crazy? Yeah. Hardened with Masamune's armor, they seize my enemy and bind him tight.
この政宗に仕掛けだ。
Justice has no blind
手
spots.
も足も出ない窮地に陥ることもあろうと予期し、
We may lose our every limb,
肋骨を出せるようにしておいたのだ。
but so long as we have ribs, we're never unarmed. Well, if you don't deal a lethal blow, you need to do a lot of fucking damage.
無駄じゃ無駄じゃ無駄じゃ。この六本骨層の握力はエゾのヒグマをもしのぐ。
Struggle, worm. An Azo bear could not break my grasp.
そうたやすく逃れられるものではないわ。
Mito, strike him down.
今ぞ。血を吐きながらでも良いから攻撃せよ。敵は藁人形当然。
You can choke on your blood once you've skewered this villain. Look, his engines are keeping us aloft.
こうして食いついておる限り、
He's at your
墜落の
mercy,
心
Mito.
配もない。
Strike.
叩きってしまい。
Oh, right. This is what I've been waiting for.
おだ
Do you have this? Motherfucker! You didn't get through his armor yet? And my sword rings dully against his armor. Just before my blow landed, he pulled himself into his shell.
あがきやがって。
Why won't you die?
なんの。ミド、焦がしてやれ。
You have him, Mito. Roast him alive. Good idea. I grip my sword tight and feed it with my heat. The first
お
justice.
ぼろ。
Oboro.
小試験。
Sword of burning flesh. Do you still have the strength to throw this? You gotta be low on juice. A wet sizzling reaches my ears, the sound of my fat cells popping like oil in a pan. I won't have long till the whole arm turns to charcoal. Gotta finish this
政
now.
宗、甲冑の弱点は
Doesn't
喉
look
と
like he wants to show his neck.
もう一つ。
A suit of armor has 2 weaknesses.
あれか。
You mean?
あれだ。
Yes.
じゃあ
That's what I
それだ。
thought. I draw back my arm and thrust. Melting the turtle's shell like butter, the white-hot blade sinks deep into his
言っ
groin.
たよな。てめえが生きてる間に
I said I'd
目玉
take
と
your
金玉
balls, you
えぐ
fuck.
ってやるって。まずは汚ねえ方からだ。
Don't worry, you won't need him in hell.
約束通りもらっとく。
Good job on the voice actor. That actually sounded cool.
まるで絞め殺される。
Listen, Mito.
豚のひ
He
れだ。
squeals like a pig. I crank my sword like a volume dial to see how high I can turn his screams. Just kill him already, Ichigo, before you pass out. He's still alive.
待ってたぜ。
There you are. Finally, the heat's too much, and he shows his head and his soft, ripe throat. I yank my sword free and prepare to strike.
死んね
Fucking die! Armor freeze?
カラストラ。
Kala Sutra. Is he breathing fire?
いかん。
No, he's
逃げら
getting.
れ。
I raise my arm to shield my head, my left arm, whose usefulness is no longer contingent on remaining whole.
自分の敗北です。柳生のご宗家。
Thank you for the lesson, Master of the Yagyu.
貴重な一手をご教授いただきました。
Victory is yours.
では
You accept defeat?
では
Yes.
これにて
And I see
大
the
山
field.
つかまつる。
A thunderclap punctuates my bow and my engine roars to life. My armor rattles, my bones quake, and even half thrust is too much for this space, but no matter. Forward is the only choice. My sword dangles at my side forgotten. It can serve no further purpose. This battle is already lost.
正解
Very good. I explode, literally into motion, a shell fired from an overprimed cannon. Yet even that speed means nothing to this man. He's already there where I will be, wielding that sword which in his hands has the power to carve a Musha limb from limb. Even the Shinkage Ryu has its limits. If he hopes to kill me with a single stroke, there's only one place he can aim, my neck. This guy is able to cut through a Musha with a basic sword. Are you kidding? He could cut you in half if he wanted to. From anywhere. Given the fact that there's like no amount of that, given the fact that like an impact with a power armored warrior going with about 600 kilometers an hour of combined velocity can fail to pierce your armor, there is 0% chance this guy cannot bisect you in a single blow. But alright. My heart's protected behind layers of armor, steel shaped to turn the mightiest thrust. If I can just guard my neck, I'm through. His blade meets my blocking elbow with immaculate precision, slicing through skin, muscle, and bone. My lungs seize, my blood turns to ice, terror, and awe. This is how it feels to face a god. But the laws of physics are with me here. Having spent his force to sever my forearm, his strike lances harmlessly off the side of my helmet. I ignore it and continue my flight, my feet barely touching the floor, and in passing, my shoulder appears to bowl him over. But I know from the lack of impact, he shifted the energy away as he fell. Even a Musha's charge is nothing to this monster. But that's no longer my concern. I fly on, no looking back. The way is clear.
そう別に私をほふる必要はないあなたの勝利は
Well done. Despite what I said,
私を倒すことではな
you
く
never needed to defeat me. Only get
この
past me.
必要だったのは私を倒す方法ではなく
For a Musha, that's as simple as
私
sacrificing an
を
arm.
突破する
The
方
moment you
法
realize this, victory was yours.
それは武者なら造作もない口車も乗せられなければそれまでのこと
Wily words mean nothing if your opponent sees through them. It seems I've
私
played
も
the fool
飛
tonight.
んだ道化ですね
Let's see, did Ichijo take an L?
棟梁
Master,
遅いですよ
you're late.
申し訳ございません。組頭が倒されたため連絡が混乱し
The captain was knocked unconscious. There was some confusion.
外でも何か異変があっ
There's
たよ
something
うで
happening outside. We don't know what.
うん
Outside? Very well.
わかりました
Resume pursuit of the enemy.
あなたたちは侵入者を追いなさいあちらへ向かいました
He went that way.
逃してはなりません
Don't let him escape.
はい
Sir.
何をしているのです
What are you waiting for?
棟梁僕いえ自分の熱源探査はあちらではなくこちらに侵入者らしき反応を捉えているのですが
Master, my thermal scan suggests the target went this way, not...
勘違いでしょうか
Am I mistaken?
胸虎
Munetora?
あ
Master?
はい
今は王子と呼びなさい
You may call me uncle.
Hi.
Yes.
おじ上
Uncle?
お前は今年の春討ち死にした兄君に代わって
You joined
出
us
資
just
を
last
始め
spring,
た
didn't
ば
you?
かりでしたね
In place of your late elder brother?
はい
I did.
わずか半年ばかりにもかかわらずお前が一番落ち着いていて
Only 6 months.
状況を正しく
And
把
already
握した
You're the most discerning of your peers, the only one who judged the situation correctly.
行く末が楽しみです
You have such potential.
おじ上
Thanks, uncle. Start sweating, dude.
いいえ
It's truly a pity.
楽しみでした
There's no music here. There's no music, and this guy is like complimenting him. He's so screwed.
お前の行く末がここまでとは
All that potential wasted.
本当に残念です 次があるなら、必ず愚鈍な人間にお生まれなさい。
There's the next life. Pray you're born a fool
ですよ。
instead. May God forgive me.
我が罪を許したまえ。彼にはどうやら資格がある。だから生かすと決めたのですよ。
This is not his place to die. He's proven himself worthy.
すべての運命、我々の総意志、
Soon our
グリ
dream
ュ
will
ー
come
ネ
to
ドラヘ
fruition.
の翼
Carried on the
のも
wings
と
of the
に。
green dragon. We have not heard legend of the green dragon before. What is that? Are they pitching us a new plot that hasn't been discovered yet? Interesting. Shit.
ここは
Where are we?
不堕落城とやらの外苑。
We crashed atop a structure outside the castle.
その上に落ちた。
One of the outer forts, I believe. Outer forts? Oh, right.
籠城専用の施設だから普段は使われないって
He said they're only manned in
港さんが言っ
emergencies.
てたけど。
See anyone?
確かに誰もおらん。
We're alone for the
今
moment.
のところは。
We got time to get out before reinforcements arrive. Actually, no. Forget about that. We got business to take care of first.
クソ坊主は
Where's that son of a bitch?
直上
Directly overhead.
ラウラバ、マハーラウラバ、タパナ、プラータパナ。
Orava. Mahara Orava. Tapana Pratapana. Okay. So I gotta say, Ichijo is playing a weird ass spec right now. She's playing a spec that costs, it effectively does self damage to deal damage to your opponent, but it feels so hilariously undertoned. It's like when you're playing a video game and you know your class is hot garbage. You're like, okay, so I gotta do all this work to do like the same amount that anyone else can do at just a cost of heat. It's so weird. Like, wow, that was pretty brutal. You like broke your own ribs, broke one of your, destroyed one of your arms and one of your legs. And what did it get you? Basically nothing. All that damage. And then she dealt more damage to herself with the flame sword. And I'm like, damn, Ichijo, that's a lot of mana. That's a lot of self-inflicted injury to, not do any noticeable damage other than like hurt this guy's fifis. Like, you stabbed him, and he's mad, but he's still good to go. Whereas you're like you're unbelievably crippled and he's like moderately injured. It's kind of like a weird fucking spec. Where it just feels ineffective to be using it. Like, if you're spending a limb, the reward has to be super high. And it doesn't seem to be. Now this guy is able to go full tilt because you're basically going.
先の一撃とは比較にならぬ。強大なしのぎを準備しておる。
Beware, Mito, he's charging his Shinogi. This one will make that last look like a warm summer breeze.
奴め、城ごと我らを焼き払うつもりか。
He means to burn us in this structure to ash. The fiend has finally lost his poise.
しのぎ
Oh shit.
やろう。そんなもん隠してたのか。
Where'd this fucker get his hands on a Tsurugi that strong?
あの剣、胴たぬきと称したか。
Dotanuki Masakuni.
若造と侮ったのが不覚であった。
Impressive for a work so young. I shouldn't have underestimated it.
避けられるか。
Can we get out of range?
敵のしのぎは広範囲に及ぶと予想される。
Not without our wings, it's likely to cover a wide area.
無理だな。
I figured, hell, I can't even stand.
対抗手段は
Can we beat it?
一つのみ。
There's a way.
なんだ。
Oh yeah?
我らもしのぎを持って迎え撃
Use
つ。
my Shinogi.
からくりか。
You mean the bones and shit?
いいな。我らはしのぎではない。
No, they're merely contrivances that worked
政
into
宗
my
が
armor.
鋼鉄の工夫で成し遂げた機能に過ぎん。我が新金が刻むしのぎは別にある。
The law graven upon my Shingane confers a different power.
それを使えば勝てるんだな。
If we use it, we can win.
しかり。政宗に敗北は
I
ない。
Masamune is never defeated. I feel like if you're gonna have all these self-sacrifice effects, you need to have a really good ability that will restore your life. Like, do you have energy absorb or something crazy that lets you just keep spamming life loss abilities? It's like if you're playing like Warlock in Warcraft, in like classic WoW, right? You got life tap, which lets you maintain your mana. But since that'll naturally kill you in like, what, 4 uses? 5, sorry. It's 5 is 100% because it's 20% per tick, right? It's like you need to have life drain, otherwise it would be like unviable, or you desperately need someone else to help you for long-term sustain. So I'm hoping he's got a trick like that up his sleeve. Otherwise, I think massive. Like, we haven't seen them in a. This is the first time we've seen them in a trouble, right? So we don't know if he has a trick like that up his sleeve. So far, it doesn't look like he does. So I'm like, oh, it doesn't seem that good. But I'm still hoping he does. He's supposed to be legendary, top tier thing, and he hasn't really shown anything too crazy. Let's see. Masamune is never defeated. Okay.
よし、私はどうすればいい?
Okay, tell me what to do.
間もなく空から地獄の豪華が降り注ぎ
Any moment
我
now,
らを骨の髄まで焼き尽くすであろう
hellfire will
が
rain from the sky and cook us like a spitted goose.
あ、
Right?
何もするな
Let it. What?
何?
何もするな
Let it.
それだけ
That's
か
it?。
もう一つ
One more thing.
なんだ?
What is it?
死なないように気をつけろ
Try not to die.
御堂が最後まで死なねば
If you can stay alive until the
我
end,
ら政宗の勝ちだ
victory is ours. Yo.
相棒、この状況で冗談かましてるわけじゃ
Are you fucking with
ね
me
え
right
だ
now,
ろう
partner?
な。
This has gotta be a trick, his trick, right? Like his convert damage to heat and supercharge your regen and abilities? Is that what it's gonna do? Like, that's what I'm expecting, right? You fucking with me now, buddy?
当たり前だ
Of course not.
じゃあ
Then
時間だ
it's time. Ready yourself,
歯
Mito.
食いしばり御堂
だー、やりゃいいんだ
Fine, you know what? Bring it. I want to see this. Come on, Ichijo. Just stay alive until the other guy's dead? Right. Basic shit. If this doesn't work, Masamune, I'm gonna be fucking pissed.
サンジーバサンガータカーラスートラアビーチ
I didn't know Avicii was so popular that this guy's name has a whole chant based around Avicii. All right. Damn, I guess they are. I guess they're really popular in this setting, or at least with this guy. Avicii. All right. It's Avicii Firestorm. That's what we're calling it. It's fucking impressive. A good fiery explosion. Now let's see. I want to see her just walk out of that and be like, oh yeah, as long as I don't die, I'm like fucking set. And I will immediately turn around and be like, damn, Masamune ain't fucking around. That's some good shit. If you can turn your enemy's power into a buff for you, that'd be sick. What?
なんだ
What is that? I intended to take to the air upon escaping the keep, but instead I'm forced to stop and stare. In the distance, flames lap at the sky, and if I'm not mistaken, there was a fort in that direction.
火事
A fire? No.
いや
Those flames are wrong, though I can't precisely say how.
しのぎよ
It's a shinogi.
確かか
Are you sure?
力の流れを感じ
I'm
る
sure I can sense the
間違
power.
いないあれは武者が呼び起こした炎
Musha
よ
made those flames. Masamune? Or perhaps a shogun at Musha Ichijo is forced to engage? Either way, I can't ignore it.
村正
We're gonna
状
see for
況を
ourselves.
確認する
了解
Okay. That's some big fire. Let's see it.
我がバサラ道ついえたり一心の欲に端的し徳を捨て法を忘れ断りを侮り
And so the
堕
Vasara
落し果て
falls.
たこの神婚
I indulged
つ
my
いに
passions.
断たれたり
I scorned virtues and turned my back on men and the gods.
我
And
は
now I die.
我が道を踏破し得ず
Unfulfilled.
無念よの
I could have done more. Come on. Full regen. Full heat. I want to see it.
そんなの
You're evil.
当然だ。
That's how it works.
お前は間違ってたんだから。
Ah, yes.
罪は裁かれた
Price was paid.
悪は報いを受けた
The villain punished.
世に正義はあったの
There was justice after all. Alright, so what's the downside to his ability? What's so
笑
funny?
うんじゃねえ。笑うな。
I said, what's so
何がおか
fucking
しい
funny?
楽しいに
Don't
決
you
ま
see
っておる
it?
で
The
はない
righteous
か
one. The wicked were punished. He's
正
not
義は
dead
あっ
yet,
たのだ
Ichijo.
ぞ
Swinging,
悪行への報い
get
はあ
chopping,
ったの
Ichijo.
だぞ
You've already been punished once and she's still talking.
これほど痛
What
快
greater
な
comedy
話
than
が
this?
他にあろうかお主こそなぜ笑わんこ
Why
の
aren't you
結
laughing?
末こそは
You got everything you
お主
wanted?
が求めていたものであろ
He's
う
still
が
not dead. Ichijo, come on. Wait, can you just not move?
それは
お主は正義を掲げ奸悪なるこの遊佐同心と
You fought for
戦い
justice? You challenged a great evil?
勝
You
利
won?
し
You haven't won until he's dead, Ichijo. Jesus Christ.
殺したのだ
And took his life. He's not dead. He's still talking.
誇るがい
Smile,
い
hold your head up high.
笑うがいいこの敗者をあざけり
Keep your
無慈
vanquished
悲
foe
に
with
交
scorn.
渉するがいいお主は完璧に正しくその正しさをもってわしを殺したのだか
You were
ら
right. You
の
killed me because you were right. Enough.
黙れよ。
I said enough. Can she just like not get through his armor? Like, come on, man. At the center of the collapsed fortress is a wide circle of space with nothing left to burn. It's there I find her, buried under the rubble.
一条
Ichijo? I extract her gently from the wreckage and then am forced to avert my eyes in horror. Horror barely begins to describe it. Much of her body is gone, and what remains is charred like overcooked meat. She can't possibly have survived.
一条
Ichijo?
一条
Ichijo?
港
You okay?
さん。
Her eyes flutter open. She's alive, if just barely.
何があった
What happened? He lifts a blackened finger and points across the space. I turn to look. What is that?
遊佐同心と
I fought the monk. Doshin.
何
Yusa Doshin? I killed him.
殺しました。私が殺した。
Killed him. She's suffering the usual regret from taking a life. Seems okay. Okay. As this whisper fades, her body falls limp and her eyes slowly close.
一条
Ichijo.
大丈夫剣が命をつないでいるから
Her Tsurugi's protecting her.
そうか
Good. With my greatest fear allayed for the moment, I turn to the object at my side. Is this truly what became of General Yusa Doshin? It looks like a pile of hardened slag. But as I look closer, I realize that yes, it was a Tsurugi. And here and there, I make out bits of flesh and bone.
ミド
Nita,
おう
I know. With my remaining arm, I lift Ichijo and her Tsurugi. They're fused together and throw them over my shoulder. This is enemy territory, we have no time to lose. But first, I take one precious moment to gaze up at the flame-reddened sky and wonder, how am I going to explain this? Make a little bit of noise, not too much. Hey, we didn't assassinate the Shogun. We didn't save the rebel leader. Shit happened though. Honestly, I gotta say, I was expecting a shit show the minute they decided to do spy stuff, and I'm not surprised. It continued with killing the general. Good job, good job. That's about as well as I expected from Ichijo. She's not the kind of person who's like super professional, make some noise, get out and leave. Seems like Ichijo. Alright. How do I explain this? You're like, well, you asked for some noise. We didn't kill the Shogun. Didn't kill the Shogun, guys. We did it. Complete clusterfuck, it's like half the fortress is in ruin. You said not to make too much noise. We took that to mean don't kill the Shogun. We did everything else, though. The base is in ruins. Wait, what am I looking at? Is this the General Soju? It is!
Raicho-sama!
My lord! Yeah, that's my response. My lord.
なーにマロのモーニングビューティータイムは邪魔しないようにと言っているでしょう
This better be urgent. You know I hate it when you interrupt my morning beauty time.
一大事でございます昨夜あろうことか倒幕派のテロリストに不堕落城への侵入を許し
It's Fudaraku, sir. Last night, rebels infiltrated the castle.
あらそう
That's quite
それは
troubling.
大変ね
Well, Rokuharu's fine.
やったわこれで幕府はマロのもの礼儀知らずのシシクはきっ
Rokuharu's
と
fine.
相手が同心様でも手加減なしに攻め立てるこれほどの大失態なのだからチャチャマルだってわざわざ弁護
He's going on his rant. He doesn't know yet. He doesn't know yet. This once Shishiku's insolence will work to my advantage. He'll nail Reverend Doshin to the wall for this, and Chachimaru won't lift a finger to stop him.
となれば同心様はもうマロにすり寄るしか手立てがなくなるマロを宿坊の筆頭として立て関東関連の地位も認めてね
When you were looking for the chapter 1 scene uncensored, you got this scene uncensored. This means the Reverend will... I assume these flowers are the censorship. That's pretty funny. This means the Reverend will have to come to me for support, and I'll give it to him in exchange for a little title called Kanto Governor General. We went a little loud, didn't we?
武者をも含む精鋭の敵勢は本丸他数拠点を襲撃甚大な被害を及ぼし
While their allies...
遊佐同心様も
While their
会
allies
えない
staged...
お最後を遂げられました
While their allies staged diversionary attacks, a small force of Musha raided the keep, destroyed one of the outer forts, and murdered General Yusadoshin. This guy's day instantly gets ruined. The music stopped.
なんですって
I did what? Like, they had a small diversionary force, and then someone assassinated Doshin.
キャノン中さこれは
what do you-
どういうことだと思うね
What do you make of this, Colonel?
さてねどこかの誰かが歴史の時計を早回ししたがってるんでしょうか
Well, sir, I'd say someone's trying to jumpstart history.
後世の歴史家は事態の整理にさぞ戸惑うことだろうなしかし差し当たって我々は自分の心配をせねばならない
Well, I'm sure the historians will have their hands full, but we're the ones who have to deal with sorting things out in the present. I'm currently wondering who it is that sent the rest of the agents. Like, were the rebel forces operating separately or with the prince? I'm curious. The prince seems pretty smart. He knows these two chuckle fucks. He knows at least one of these chuckle fucks is too dumb to infiltrate something, right? Like, Kageaki, when we were first introduced to him, literally has like this aura of malice around him, and he's just like searching for bad guys, not even looking at them, and like everyone's like he's super sketchy. So I'm thinking here, like, what are the odds that the prince actually thought this guy was like the perfect infiltrator? I don't think it's high, so there's a chance he used them as the distraction to get his real objective accomplished, and it just so happened that they managed to like accomplish something useful in the, you know, it's where you send the protagonist out to do something useless and have your real plan be like do stuff while he's distracting the bad guys. And then it turns out they actually did something useful. Or end up fucking up more because they weren't supposed to make that much noise. You know how it is, right? I think that's like, I feel like that's a possibility, but so is like a few groups happening to do things at the same time. It's possible. It's even possible GHQ staged some of this to create chaos, right? Like, this seems like a thing GHQ would do. Like, they don't really want the Civil War, but, you know, they might come in and save people from this disastrous war. right? I think that's what they're trying to avoid, right? Or what the prince is trying to avoid. If he gets civil war, there's a chance GHQ comes in and sweeps everything up, because there's no, like, nobody can agree on what a political authority there should be. So there's a bunch of things going on here. Where it could be GHQ, it could have been the rebel, it could have been another rebel group we haven't met. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that seem to be potentially converging here that we weren't aware of, which is kind of cool. If it's not all the prince or GHQ, it feels like the world's a little bit larger than the world, you know, than just revolving around our things, right? That's kind of cool. Let's see where we go here. Yeah, sir, no sitting this one out.
役者にならねばならないな。歴史を我々にとって居心地のいいものへ変えるためには、苦痛の歴史は我々と我々の祖先のものだ。
Not if we wish the story they tell to have a happy ending.
せない。
The Dark Ages must end with us, Clive. I'll not have my children inheriting our failures.
肯定です。
Couldn't agree
全
more.
く肯定です。少々閣下。本国の連中の反応はどうだ？
What are they saying back home?
どちらの本国です？
Which home is that, sir?
偉大なる女王陛下のお国の方だ。あの声太りすぎ
But
た。
these guys are Americans, I assume? The home of our glorious queen, of course, where she sits on her throne fat and lazy.
もろ手を挙げて喜んでる連中が大半のようですね。これで取りやすくなったと。
Right, they're
戦派の
celebrating,
中から
sir.
も幕
For
府
the
に
most
統治
part.
能力がないなら強行手段による占領もやむなしとの声
I
が。
think this will make it easier. Even those against the war are saying that if the shogunate collapses, we'll have to take control.
お軽い連中だ。
A bunch of optimistic fools, I'd say.
本当に。何のために我々が長い時間をかけて六原を悪役に仕立て上げ、軍備の増強も容認してきたのか。
Sir,
目
they
録
seem
理
to
解
have-
していません。
They seem to have forgotten why we went through all this trouble to set the Rokuhara up as the enemy, why we let them build their strength. I suspect they never really understood.
とはいえだ。
Anyway, we gotta face facts.
我々の当初のプランはもはや瓦解したと言わざるを得ない。
The plan is no longer viable. Yeah, Rokuhara's certainly... It certainly looks like Rokuhara's collapsing when someone blows up the general, kills the general and blows up half their biggest fort.
残念ながら。
And the
六
shogun gets
原幕府の体
assassinated
制
in
は
like the
こ
same
こへ
month.
来て決定的です。
No, sir. Rokuhara won't be coming back from this.
ザ・ガジェットも無駄になったか。
All that work on the Peacemaker? Wasted?
あれも惜しいですね。
Afraid so.
ようやく使い物になるというところで。
And it looked like it was gonna pay off too.
どう考えるキャノン
Oh, how do we
中佐。
proceed, Colonel?
決断の時かと。
Time to make a decision.
現状で動くことがベストだとは到底言えませんがね。このままワーストの結果を見守るよりはベターの成果を取るべきでしょう。
Acting under these circumstances may not produce the best results, but at least it won't produce the worst results, which biding our time will absolutely guarantee.
新たにプランを立て直すことも決して不可能ではないのでしょう
Given
が。
time, we might be able to make a new plan, but time is one thing we don't have.
我らがゼネラルは生粋無欠の英国騎士にしてちゃんと見える目も持っているお方です。困ったことにね。
So far, the Marshal's been treating this
今の
like a
ところ
vacation.
バカンス気分なので救われ
But
て
the
ます
man isn't
が、
blind, and he's utterly loyal to the crown.
それでもいつこちらの策動に気づくともしれません。
Sooner or
時
later, he'll
間を
figure
か
out
けれ
what
ば
we're
かけ
doing.
るだけ
And if
我
Britain
々の
gets
計
wind
画
of it,
がブリテン側に発覚する危険は高まります。なるほど。
you're saying there's only
結
one
論は
choice.
すでに出ているというわけだ。アワーアメリカのために。
For America, sir.
ああ。
Yes, Clive.
アワーアメリカのためにクライブ。
For America. Ooh, what's the crowd say? Did you hear? Yeah. They say the Crimson Musha did him and the Shogun. You mean it wasn't Ginsego? I heard it was GHQ. Who cares? Point is the fucker's dead. Finally got what was coming to him at last. Yeah? What happens now? You tell me. How do I know? Anyone else just feel a chill? What's gonna happen to us? To Yamato? Yeah, lots of concerns. Lots of concerns.
以上です。
And that concludes my report, Your Highness. They're just like, dear God, are you... If that wasn't their plan to have these guys as a distraction, I can only imagine their thoughts. They're like, these fucking idiots. All they had to do was, like, swing their swords around for 5 fucking minutes and scare someone. And this is what happened. How did it come to this? As silence falls, I keep my head lowered to the mat. It's shame, not protocol, that's preventing me from lifting it. Ichijo and Kageyaki fuck up. Ichijo only knows forward. It's like asking a fire mage to do anything other than cast fireball. They're like, oh, burning hands, yeah. Meteor swarm, yeah. Can you cast some healing magic or like buff me? Flame blade? No. Like I need defensive. Flame blade? Yeah, flame blade. Let's go. Like no, we don't do anything else. We only deal damage. I'm sorry. I'm busy burning shit. We emerged from Fudaraku Castle with 2 accomplishments of note. First was the destruction of the outer fort. I still don't know how this happened, only that it involved a great deal of fire, but this result in itself is not the problem. In fact, taken in and of itself, the fort's destruction might even be considered in keeping with the prince's objective. The structure was unmanned, so loss of life was minimal, yet its smoking ruin represents a great blow to the shogunate's majesty, as if we'd succeeded in our original plan. Unfortunately, we have to consider this in light of our other accomplishment, the one human casualty resulting from the fort's collapse. Yusa, his death ruined everything. When the prince sent us to infiltrate Rokuhara, it was with a clear, if not so simple, request to shift the balance of power in his favor. The prince is not shift it, not upend it, which is precisely what we did. Now the shogunate, having lost its 2 strongest pillars, teeters on the brink of collapse. We failed, and in spectacular fashion. How did this happen? Well, I won't know the specifics until I can ask Ichijo directly, but clearly she didn't flee the castle as I hoped. Instead, after I disrupted the enemy's trap, she must have pursued the general and forced him into combat, during which the outer fort was somehow engulfed by flame. Ultimately, the specifics matter little compared to the fact, which having heard it from her lips, I see no reason to doubt it, that Yusa Doshin died by her hand. I knew she wanted to kill the general for what he did to Lady Sakurako, and frankly, so did I, but in my case, that regret was founded on the understanding I couldn't act upon it. And that, I'm certain, was our undoing, because I let that rage, though it served no purpose, smolder in my heart. My arguments against killing the general lacked the weight of conviction. And thus she might have accepted my logic, and when the moment came and the villain was in her sights, it wasn't enough to restrain her. So she slipped her bonds, cornered her prey, and brought him down. Which brings us to the second reason I failed to control her. I honestly didn't believe her capable of breaching the general's defenses, nor of defeating such a famed warrior in single combat if she did. I mean, she almost died. I underestimated her strength, and now we're paying the price. In summary, it's all my fault. My task, my overriding purpose in this mission, was to act as a check on Ichijo's impulses. She herself asked for my help in this, and I failed. What good have I done? Huh? Ichijo says she did the right thing. That's all you need to do. Hey, kid. Your Highness. After some minutes pass without comment, the prince finally speaks. But though his tone is grave, it's not the reprimand I was expecting. You healing okay? Yes, thank you.
切断された左手の完治には今少しの時間が必要ですが
I reply with it
他は
lifting
大
my
事あ
head.
りません
My hand needs a bit more time to recover, but otherwise I'm fine. I glance at my left hand, which is spread flat on the mat beside my head. Though the new limb already appears as healthy as its predecessor, beneath the surface, my muscles and nerves are still being rebuilt. It'll be another day or 2 before I'm back to full strength. And how's she?
回復しつつあります
Also
しか
recovering,
し動けるようになるの
though
は
she is not yet
今
well
し
enough
ば
to
らく先
stand.
かと
The topic of Ichijo's condition triggers a number of conflicting emotions. Horror, to recall how she looked when I found her, fear when I think of what could have happened, and relief when I remember it didn't, and finally, disbelief. Her wounds made my own seem paltry in comparison. In addition to having lost 2 whole limbs, her entire body had been charred past recognition. She should have died. Even as a Musha, she should have died. Yes, Masamune's might is worthy of its legend, but that alone can't explain this miracle. Something else had to be involved, some power entirely Ichijo's own. And once again, I find myself asking, what is she? Has her hatred of evil and devotion to justice granted her the strength to conquer death? If so, there's only one word to describe her, and it comes to me with a surge of atavistic awe, the soul-searching need to throw myself at her feet and declare absolute loyalty. Ayane Ichijo is a hero.
二人とも読んだのに鍵明君しか聞いひんから心配してたんやけど、
I was
そ
worried
んな
when
に
you
ひ
showed
ど
up
い
alone.
とは思わなかった。
Sorry to hear she's in such bad shape.
いえ、重傷は事実ですが、どれほどの負傷でも致命傷にさえならなければ、
While
武
her
者にとって
wounds
は
were
かす
indeed
り傷と
severe,
同じ。
any injury that
完
doesn't
治
kill
ま
a
で要
Musha
する時
outright
間の差があるだけで
is
す。
ultimately no worse than a scrape. The only difference is how long it takes to heal.
宮殿下に置かれては、
Don't worry yourself on her
どう
account.
かお心を休んじられますよう。
そうか
You sure? I understand why this is difficult for non-Musha to comprehend, but a Tsurugi's regenerative powers truly are that comprehensive. This is why historically an enemy Musha's head was treated as the greatest prize on the battlefield.
来週中にはほぼ回癒すると思われま
I
す。
believe she'll be fully recovered by next week.
ならええけど、無理はあかんえ。医者が必要ならすぐに言うてくれな。
She needs a psychologist, that's what she needs. Well, that's good, but tell her to take it easy, okay? And if either of you need a doctor, I want to know right away. A psychologist. That is exactly what Ichijo needs.
は
Understood. I bow my head even lower, regardless of its necessity. I'm grateful for the prince's concern.
では、
If
殿
I
下、
may, Highness. Let's see what their response is.
ああ、
Sure. After bowing once to the prince, the commissioner turns to face me, and it appears the pleasantries are over.
大体想像はついていると思うが、
I doubt this will come as a surprise,
はい、
sir.
お弓久保は我々との連絡を絶った。
General Imagawa has broken off contact, surprising nobody. Yeah, it says I feared.
こちらからいろいろと働きかけてはいるが、定型の復旧は望み
We're
薄だ
trying to
ろ
bring
う
him
な。
back to the table, but I don't like our chances.
もはや謝って済む話ではございませんが、
I know nothing can make up for my
申し訳あ
failure.
りません。
The general has every right
今
to be
川中
upset.
将が逆上するのは無理からぬことです。
Whatever impact there's been to His Highness's plans, General Imagawa must feel it 10 times worse. Our actions directly undermine the foundations of his power.
いや、怒りとは違うのではないかな。
Actually, I suspect he's not
おそ
upset
ら
so
く
much as
彼は
afraid.
怯えたのだ。
Yeah, he's probably in terror that we'll just axe him next.
怯えた
Afraid?
我々はお弓久保に朝廷権威を付与するなど協力し、彼の政権掌握を後押しする。
We offered
彼は
political
その見
support.
返りに我々の意を組んだ政治を
In
行う。
exchange, we wanted a say in Yamato's future. On the surface, an equal partnership.
と、一応は対等の同盟関係を結びながらも、お弓久保はこちらを侮っていたはずだ。
But of course,
所詮は武者の一騎も
His
容さ
Highness
ぬ
had no
奴らとな。
and thus little power to enforce any demands, or so the general would have thought.
その侮りにつけ込んで、村正と政宗の存在をより鮮烈に見せつけてやるため、
And that's why we kept your
お
Tsurugi
前
a
たちの
secret,
正体を向
to
こう
take
には伏せ
advantage
て
of
お
his
いたのだが、
overconfidence.
ことを起こす段になって、いきなりこっちが武者を繰り出してきたらびっくりするやろ思うてね。
Yep, we figured suddenly pulling out a few Shinuchi would leave a certain impression, right?
はい。
Yeah. This much they explained in my original briefing.
今となっては、その細工も裏目に出た。我々は、宇陀落城を破壊し、古賀久保を討ち取る。その戦略と戦力を隠し持っていたと、
Now
今
that
川
decision's-
中将に見られている。
Now the decisions come back to bite us, because he knows that we were hiding our power and intent all along.
つまりこうだな。我々は最初からお弓久保と手を組む気などなかった。
And the way he sees it, we never
た
had
だ
any
利
intention
用
of
する
helping
だけ
him,
のつもりでいた。
because
な
our
ぜなら、
our goal is
我
not to
々の
reform
目
the
的は
shogunate,
幕府の滅亡だからだ。
but rather to destroy it entirely.
我々は計画通り、来朝久保を利用して遊佐同心を殺害することに成功し、幕府の屋台骨を大きく揺るがした。
We used him to gain access to
あとは
Futaraku
突き倒
and
すだけ
assassinate
と
Yusadoshin,
いうわけだ。
thereby further destabilizing Rokuhara, all according to plan, of course.
今川中将にとって、今やこちらの戦力は限りなく未知数。
And now he has to wonder how
動
many more
揺した
Musha were
幕府
hiding.
なら撃てるだけの力を持っているのかもしれない。
Perhaps enough to finish them off while they're in disarray.
疑ってるんやろな。
Yeah,
多分夜も寝られん心地で。
but he hasn't been sleeping much lately. Of course, the general need not fear. The prince has only 2 warriors, me and Ichijo at his command, which is approximately 1/10,000th the number it would take to pose a threat to the shogunate's armies. Yeah, but you don't need to pose a threat to the shogunate's armies. You just need to pose a threat to the shogun and his generals. if you can just go around assassinating people, I mean, then he'll be afraid because he is a target. He's a potential target, right? But Imagawa Raicho has no way of knowing that. Fantastic though the idea may seem, he has to be haunted by the image of a rebel horde gathering beneath the Emperor's banner. I don't know what to say, Highness. It's like, this is even worse than I feared. If Imagawa Raicho had merely been angry, the prince might have won him back with some concessions, but if the general succumbed to paranoia, nothing we do will convince him of our sincerity.
Yeah. 影明君が縮こまる必要はないよ。これははっきり言うとくけどな。影明君と一条君を不堕落に送り込んだのはこのわしや。それで起こったことの責任はみんなわしにある。
I'm the one who sent you into Futaraku. That makes whatever happened there my responsibility. True. I mean, you did take Ichijo, who is like, I walk in a straight line, and easily have my emotions appealed to, and then put her in front of that stage with what's his face. It's almost a wonder she didn't just try to kill the General Doshin when he was doing the stage play. It's a miracle that stopped. That's why I was thinking, like, maybe they just planned for them to make a giant fucking mess and we're just gonna be like, yeah, whatever, it's kind of part of the plan, sorry. Stop blaming yourself, you hear? But then again, the prince doesn't really know Ichijo, and I don't know how much the commissioner does. Highness. I understand. A commander bears the burden of his orders. It's the way of things. I just can't accept it. If I'd been more careful. I can't help but think it might have been different. It's ain't all that bad. The Raicho's a little scared. That gives us options too, doesn't it, Chief?
確かにそうです。しかし向こうがこちらの連絡に答えない以上、とりあえずは先方からのアクションを待たねばなりません。
It's true, Highness.
考えられるのは二通り。
Now that he's broken off contact, we have no choice but to wait for him to make the first move. This may take one of two forms. In contrast to the prince's affected cheer, the commissioner's tone remains stern. The deep furrows on his brow don't waver. Either he makes a move against you,
我々とは組んだ方が得だと結論し、改めて同盟の継続を申し入れてくるか、それとも
either he
我
decides
々を
we're
生か
still
しておけば
useful,
命取りだと判断して
and he proposes a
滅
new
ぼしに
alliance,
来るか。
or he decides we're too great a threat and attacks. Yep. Either he's gonna try and kill you because he sees you as an enemy, or he's gonna try and work with you as you have some force you can deliver that's useful.
まずそのどちらか。
Although again, I feel like our two of our members are just, they're hammers. Let's be honest. Kageaki and Ichijo are hammers. Sure, they were snuck in some guy's work belt, but they ain't exactly gonna dismantle anything. Which he chooses will determine our course.
所長はどちらだと？
Which do you believe likely, sir?
わからん。
I don't know what the
そこ
general
ま
will
で
enough
追
to
い
say.
みくぼうの心理を読み切れない。
Either's possible.
どちらもあり得る話だ。
We'll have to prepare for both.
両方の場合について対処を考えておく必要がある。
そうやな。
Makes sense.
では、
In the former case.
難儀なことになる。今川中将と協力し、幕府を支配しつつ再建しなくてはならない。
Things become difficult. We'll have to control Rokuhara while keeping it afloat.
それも下級に。この現状を受けて GHQ がどう決断し、どう動くか、
Time will be
全
of the
く
essence.
不明だ。
Oyumi is one thing.
お弓の動
GHQ is
向
another
よりわ
entirely.
からない。
It's impossible to
わ
predict
から
what
な
they'll
い
do.
から急ぐしかない。
That's why we have to act quickly.
最悪の事態がもしも明日訪れるのならば、今日中に備えを済ませることでしか
If everything
対
comes
処で
crashing
きな
down
いの
tomorrow,
だ。
all you have to work with is what you prepare today. And I'd just like to call back to, I think it was the first video we did where I said the teacher was talking, but not just to the students but to the viewer, and was saying that you were going to be involved in the changes. I like that we're seeing this happen as the story progresses. Because it's like a fulfillment of the promise made in the opening few scenes. Of like, shit's gonna change. It's gonna be crazy and you're gonna be involved. I like that we're here and things are happening now. And even if it's because they bumbled their way into assassinating a general, it's still cool. Alright, if everything comes crashing down, yeah, all you have to work with is what you prepare today. Let's do it. And in the latter case, if the General Imagawa decides the prince must be destroyed, what will we do then? When the army of Oyumi marches on Kenchoji with 300 Musha and over 40,000 men, what do we do? Silence is our answer. On the first day, she sleeps. On the second, she remembers and dreams. And on the third, she awakens, heart filled with joy. Officer Minato's house, or the commissioner's, I guess, is a pretty nice place to stay, especially when you're recovering from 4th degree burns. I'm sure it would have taken longer in my cheap, little one-room apartment. I've got to remember to thank Officer Minato for arranging this. And the commissioner, of course, and the quiet lady, Miss Makimura, who's been looking after my needs. It hurts whenever I move, like something's pinching at my skin, but the pain doesn't really bother me. The clean air coming off the garden makes it easy to forget. I guess the sense of triumph helps too. I did it. Compared to the satisfaction filling my heart, the pain might as well be deep blue ocean water. But it's there, but it's like so distant to not make any difference. I could almost forget there's still a ways to go before I'm fully healed. There's this energy inside me clamoring for release. It makes me want to go outside and run till I collapse. But with my arms and legs still growing back, the best I can do is pace in my room. When I get bored of that, I plop down on the porch, swinging my feet, clenching my hands, anything to keep from sitting still. I must look like a crazy person, but how else am I supposed to feel? I did it. I defeated Yusa Doshin, one of Rokuhara's top generals. And that means I'm no longer just some punk pretending to fight the good fight. I'm actually fighting it and winning. I know it's just the beginning, but hey, it's a hell of a start, right? If that fucker had been left alive, I don't doubt for a second he'd have made more people suffer like Sakurako did. But I stopped him in his tracks. I ended his evil. If that's not a reason to be proud, what is? I feel like I'm finally starting to become the daughter father wanted me to be. He said we needed to hate evil, to reject it no matter what. People are meant to be good, he said, to choose right over wrong, to devote themselves to justice, and anyone who doesn't is evil. Without eradicating evil, mankind will never be free of suffering. That's why it's so important to fight, to punish the guilty, no matter the reason. So long as any wrongdoing is accepted, evil will survive and more victims will be born. Justice will never have victory. That's why I'm gonna wipe them out, all of them, every last villain, whoever they might be. Especially guys like Yusa Doshin who hurt people just because they don't belong in this world. I'll send them all to hell. And then Father will praise me. Well done, he'll say. Just like he did when I killed my first bad guy. In what excitement, the blood must have rushed to my head, and a wave of dizziness washes over me. I press a hand against my forehead. It's a little hot. I might have a fever. Maybe I should get some more rest, like Minato said. The last thing I need is to catch a cold. I should check the paper first. I pause on my way back to the bed. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've been checking the paper every day, but I still haven't seen any articles mentioning my accomplishment. Officer Minato says the Shogun is probably keeping it under wraps. Makes sense. If I were them, I wouldn't want anyone to know I'd let some guys take out one of my big shots either. Still, it's not the kind of secret you can keep forever. Plus, Rokuhara's grip is weaker than before. It's about time some paper picked up the story, at least that's what he said. Don't they control the paper? Maybe she doesn't realize that Rokuhara controls the news? Glancing around, I find the evening paper wedged beside the door. The sun's still out, so it must have just arrived. That Makimura lady really is something. I grab the paper and my pulse thunders in my ears. I know better than to expect praise if there's an article. It'll only contain facts that are known and my name won't even be mentioned. That's fine, I'm not looking for praise. What I want is for people to see my work, to know and accept that justice was done. Recognition, that's what I want. Without it, it's like winning a tournament and skipping the rewards. Yeah, but the paper's terrified of Rokuhara backlash. They're not even gonna print praise. At best, you'll hear praise on the street. Slowly, as if climbing the podium, I unfold the evening paper, and there, the truth is written. General Yusa Doshin, murdered. The article take up the entire front page? Of course, it's a propaganda piece run by the state media. What are you expecting? The article takes up the entire front page with page numbers pointing to more inside. It looks like they're devoted the entire issue to the topic. Right now, the headline's all I can see. Murdered. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so strange? There's nothing written here but the truth, the same truth I recalled moments ago. If there's anyone in Kamikura who shouldn't be surprised. But then, why are my hands shaking? This headline isn't news to me. I took him out, so what? Look again. He was scum, a bottom-feeding jackal who had the balls to act like a king. But I clipped him and brought that fucker down. Look again. I am looking. I know what I did. What if some reporter calls it something else? What difference does it make? Look. You didn't take him out. You didn't bring him down. What difference? You murdered him. You killed him.
お主は正義を掲げ、
You fought for justice.
奸悪なるこの遊佐同心と戦い、
Challenged a great evil.
勝利し、
You won.
殺したのだ。
And took his life. Yeah, she's got to deal with the weight of killing someone. It's rough. General Yusa Doshin murdered.
誇るがいい、笑うがいい。
Smile and hold your head up high.
この敗者をあざけり、無慈悲に交渉するがいい。
Keep your vanquished foe with
お
scorn.
主
You're
は
right.
完璧に正しく、その正しさをもってわしを殺したのだから
Killed because you're right.
の。
I mean, being victorious in a contest of might does not mean you were right. It means you were victorious. That's why you're supposed to kill this guy before he can make a mess, so you don't have to suffer this. Before he can get in your head. You let him get in your head and let him rant, so it's only partially on you. What the fuck? What am I doing? Why am I clinging to the edge of the porch, puking my guts out? I've done nothing to be ashamed of. I beat a villain. I dealt out justice. I did exactly what Father wanted me to do. I know because I can hear him now. He's praising me like he did back then. The same words he spoke the day I... Good, good. You've done well, Ichijo. Presumably she killed him? Help me, Minato. Officer Minato. Although apprehension still sits like a ball of lead in my chest, I do my best to assume a neutral expression before passing through the manor's front gate. It won't do to give anyone cause for concern. I pause to steady my breathing and open the door.
影明様、お帰りなさいませ。
牧村さん、ただいま戻りました。
Miss Makimura, I trust everything's well?
お疲れ様でございます。
Better now that you're here?
あなたこそ、
Let me know if there's
いつ
anything I
も
can
お世
do.
話をかけます。
After morning, evening is the busiest time of day for the manor's sole caretaker. I'm surprised she bothered to greet me at the door.
良いところへ戻られました。
Actually, there is.
お嬢様の様子をお伺いください。
You should check on the young lady when you have a moment.
一条が何か。
Something happened?
確かめたわけではございません
I'm
の
not
で、
certain. I thought it
自
best
分
to
か
wait
ら
for
は
you.
何とも。
She bows and returns to her duties without another word. Strange. What could be the problem? It can't be related to Ichijo's health. Miss Makimura would have addressed any issue there without waiting for my return. Something else then? Some change that only she sensed? Not cause for alarm, but cause for concern. I'll go check myself.
一条。
Ichijo? The moment I enter the room, I know something's wrong. My first clue is the absence of a response. I find Ichijo kneeling by the bed, head bowed over clasped hands. I think at first that she's praying, but no. She's clinging to something for dear life, like a drowning man would a lifeboat. Shifting my gaze, I spy between her fingers a flash of silver and red. The hairpin I bought for her at the castle. What happened? I take a step towards her. My foot makes contact with something on the floor. Immediately, my lizard brain selects an appropriate response, calling a halt to my forward motor function and directing my eyes to assess the anomaly. The reflected photons from a discarded newspaper paint a headline upon my retinas. At the speed of light, the information is shuffled between neurons, broken down and processed, and returned in a new form. The form is called understanding. I understand what happened to Ichijo.
知ったのか。
Ah, she knows. She knows what she did. I suspect until the moment she opened the newspaper, her subconscious prevented her from facing the truth that here, victory and justice are synonymous with murder. Of course. You assassinated a government official. Of course you're going to have that, especially when the government runs the paper. In her self-deception. If her self-deception had been intentional, the headline would not have broken her so, but Ichijo is incapable of intentionally deceiving anyone, least of her... I'm sorry, that's so good. He's like, but Ichijo is incapable of intentionally deceiving anyone. And I'm like, they sent her on a spy mission? Ichijo is incapable of intentionally deceiving anyone, least of all herself. Presented with the naked truth, even in the form of a newspaper headline, she had no choice but to accept it and understand. Ichijo. I call again, just a little louder than before. This time there's a response. Her head snaps up, eyes fixed on me. She blinks once, and the next thing I know, her face is buried in my chest. She sheds no tears, nor makes a sound, but I can tell it's a struggle. She's on the brink. The slightest lapse in discipline will trigger a flood that won't stop, and that'll be the end of her. People say that you should cry when you're hurting. It's true. Tears do have a wonderful power to cleanse your grief, to soothe your pain. Through tears, we find the strength to stand and face the future, and that's good. For anyone but a murderer. For someone who's taken a life, there's no future. There's only the past, immutable and final. And this is what it means to kill, and why killers such as we can never weep for what we've done. Such tears serve no purpose but ourselves. They serve no purpose but to grant a reprieve from guilt. For us, therefore, to weep is a choice. To forget the truth of our deeds, and perhaps to imagine that we are forgiven. In other words, to reject the past, reject the self, and become some new shameless creature. One who has undergone this gruesome transformation can no longer return to the life they knew, for that is a part of the past they've denied. Thus, Ayane Ichijo will not shed a tear, not if she still wishes to be Ayane Ichijo. And yet, a part of myself asks, can Ayane Ichijo ever be happy? Might not forsaking that name, those duties, be the only way for her to find peace? But of course the answer is yes. As sincerely as I want to see her free, I can't be the one to free her. Yeah, I don't know if Ichijo was ready for the paper. She seems to be, I don't know why she looked at it expecting words of praise. Like, my first thought is, the newspaper's probably not going to praise you for killing someone that they didn't want killed. Even if the person writing the paper wants it killed, they also can't release that, because we know Chachimaru's in charge of the newspapers and can make them print whatever she wants, or not print whatever. There's no free media in this state, so you never get a newspaper praising what you did, especially because if you did, if the newspaper praised her, that would be treason, and everyone in the city would probably be executed. So if the Kamakura Times posted, General Doshin, the douchebag, finally axed, fucking the entire city of Kamakura would be purged by the army, like, the next day. Wouldn't be a great ending. So while it sucks for Ichijo, I gotta say, given what we know of the Rokuhara, yeah, I wouldn't publish that shit either. Unless I was, like, almost certain they had no power or was willing to pick a fight with the army. Of course the answer is yes, but as sincerely as I want to set her free, I can't be the one to free her. Help her find peace. I'm a party to her crime and I can't forsake my past. The only path is my goal, or to my goal derives inescapably from the murders I've committed. Until I end Ginsego's madness, I must remain a killer. And even if I could choose otherwise, it would not be my place to offer her salvation. In truth, the only one who can do that is the man she killed, Yusa Doshin. The man is gone. If she desires salvation, all the same, she must find it in a lie. And that must be her decision. Only she has the right to desecrate herself. For my part, all I can do is hold her as she trembles. When she speaks, her voice has been wrung dry of moisture. I know the curse is directed at herself. Why fucking why? Why am I so weak? There's still so much evil in me. Those Rokuharan jackals. I have to kill them. But I can't.
なのに
Ichijo. What is such a grip on your soul? I want to know, but I dare not ask. The question could easily trigger a collapse. I don't have that right.
港さん
Tell me, please.
教えて
Teach me.
あなたはどうして
What makes you
そ
so
んなに
strong?
強いんですか
強くはない。
I'm not strong.
嘘あなたは同じように戦って殺して呪いまで背負ってそれでも私のようにはなってない
You are. You fought and killed just like me. You even have the curse. You don't let it stop you.
港さん
You're
は
strong.
強いよ
強いのではな
Not
い。
strength, it's just
俺はただ
exhaustion, resignation.
それでも
It's the same.
そ
It
れ
doesn't
が
matter what
戦
it
い
is.
続ける助け
It's
にな
what
るな
lets you
ら
fight.
それは強さなんです
Same thing. I need that
私
strength.
にはその強さがない
一条
Need to rest.
港さんの強さが欲しい奪ってでも
Even if I have to take it. You can.
そんなものは奪えない。
And she doesn't need it. Or no, perhaps she does. Perhaps she truly does need something, anything to let her fight. Is that your answer,
な
Ichijo?
ら
You do it.
あなたが奪ってください私を
You take me.
港さんと
Let me be a part of you.
一つにして
This is where we're going. This is where we're going. My male instincts are too strong to permit me a moment of blessed ignorance, and I realize instantly what she's asking, and she wants it more than anything.
一条
Ichijo, I guess. Well, we'll see what the censor
お
version.
願いです
Please, just once.
一度だけでいいんです一度だけ
Just once, and I'll be okay.
そうしてくれれば私は
My pulse rises, my pupils expand, a primal excitement smells within me. Should I surrender to its urgings? Will that save her truly? I don't know, but I swore, didn't I, that I'd follow where she led? If this is her decision, then I can only obey.
俺は女性の扱いが下手だ。
I should warn you, I'm not good with women.
わかります
I know, I mean,
なんとなく
I guessed.
手荒なやり方しか知らない。それでもいい。
I only know how to be rough. Are you alright with that?
はいそれで
Yeah,
いい
that's
です
fine. That's what I want.
その方がいいです
わかった。
Alright, I hope you don't regret
後
it.
悔してくれるな。
しません
I won't. Scene fade to black. It is the censored version, so I'm not expecting too much. I don't need to ask if she has experience when I lift her chin and join our lips. It's more an attempt to alleviate her fear than it is a gesture of regard. It has, however, unfortunate side effects of setting my urges free. As the softness of her lips recall what women are, prey to be devoured, and the joy of partaking thereof. As it did that night all those years ago, the first time I learned the taste of pleasure, an irresistible force spreads outwards from my heart, a red storm that seizes control of my limbs and fills my body with hunger and heat. The switch is thrown, the beast awakens, and as I warned Ichijo moments ago, this is the only way I know. It's hours before sanity returns. You really are rough. Also, what? That sounded like Rambo. Hold up.
本当に乱暴でしたね
You really are Rambo? You really were Rambo?
すまない。
I apologize. It's a sickness, there's nothing I can do. At least there was no hand-holding. Afterward, she tells me she killed her father. Ah, yes, perfect pillow talk. Oh, so anyway, I killed my father.
父様は私が一番尊敬していた人で。
I looked up to him, she whispers, as if describing a dream, more than anyone.
私が一番最初に
And he's the first person I
死
killed.
なせた人でした。
I don't know what to say. What happened between them? Hearing her speak, it feels at once both near and far, and I can almost see what brought them to that point.
それは
Why?
なぜでしょうね。
I wonder why. There's no hint of evasion in her voice. She honestly doesn't have an answer, nor her eyes say is she looking for it. I can only guess, but it appears to me that she's unwilling to face this part of her past. The answer is there if she'll only look, if she'll only tear that scar wide open. But I can't blame her for averting her eyes. Even the glimpse she offered me must have been painful. If she felt strong enough to reveal it, then perhaps the acts we just completed had some positive impact after all. My curiosity is no reason to further pursue the matter. For now, I'll digest the information I've been given. It's already solved one mystery.
港さんも同じだって聞きました。
I heard you were the
呪いで
same. With the curse.
お
Did you
母
kill your
さん
mother?
を。
所長か。
The commissioner told you? Regardless of how she learned, she's right, we're the same. We each killed someone we loved, a parent, and in doing so, forever lost our right to choose another path. Now I know the source of Ichijo's obsession. This psychic deformity, her devotion to justice, is seeped in the blood of her original sin. If she turns back now, then her father died for nothing. I've never liked the concept of fate. It feels like an outlet for blame, yet to think we share the same crime. Even I have to admit it seems too perfect to be coincidence. And if it is fate, I have to wonder, what does it have planned?
港さん、
I
おう。
私は戦います。
want to keep
戦い
fighting from
続け
now
ま
on.
す。
No matter what I
これ
do,
もう
I won't let it break
自
me.
分のしたことに怯えたりはしません。泣き
I
ま
won't
せん。
stop.
震えもしません。
I won't cry.
港さんがそばにいてくれるなら、
Not as long as you're there with me.
悪を、人を食い物にするような奴らを
Wherever there's evil, wherever anyone preys on the weak,
憎んで
I'll hunt them
戦っ
down
て
and kill them.
殺して、
Okay, Punisher.
それで
That'll make the world better, right?
いいんですよね。
Her voice dwindles and fades into sleep, leaving the question to drift like a wisp of smoke in the air. I breathe it in, letting it fill my mind, and examine it as if I were standing in fog. Will it make the world better? Fight in the name of justice, to hate and punish the wicked? It's the right way to live, or it should be. I know because she believes it. When it comes to the question of right versus wrong, Ayane Ichijo is utterly impartial. No matter the circumstances, she'll render a verdict so uncompromising as to shake the very soul. Though it was when she killed Yusadoshin, there were certainly reasons to leave him be, but those were political. From a purely moral standpoint, Ichijo was right. This I know, however. Will her way make the world better? The fog only grows thicker. I mean, probably not. But it is an active...
というわけなのよ。わかった？
an active solution. Oh boy, it's this guy panicking. And there you have it. So we're agreed.
ちょっと、なんで黙るのよ。
I appreciate some sort of response.
なんだその。つまり、おめえの話を総合すると、
So basically what you're saying is...
エクスカリバーは、エクスカリバーン
Excalibur turned out to be an Excalibur?
あんた何を聞いてた？
You've been listening?
同心和尚を殺したのはマイドロノミアだと？
You believe Prince Haruhiro assassinated Reverend Doshin.
そうなのよ。これは幕府への挑戦よ。危機よ。
He's trying to overthrow the shogunate.
マロたちの軍勢を結集して対抗しないと。いいえ、この際、太宰府の足利行綱も呼んで、借りを作ることになるけど仕方ないわ。あと、室町三代には朝廷を抑えさせて。
We need to act fast. We'll bring our armies together. In fact, under the circumstances, I think we should bring Uncle Yukitsura up from Kyushu after all. We'll owe him, but it's better than the alternative. Meanwhile, we'll have our people in Kyoto, keep the emperor quiet, so...
お茶の代わりいる？
You want some more tea?
もらおう。
Yes.
聞いて
Listen,
ってば。
listen! This guy is in a panic.
聞いてやる。だが茶くらい飲ませろ。貴様の妄想夢物語に付き合うのはかなりの骨だ。
I'm listening, but you'll forgive me if I take some tea while I do. These lunatic ravings of yours are quite exhausting. Wait, did neither of the other generals believe him? Like, he unironically basically contracted the prince to assassinate the general. I mean, that's what happened, right? From his perspective, that's basically what he did. He met up with the prince and got him into the castle to assassinate the general. And he's like, they totally did this. And they're just like, are you fucking serious? Like, they just don't believe him.
できればダイジェスト版にしてくれ。
Yeah, I think you could give us the abridged version?
妄想でも夢でも物語でもないっての。毎度の宮は六原を滅ぼすつもりなのよ。その手始めに同心様を亡き者にしたの。いいえ、もしかしたらお父様を殺めたのも。そうに違いないわ。これが危機でなくて何なの。
被害妄想だ。
I see you've lost your mind. I mean, he did fall into paranoia.
仮想戦記
Oh, maybe you're planning your light novel debut.
違うつの。
Poor Chochu. He's not taken seriously by the others, and the only person who even remotely listens to him, Doshin, is dead. And Doshin only listens to him to manipulate him into doing what he wants, so... You're gonna have a hard time unless you're speaking very calmly and in a way that everyone would agree with. Or the other people would agree with.
あのさ、親王がどうやってそんなことすんのさ。あのおっちゃん、身辺警護の兵隊も自前じゃ持ってないんですけど。
I mean, how could the prince pull that off, huh? He's got no men, not even a bodyguard.
だから隠し持ってたのよ。信じられないけど、そう考えなきゃ説明がつかない。
Of course. It's hard to believe, but it's the only explanation.
間違いなく武者もいる。どれほどの戦力を抱えてるのかしら。
Must have Musha serving him. I can only wonder how many. There could be dozens, hundreds even.
へえ。
Wow.
ほう。
Yes, wow.
真面目に聞け。
Serious.
聞いてるよ。
We're taking it plenty serious. What do you think, Shishiku?
さて、
Well,
説明がつかないとのことだね。
apparently, that's the only explanation.
ああ、
Apparently.
そう言ったな。
え？
なんでそう考えなきゃ説明つかねえんだろ。それこそ太宰府の反逆とか GHQ の陰謀とか、もっと普通にありそうな推測はなんぼでも立てられんのにな。
I can think of all sorts of explanations, like maybe you consider it starting something, or GHQ stepping up their plans. Either of those makes way more sense.
実に不可解な話だ。
I find it odd you jumped straight to the least likely possibility. Don't want to admit you got them in there?
毎度の宮がやったって部分だけは確信があるみたいに聞こえるぜ。ライチ。
Almost like you're sure the prince was behind it. That's weird.
いえ、それはね。
Well, of course I'm sure. I have
マロの手の
intelligence.
者が情報をつかんだか
It
ら。
implicates the prince.
ならそこから言えばいいだろうに。なんで筋道立てて話さないんだ。
Oh shit, why didn't you say so? Could have saved some time.
そうね、
Right.
マロとしたことがちょっと動
I
転
let
してい
panic
たみ
get the
たい。
better of me.
それにしても大したものだ。まだ城内の混乱すら収まっていないありさまだというの
He
に。
doesn't want to
す
say
でに
it's
貴
his
様
fault,
は
does he?
そこまで真相に確信を持てるだけの情報を揃えているとは。
Still, I'm impressed. While everyone else was dealing with the fallout, you managed to get to the bottom of this mystery.
よほどに優秀な諜報班を抱えてい
You
るの
must
だ
have some
な。
excellent spies. Well,
え
yeah.
知らなかったにゃ。馬屋衆より優秀なんでね。上腕もこれじゃ面目丸つぶれだ。
Better than the Umayashu? Wow, Joanne's good to free.
教えを恋たがるだろうよ。
Perhaps they'll come asking for advice.
そんなことは今どうでもよくて、毎度の宮への対処を考えましょ
The point is we have to do something.
う。向こうが実力行使で来ている以上、こちらもそうする以外ないわ。どこからどれだけの兵力が出てくるかわからない。
No choice. Let's
今
go
動
in
かせる
use
限りの
force.
軍を県庁寺へ。
I say we go in. I think they chose. You know, I was thinking from a practical perspective. I didn't think the prince's choice of person to support was that good because they're kind of incompetent. But you know what? Thinking on this, this guy's enough of a fuck up that no one would actually listen to him. So he's literally telling them what happened, and they're just like, yeah, keep going, yeah, whatever. Like, this might be the best political blunder I've seen. They allied with an idiot, got use out of him, but no one believes that they used him accidentally, that is. Because he's presumably too dumb to know what they were doing. So he wants him to go all in with all the men we can spare. There's no chances. Take no chances. There's no telling how many.
おめえがやれ。
You do it. What?
は
お弓軍管区の兵を集めな。
Take your men and go
そ
kill
れ
the
で
prince.
親王を襲って殺してこい。
マロ
Me? Hello?
が
そうだ。
Right.
なんでよ。
Why do I have to? You're one of the 4 generals.
ああ親切のつもりなんだけどな。
Thinking of you here.
アテラの軍で攻めたら親王をどうすっかわかんないよ。殺さないかもしれない。
I mean, if
ちょ
we
っ
go
と
in, who
話を
knows what
聞
might
いたり
happen?
するかも。
Maybe we don't kill the prince. Maybe we ask a few questions instead.
そうだな。どうやって不堕落城襲撃などという暴挙を成し遂げたのか。
Such as how he managed to get his men inside the castle in the first place?
どうする？
What's gonna be, huh? Huh?
何のことかわからないけど
I
わか
don't
っ
know what
た
you're
わよ。
insinuating, but fine.
マロの手勢で片付けましょ
I'll take care of it myself.
手早くな。そう長くは待たねえから。
Chop chop and K? We're kind of pressed for time here.
1週間だ。
1 week.
その刻限を過ぎたら、
If it isn't finished by then,
堀越と笹川の両軍は反逆者の処分を行う。
Chachimaru and I will deal with all the traitors.
う。どうしてこん
Why
な
is this happening? Well, there's 1 general down. We just got 3 more to go.
やるかね、あい
Think
つ。
I'll do it?
やるしかなかろうさ。バカもバカなりに計算くらいはする。
He has no choice. He's a
俺と貴
fool.
様を同時に敵に回して
But even
勝
he
て
can
ると
see
は
that he
思わ
stands
ない。
no chance against our combined armies. Unless, of course, he's more afraid of the prince's forces. You ever think about that?
バカか。あいつはバカとは少し違うね。
A fool.
ただ大きすぎる服を着たから頭が隠れて前が見えなくなったってだけでね。
He just got himself stuck in an outfit a few sizes too big. I mean, if he's really scared of the rebels and the prince, he could just try and side with them. Wouldn't that be a disaster? I'm just thinking of all the possibilities that goes wrong for Rokuhara.
それこそバカの証明
Sounds
だ
like a
ろ
fool
う
to
が。
me.
違うとは言わねえ
He
け
could
ど。
also just go get killed or assassinate himself, but would that be what they do here? I don't know. Can't argue
貴
that.
様はライチョウをあまり嫌わなかったな。
He always did have a soft spot for him.
まあね。あいつ裏も表もないしね。
You
正しく
could
は
say it.
裏と表が筒抜けなんだけど、
It's him.
そういうアホは嫌いじゃない。
What you see is what you get. No matter how hard he tries to hide it. Guess I do have a soft spot for dummies like that.
だから後始末も当てがやっとくよ。
Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest.
そうか。
Very well.
六原も終わりだな。
Looks like Rokuhara's done for.
終わらせはせん。
Nah.
俺がいる限り。
Nope. Not while I still breathe.
へえ
Look at you, still
まだ
full
や
of
る気
fight.
なんだシシク。ってことは時をも連れてく？
That mean you'll be taking Tokyo then?
そのつもりだ。鎌倉は貴様の好きにするがいい。
Yes. Kamakura is yours.
そっか。
Mine,
じゃ
huh?
あ綺麗にやっちまうか。
It's time to clean house.
間違いないんか、所長。
You sure about that, Chief?
残念なが
Great,
ら
so
複数の経路から入手した情報です。
multiple sources confirm it.
お弓久保府にて大規模な軍事行動の準備が開始されていると。
Oyumi is mobilizing its army as we speak.
目的は
Do we know why?
公にされてはおりませ
They
んが、
haven't said, but considering
現
the
状を鑑み
circumstances,
れば、まず
疑いは
not looking
ない
good,
わ
is
な。
it?
準備に時間をかけているのが救いです。こちらの戦力を読めないせいでしょ
The one ray of hope in this is that he's taken the time to assemble the bulk of his forces. He still doesn't know what we
う。
have.
何かしらの手を打つ暇がないわけではありません。
That gives us a chance to prepare. Prepare how?
でも命運尽きたかな、わし。
I guess this is the end of the line.
いえ、京都へお逃れください。 いかに幕府でも近利へ兵を推し進めるのは無理です。
No, Highness. You should return to Kyoto. Rokuhara will not dare send troops into the palace.
鎌倉からの脱出は
Already prepared a
私
safe
が
route.
すぐに手配を。
そうもいかんやろ、菊池。
Ain't happening, Kikuchi.
宮
Highness.
殿下。
ここで引いたらもう再起の目はないわ。舞殿の宮は死んだも同然や。
I turn tail, I'm as good as dead anyway. I'll lose whatever chance I had to make things better.
死んだも同然のくせに生きてるってのは立ち悪いな。散々謀略ごともて遊んできたやつが責任も取らんで。
How am I supposed to go on living? Useless after everything I did to make it this far. How am I supposed to face all the people who paid for my schemes?
しかし、
But, Highness,
わしも恥を知ってる。
I got some dignity.
おまさんも知ってるはずい。
I got some dignity.
あの戦場でわしらが人のままでいられたんは、そいつを忘れなかったからやないか。
Back in the war, that
そう
hell.
やろ。
Shame was all that kept us human. I don't want to forget it now.
宮殿下。
I understand, but
良い覚悟だ。では、名誉ある死を迎えていただくことにしよう。舞殿の宮春広親王殿下。
well said. If it's a noble death you desire, Your Highness, it shall be my honor to provide one.
何？
What?
誰や。
Who's there?
俺はお弓十傑が一人。人呼んで天敗制の。
It is I, first of the 10 heroes of Oyumi, the undefeated.
背中がガラ空きだ。間抜け。
Your back was wide open, dumbass.
一条くん。
Ichijo?
影明。
Kageaki. Ichijo kicks the body aside and steps into the room, sheathing her sword as she does, and I enter behind her.
ああ、よう来てくれたね。
Glad you're here. Did that guy unironically just like come in to go and assassinate the prince and promptly get backstabbed by Ichijo? That's gotta be the worst timing ever. Good evening, my friend.
危ういところでしたか。
I apologize for not arriving sooner. It seems we are nearly too late.
ああ。この男、お弓のものだと言っていた。
It was close. This man was sent from Oyumi. Why'd he announce his presence
今
there?
川来長の放った刺客に間違いない。
Apparently with orders to kill his highness. You mean
では、
軍事行動を準備中という情報もある。
the
彼は
general's
我々
preparing
を
to
滅ぼすこ
march
と
on
に決めたよう
Kenshoji?
だ。
He means to kill us all. And that was like the most comedic casual death we've ever seen. I assume that guy's dead, right? Ichijo has no reason not to just say Rokuhara dead, move on. I mean, other than some trauma. So the worst has come to pass. I lower my head in shame. Would that I alone could pay the price for my failure, but that's not an option. The most I can hope for now is to keep His Highness and the Commissioner alive.
そういうことであれば、猶予は一刻も許されません。宮殿下、
Your Highness,
どうか
I
脱
say,
出のご支度を。
raising my eyes.
不
It's
詳こ
imperative
の
we get
影
you
明
out of
が
the
警
city.
護つかまつります。
I'll escort you to the best of my ability. Good luck, Kageaki. He just said he didn't want to leave.
そう言うてくれるのは嬉しいけどな。
It's real nice of you, kid.
影明。宮殿下はここへ残られる。
His Highness is remaining here.
それは、
Sir?
おれ、わしこんなんでも帝の一族やろ。国民の手前、あんましみっともない真似はできなくてな。
You know how it is. I'm Prince. I gotta set an example for my people and all that.
最後の始末くらいきっちりつけんと。
And that means finishing what I started.
所長
Commissioner, please.
私も脱出をお勧めした。しかし、それが誇りの喪失を意味すると、
I've
宮殿
tried.
下がお考えならば、
If honor demands His Highness remain,
私はそのご意志を尊重する。舞殿の宮殿下の姉妹を見届け、
so be it.
順次を。
I'll attend him for this performance, even if it's to be his last.
もちろん、影明君たちが付き合うことはない。所長、おまさんもな。もう十分世話焼いてもろたし。
There's no reason for you to join us, kid, and I mean that. Goes for you too, Chief. You've done more than enough for me already.
いろいろお世話をさせていただきました。この際
My
ですから、
pleasure. It is
最後
privilege
ま
to
でお
serve
付き
you.
合いします。
I'll not
ど
abandon
の
it
道
now.
私が見逃されることもないでしょうからね。
Either way, I can't imagine they'll let me go.
自分も
Let me. At least let me do what I can.
あかんえ。
No.
お
You've got
ま
bigger
さんに
fish
は
to
やる
fry.
ことがあるやろ。
宮殿下。
銀星号の剣を頼む。あれを止められるのはお前だけだ。
Stop Ginseigo, Kageaki. You're the only one who can.
省長。
Guilt presses down upon me, bowing my head toward the floor. Though the prince is kind enough to deny it, the fact that my actions brought this upon them, I was in a position to prevent it and failed. Must I then leave them to pay the price? Am I truly so worthless? I know my duty is to defeat Ginseigo. Compared to that, everything else is trivial, but still I...
行きましょう、港さん。
We should go, sir.
一条。
Ichijo?
下総へ。お弓久保今川来長を殺しに。
To Shimosa, I mean. I'll go kill Imagawa Raicho. Why not? He's... I like how Kageaki's like, well, we're fucked. I guess I'll go kill Ginseigo by myself. And Ichijo's just like, oh, there's an enemy general rallying an army to kill him, to kill the prince. Why don't we just go to where he is and murder him? It's like, yeah, let's just go. It's like an army rallying for war to kill you and kill the prince and his 3 retainers, and you're just like, fuck it, let's go assassinate him. Why not? Already killed one general. Let's do another. It's time, baby.
先手を打つんです。殺される前に殺す。
We strike first, kill him before he kills us.
そうすれば
That solves our
みん
problems,
な解
right?
決します。
I told you guys, Ichijo doesn't go take circuitous routes. She's like, why would I take the roundabout? There's a perfectly valid straight path through the grass. It'll solve all our problems. It solves one problem, and then there's like 5 more. But yeah, okay, murder is a solution.
そりゃあ
I mean, maybe,
ま
but
あ
仮にそれが成功するとしてもだ。次は笹川、堀越の両久保が。
even if you succeed, that still leaves Sasagawa and Horigoe. The last 2 generals
な
won't.
ら、そいつらも殺せばいい。
Alright, I'll kill them too. Yep, she's like, I got power armor now. I'll overthrow the government by killing its entire leadership, one by one. Alright.
一条。
Ichijo?
どうせ六原は滅ぼすんです。奴らは悪ですから。
They're evil. For 6 years, those jackals have been bleeding us dry. They were always gonna have to go.
あの山犬どもがこの6年間やってきたことを思えば、
Turns out, it was sooner
滅
rather
ぼす
than
以外
later.
の選択肢なんて最初からなかった。予定、奴らを滅ぼして、この国を正しく立て直しましょう。
Let's finish them off and set things right. It's the same perspective as Kageaki's sister, right? Where she's just like, it's like, well, so you can't drive the entire world to insanity, and she's like, oh? Well, how much of the world do you think I drove to insanity now? 1 billion. Alright, so I just need to do this 1 billion times. No big deal. That kind of mentality. Ichijo's got the same energy. It's like, don't like the government. Don't like the government? Oh, well, we killed 1 general. May as well kill all of them and their armies while we're at it. Like, alright. If nothing else, so far they haven't killed that many people, so it'd be really funny if they somehow managed to get through all of this and only kill like a handful of generals and a couple mooks instead of like the entire army. Be kind of impressive, right? You overthrow the government overthrow a military junta by like killing the leadership, killing the leadership one at a time in the middle of their own armies without anyone else dying.
けど六原がのうなったら進駐軍の天下になってしまうよ。
Without Rokuhara, there's nothing to stop the Brits from taking over.
そうでした。
Alright, I almost
あ
forgot.
の連中もヤマトを私物化したいんでしたね。
I think Yamato
そ
belongs
の
to
ため
them.
に六原を野放しにしてた。なら、あいつらもこの国から叩き出します。
Don't worry, I'll send them packing too. He's just like, are you fucking...
そらちょっと無茶やないか。
You're taking on an awful lot here.
できます。
I can
私は
handle
古
it like I
学坊を
handled the
倒
monk.
した。
The confidence. The confidence. It's like, what are you gonna do? There's like a ton of army. I'll kill them. It's like, you're gonna take on the entire planet. And she's like, yeah, seems good. They told you. She has the same mentality. Ichijo's solution. I'll just kill them. If they're evil, I'll kill them. Seems straightforward.
きっと誰もそんなことができるなんて思ってなかった。
Everyone thought he was
でも
untouchable.
私はやれた。
But I killed him.
だからできる。
I can kill them too. All of
この
them.
世の悪を滅ぼせる。目の前にある悪を。どうしようもないから、仕方ないからって言って見逃してやる必要はもうないんだ。
I don't have to pick my battles anymore. I don't have to let it go. Everywhere there's evil, I'll crush it.
私と政宗、それに港さんがいれば、
She smiles at me.
絶対誰にも負けないから。
Masamune and I won't lose to anyone. We're left without reply. There is more I could say, more than I should, regarding the madness of which she speaks. There must be, but the strength in her voice will not permit me to speak it, nor even to form the thoughts. She changed. She's no longer the girl who trembled in my arms, crushed beneath the weight of her deeds, nor is she the girl for whom justice was merely a dream. Before, she had only an idea, a childlike vision of vanquishing the evils of this world, a distant, insubstantial one, because it had not been tested. And now it has, and now she knows it's not a dream. She can smite the wicked, whom no earthly power could touch. By slaying Yusadoshin and overcoming the horror of that deed, she's at last become what she desired to be, an instrument of justice.
Ichijo.
Ichijo. Murder is not the solution. It's a question and the answer is yes.
さすがは政宗様。そのお言葉を聞き、私も迷いがなくなりました。
Praised be Masamune's chosen. Your words have banished the fear from my heart. Wait, who's this? My lady. Is it in fact true that they were conspiring for this? Let's find out.
姫様。
What are you doing here, princess?
おお、桜子さん。
I forgot to tell you.
そう。この人のこと話すの忘れとった。
I called it. Ah.
影焼君たちとは
This is
普段で付き合いがあったそうやね。
Sakurako. Sakurako? I think you met, right? Yes, we certainly did. I called it. They were the distraction. They were the distraction. Ah, I knew it. I knew it. She shows up. I was like, they had to have known that Ichijo and Kage, like, there's no way Kageaki doesn't say Ichijo cannot do subtlety. He says it multiple times. He says she's directionally challenged and can't do subtlety. And they still sent her in. I knew it was a distraction. I mean, it still probably was more disastrous than they wanted. And they were still hoping for the actual mission. But it was a distraction to save someone else. Alright.
桜子さんはな、あの晩のどさくさに紛れてうまく脱出してきはったんや。
She managed to escape while you were causing a ruckus.
この県長寺にわしを頼ってきてくれたんでな。
And then she showed up here asking for my help, so we hit her.
この寺も幕府の動揺を受けて風向きが変わりつつある部分があるのでな。
Things are
こ
changing
れ
here
くらい
too.
のことは見逃してもらえる。
With Rokuhara on the back foot, the priests are willing to turn a blind eye.
なんと。
Incredible. How did you ever escape?
よくもあの城から抜け出せたものです。
The lady obviously has no martial training. Even accounting for any cover we might have provided, it must have been terribly difficult.
そのことにつきましては、
Considering that there's one thing I
ま
have
だ
yet to tell His
宮殿
Highness.
下にもお話ししておりません
Someone
で
else
した
helped
けど。
you. Yeah.
お
Oh?
同時、
Well, I need to explain.
おいで
Doji?
なさい。
は、姉上。
Here, sister. Who is this?
この人は
ご尊願を拝し立て祭り強越の極み。それがしは岡部壇上が一子にて黒瀬童子の名を称するものにございます。
Please accept my humble greetings, Your Highness. I'm called Kuronose Doji. Okabe Yoritsuna was my father.
私の腹違いの弟です。
Doji is my younger half brother.
なんやて
Really? But I heard they
け
killed
ど
all of
頼
Yoritsuna's
綱
sons.
さんの息子はみんな殺されはったはずじゃ。
我が母は身分卑しく、加えて咎人の系類でもありました。そのため父はそれがしの存在を公には非し。
My mother was lowborn and worse, a convict's child. The truth of my parentage was never made public.
一族の者と限られた忠臣たちにのみ この者が岡部の血に連なる男子であることを伝えて
Only
いたの
members
で
of
す。
our family knew, as well as my father's most trusted vassals.
それで六春の中陸を免れたと？
So they didn't know to look for you.
さようにござる。
Precisely.
猪苗代で父が大鳥獅子に滅ぼされた後は、この弟が各地に散った残党を取りまとめておりました。
Ever since our father fell over
その一部
over
が
Inawashiro,
不堕落
Doji
にも
has
潜入していて、
led the scattered remnants of our rebellion, and that night he and a few of his men infiltrated the castle.
遊佐同心めが果てたあの夜に行動を起こし、姉の身柄を奪回したという次第にござる。
Ah, damn. It was someone else taking advantage. God damn it. I was really hoping he'd reveal that he also got them out. Ah, well, it's all good. It's all good. No crazy twist reveal, but it still works. So we were planning to rescue my sister for weeks. It just so happened our attempt coincided with your attack on Yusa Doshin. So that's what happened. I wondered how we managed to escape so cleanly. By all rights, Rokuhara should have closed the airspace while I was still fumbling around in the keep. But if the castle's forces were occupied with Kuronose, well, it turns out we had more allies than we thought, though neither of us knew what the other were. As I marvel at this twist of coincidence, Lady Sakurako bows to Ichijo.
私どもが守備よく逃れられたのは、あの狡猾な久保が足止めされていたからこそのこと。
If you had not kept the general occupied, I doubt I would be
政宗
here
様、
now. You have
心
my
より
eternal
お礼
gratitude.
申し上げます。
誠に我らは最後まで見届けること叶いませなんだが、キャツメをついには打ち果たされたことも伺っております。
When I heard you'd slain that vermin, I nearly wept for
姉
joy.
に恥辱を与えたあの破壊層目をよくぞ討ち取ってくだされた。
I only
それ
regret
がし
I
から
could
も
not...
御礼申し上げる。
Still going. I only regret I couldn't see him suffer for what he did. Be that as it may, you have my deepest thanks as well.
あ
Sure. No problem.
要点か。
Highness, did you?
教えたのわしや。これこういう姿形の武者が遊佐同心と一騎打ちしてたけど、心当たりはないかって聞かれたもんで。
Oh yeah, when she showed up, she was asking about this Musha who'd been seen fighting the general?
そら、一条くんの正宗やないかって答えたら、桜子さん。それは一姫って名前で不堕落城にいる人じゃないかって言うて。
That sounds like our Ichijo. And right away, she guessed I was talking about this girl she'd met, Ichihime.
なんとなく
I had a
偽
feeling
名
that
っぽ
wasn't
い
your
と
real
思
name.
っていましたから。
Not enough of a princess.
なんや、知ってるやないかってな感じで、結局全部話してもうたわ。
Anyway, it sounded like you knew each other, so I wound up telling her everything. That'd be a funny story. So anyway, like, they were supposed to just make a mess. Maybe, rough up a couple of the Shogun's bodyguards and then get out. I don't know what the fuck happened. That chick can't follow directions to save her life. How'd you end up with assassination? Be a fun story to tell. Alright. I see.
なるほど。
I suppose it can't hurt, as I take in their appearance. At first glance, Lady Sakurako seems unchanged, but of course that's not the case. Her eyes are darker than before, shadowed by the trauma of her ordeal, but also stronger for having overcome it. The man called Kuronose, meanwhile, is a mystery, his features hidden beneath the layers of black cloth. Still, she introduced him as her younger brother, and the lines of his body suggest early 20s at most. He's appraising me as well, though I get the impression he doesn't like what he sees. Unsurprising, I cut a rather bleak figure. Ichijo, however, after a moment Doji turns to regard the girl beside me, is with the same profound respect he's clearly held for her from the start. The sight of her entirely un-Musha-like appearance has not diminished it. If anything, his admiration has grown to see her as she truly is. An admiring breath escapes his mask. What courage it must take, his sigh seems to say, to face such great foes with a body so small. He lowers his eyes, a worshipful gesture. His sister speaks into the silence. Brave warrior. Her voice holds the same deep regard.
お願いがございます。
We have a request.
何ですか？
You do?
あなた様の義挙にどうか我々岡部の一党をお加えください。
We
決
ask
し
that
て
you
足
allow
手
us to
まとい
join
に
your
はなりま
crusade.
せん。
The children of Okabe should not fail you.
え？
You? But you said...
でも
Ichijo shoots me a glance. I know what she's asking, largely because I'm wondering the same. Continue a lost struggle is an affront to honor, so the lady professed. Will she forsake that oath?
はい。悪あがきは岡部の仮名を汚すばかり。
It hasn't changed. The honor of
私はそう
Okabe.
申しましたし、今もその考えは変わっておりません。
It hasn't changed. The honor of Okabe will not brook further sacrifices made in its
で
name.
すから、岡部の旗は掲げず、ただ政宗様を仰いで戦いたいのです。
And so we won't fight beneath the banner of Okabe, but beneath the banner of Masamune?
それは
Are you sure?
生きているからには責任を投げ捨ててはいられない。
Come to realize there's no excuse for common complacence. As long as we live and there's evil,
許
we
す
must
べか
fight.
らざる者がいるなら戦わねばならないと六原は滅ぼすべきです。
Okuhara must be destroyed. Ichijo living her fantasy now. Her eyes, as she declares her hate, are fixed upon that grisly stage. Yet it's not the desire for vengeance which drives her. If it were, Yusadoshin's death would have quenched it. Instead, she's transformed her suffering into a window on Yamato at large. Across the country, the innocent and helpless are suffering as she did. In many cases, far worse. 6 years of oppression, of bereavement, of slaughter beneath the Rokuhara yoke. It must end, she says. Not as Okabe Yoritsuna's daughter, but simply as another human being. Her position in Ichijo is one and the same.
姫様、
My lady? Or lady?
一緒にやりましょう。
Let's do
六
it.
原の犬どもを叩き潰す。
Let's wipe him out.
はい。
Thank you.
では各地の同胞に檄を飛ばしましょうぞ。岡部の生き残り、他大小の反幕勢力
I'll send
合わ
word
せ
to
て
our
1000
allies
ほどは
across
すぐに
Kanto.
集まります。
Kanto, within days you'll have 1,000 men at your
武
command,
者もいくらか。
including a number of Musha.
いや、お
Wait,
待
we
ちを
can't。just charge in blind. First,
闇雲にことを起こしたところで生産は
古賀久保はもうおらん。それでお弓久保もいなくなりよったら、
Koga lost its governor. If Ayumi goes too,
暴走の幕軍には頭がのうなる。
that leaves the Boso Peninsula headless.
宮殿か。
I know, so you're saying?
六原は久保の権力がエロ強い。逆に言うと、久保がおらんかったら動かん組織や。
The four generals have all the power. Without them, it's chaos. Rokuhara can't respond.
古賀とお弓が潰れた隙を狙えば、千からの兵で房総半島を席巻できるかもしれんな。
That means with 1,000 men, we could have the run of Eastern Kanto.
1000というのはあくまで当座のこと。暴走を奪い宮殿下をいただいて全国に号令を発すれば。
You won't stay a mere 1,000 for long. When they learn that we serve the chrysanthemum throne, men will flock to offer their
た
swords.
ちまちのうちに万余の軍勢が集いましょう。
10,000 or more by week's end. Do we actually... Question, in the Eastern Kanto, is there a warehouse of Tsurugi? That's my question. Now, possibly, there's a... Like, is there a warehouse you can seize control of to get a ton of Musha? Because we know these warehouses exist. That would be our priority, right? Getting people arms that could actually deal with this. 10,000 or more by week's end, good luck.
ではこういう手順に私と同時は同志を結集鎌倉へ引き込む。
If Highness approves, I believe we'll have our course. Doji and I will gather what forces we can on short notice and bring them here to Kamakura.
宮殿下を暴走へご同座申し上げます。香取がよろしゅうございましょう。
They'll
あそこの
escort
宮司
Your
は
Highness east.
父が懇意にしておりましたゆえ。
Our father was close to the head priest at Katori Shrine. I believe we'll make an appropriate base of operations.
その間に私と港さんはお弓久保今川来長を撃つ。
While you're setting up, we'll take care of Imagawa Raicho.
で、軍事的に孤立した房総半島を分取る。
Paving the way for our troops to take control of the peninsula. How's that for a plan, Chief?
随分と荒っぽい話になったものです。
It's certainly aggressive, Your Highness.
そやな。わしらの最初のプランとはえらい違いやね。
You could say that. And yeah, like night and day compared to our last plan.
しかし、もはや仕方ありますまい。
However,
状
it's a
況は
desperate
すで
moment.
にデッドはアライブ。
We face annihilation.
すべて投げ捨てて死ぬのが嫌なら、生きて戦うのみです。
If death doesn't appeal to us, we'll have no choice but to fight.
そういうことやね。
Knew you'd say that.
懸念すべきは進駐軍の動きですが、こちらが親王殿下を包帯していると知れば、 国民感情に留意する GHQ は直接攻撃をためらうでしょう。
GHQ remains a concern, but I don't believe they would risk public outcry by moving against a force which serves the Emperor
そこ
directly.
に交渉の余地はあります。
Perhaps we can find room to negotiate? I mean, I feel like negotiating with GHQ is a good play. You just say like, hey, like we know it's a bit of a mess, but if you either stick out of this or support us, we'll be friendly. We can be friends. We can be besties even, maybe. Don't know if you want to promise besties with GHQ, but let them know you're not gonna immediately try to kick them out of the country, at least not now. So they don't try to act.
よしよし、なんとかいけそうやないか。
Let's get this show on the road.
は、必ずや大義は成就いたしまする。
For the future of Yamato, victory will be ours. Something is wrong. Is this someone's dream? It seems too good to be true. As the heat grows to encompass the room, joining all beneath the one will, my heart alone remains cold. What's happening to me? Why do they feel so distant? My gaze, seeking answers, finds the other anomaly, the would-be assassin's corpse. Rigor beginning to grip his limbs. Ichijo slew him with a single stroke, a perfect stroke, absent quarter. Yeah, how did Ichijo kill him? Good question. This seems too good to be true. Is this a dream? She won't hesitate to fight, not again. Neither will those whom she inspired. Sakurako, Kuronose, the commissioner, the prince, they'll all ride to battle behind her without the slightest glimmer of doubt. And me? Will I doubt? Ichijo saved me from my curse, though I played a role in the death of Yusadoshin. The law of balance has exacted no price. My hands in this remain unstained with innocent blood, a fact which inspires me in relief, such as I have not known for years. It's a change to be welcomed, isn't it? Why shouldn't I continue on this path? Yusadoshin was only the first. Imagawa Raicho is no less a villain. During the Osaka massacre, Rokuhara's gravest trespass, he burned Umeda City to the ground. Thousands died in the fire and smoke. If Ichijo judges him worthy of death, I have neither cause nor desire to defend him. But why this apprehension? Do I fear what Ichijo's fight, the prince's fight, will bring? Certainly I'm not a fool to believe that their struggle will birth some utopia, but whatever comes, it will surely be better than leaving Yamato to Rokuhara or the predations of the West. A better life for Yamato's people, is that wrong? No, how could it be? Justice is with us. It's a cause I can fight for. At last, I can kill evil men without killing the good. Why? Why does that make me hesitate? Do I want to kill innocents? No, I should be thanking Ichijo, not second-guessing her. What's wrong with me? What have I forgotten? Kageaki. Words, precious words that once turned me from a violent course. He forgot his mother's insistence. Do you think killing your enemy will end the fight? It's no use. My thoughts are meaningless, static, and every time I try to bring them into order, I feel an outside force commanding me to shed doubt and armor myself in will. I'm not the only one who feels it. We all do, save for her. Its source.
名前はいかがいたしましょう。
We'll need a name. We thinking up names now?
は、倒幕の騎士を鮮明にする以上、やはり軍にはふさわしき名を冠するべきかと。
If it pleases your highness, now that we intend to open rebellion, a name will show the world where we stand.
そうですね。
It will also draw people to our
都
cause.
合が良いですし。
そうや
Good
な。
point.
いや、
No, we don't
名
need
前
a
なん
name.
ていらない。
は、
We don't?
しかし政宗殿。
名前をつければ名前に縛られる。名前で中身を測られる。
A name is a label. People judge you by it. It gives them an excuse to
名
misunderstand.
前で誤解されるし、名前で侮られる。
We
だ
don't
か
need
ら
a
そ
name
んな
to
の
tell
はいら
people who
な
we
い。
are. All we need to do
た
is
だ
fight.
戦うだけでいい。私たちは名乗らず戦う。六原、進駐軍、悪なる奴ら
Rokuhara
すべてと
GHQ,
戦
every
う。
force of evil. We fight them because it's right.
その正義だけがみんなに伝わればいい。その正義を知って戦う勇気を起こした人たちが来てくれればいい。
When they see who we are, people will join us because we've given them the courage to fight evil too. Those are the people we want, the only people we
名
want.
前は必要ない。
Justice is all the
私た
truth
ち
we
は無
need.
名の戦う集団だ。
As she finishes, an awestruck silence falls. And I'd be like, that doesn't sound practical. There was no affection in Ichijo's voice. I could tell she was simply speaking from the heart. And yet we all felt it, every one of us. We felt the weight of majesty. Kuronose lowers his head to the floor, a knight swearing fealty to heaven's own herald. His voice, when he speaks, is choked with emotion.
ならば、我らはただ政宗の軍と人に呼ばれることでありましょう。
And we shall be known, the one and all, only as those who follow Masamune.
そうだ。それでいい、ミド。
Mido, good.
その輝ける正義の志に
They shall answer your call.
悪党などというが、群れ集まるのは何も邪悪どもだけの特権ではない。
Men speak of hordes as evil things, but villains are not the only ones who can find strength in numbers.
正義も集い、より強き正義となるのだ。
As the righteous gather, justice
我ら
grows
が
stronger.
光となる限り。
Our light shall lead the way.
Ah.
Don't get drunk on your own pride. End. All right. Set up for our open rebellion stage of the story. We'll see how that goes. Off to assassinate Raicho and do some other shenanigans. Honestly, this chapter's been really good so far. We're moving along. We've set up our characters. And there wasn't an excessive amount of needless edge this time. I'm actually kind of surprised. Or maybe it's because the chapter's not over. We haven't had any crazy. I mean, we had the play thing, which was pretty rude. But compared to other stuff, I don't know if it's too crazy. Guy was already dead, you know. Anyway, it's getting late, so I think we're gonna have to wrap this up and continue this next time.